Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Meteorologist Jessica Blum alongside meteorologist Carmelo Latuca. The time is just before 1:45 here in the afternoon. We're already starting live coverage here because we already have a particularly dangerous situation type of tornado watch, which we see rarely issued across the country, let alone portions of Nebraska are included in that watch here for this afternoon. I'll bring you that information here right now as you look at it, what counties are included in that. But we heard from the National Weather Service not too long ago that a particularly dangerous tornado watch is only issued across the entire country a handful of times each year. For our area, we average less than one of these per year. So this is the real deal. We're going to be taking this seriously. I know we've already heard from meteorologist Bill Rentschler. He's got kids in Catholic school, and they're letting out early here in Lincoln already, trying to get everyone home before about 2:30, I think, for storm onset here in Lincoln that could be as early as 3 o'clock and through much of the early evening hours. But especially with this watch, it's good to know that we're not included in that. That doesn't mean we should let our guard down here in Lincoln. Still looking at very large hail, damaging winds, but the potential for a strong, if not an intense tornado, and maybe that giant hail that we're talking 3 to 4 inches plus.
Meaning baseball to softball size.
Yes, is probably in this tornado watch right now. Northeastern Kansas, and what you can see is Gage, Jefferson counties, and then over toward Nebraska City, Auburn, Falls City.
Just to reiterate, it's not your garden variety tornado watch. Tornado watch, the ingredients are there where tornadoes are possible. Particularly dangerous situation tornado watch, I would say tornadoes are not only possible but probably likely, and the chances then they're increased for strong to potentially intense tornadoes as well. So certainly a lot going on this afternoon, covering a very small part of our coverage area compared to the last few days, but the greatest risk overall of our 4 weather alert days that we've had.
I wanted to show some storms are already firing in portions of Kansas toward Concordia and already starting to creep up toward Hebrin and Fairbury. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in around Concordia and just southwest of there.
Can we get the tags on these just to get some additional information?
Yes, I was just about to pull that up.
Okay.
So radar indicated
ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds.
Yes, and that's for Concordia, the northern warning. And then if we go south from there, that one is radar indicated for 70-mile-per-hour winds and up to half-dollar size hail through 2 o'clock here today.
Of all the concerns today, I think damaging winds is on the lower end. Yes, we could still see 75, maybe 80-mile-per-hour winds, but I think it's the hail and the tornado threat that are the primary risks as we go into this afternoon and into this evening. And with storms already firing up in northeastern Kansas, I believe the Weather Service said should be entering Gage and Jefferson County between the 2 and 3 o'clock hour, and we're about 15 minutes away from, and they're already on the border.
These are moving fast, too. They're moving northeast at 45 miles an hour, and that was as of 1:43 a minute ago, so the latest information on that warning that we have. And you could see this would be on a track for Lincoln. If it maintains the same speed here in Lincoln, maybe we play that out for areas that are looking at, again, some hail.
And as Jessica said, don't take this lightly because we don't have a watch here in the capital city or in Lancaster County. I think it's very well possible, if not likely, that a severe thunderstorm watch or that watch is extended currently that we have right now. Some sort of watch will likely be put into the Lincoln-Lancaster County area as we go through this evening.
Exactly. So that's why we're already starting coverage early. If you're watching from Lincoln, we're just going to be covering this before it moves into the area to give you the heads up. But there are storms out there now, not far away. We're looking in around Hubble, Alexandria, Milligan, seeing these stronger storms moving in within the 2 o'clock hour, and likely before even 2:30 for some of you. So keep this in mind. These are strong storms for another day. We can't let our guard down today, and then we can kind of take a break and ease into the rest of this week with some cooler air beyond today, because the setup has been really interesting. From what I heard from the National Weather Service, there's very small scale boundaries at play today. We've also been watching a main warm front that's been lifting north with time.
Because
I know you guys,
typical
I was going to say, you guys were on your stream this morning
talking
about that.
Absolutely. I mean, we're in the upper 50s right now. We might struggle to get past the mid 60s today here in Lincoln. A lot of cloud cover still out there right now. It doesn't look like your typical severe weather day. Moisture is pooling, though, right now in northern Kansas. It's unstable. Maybe we'll take a look at dew points if we can.
Yeah, I was going to say, let me pull that up.
70s. Temperatures we'll probably take a look at, too, just to show you how different they are, especially statewide. I mean, we're in the 40s right now.
Here's dew points.
Western Nebraska.
Just to look at moisture.
Okay.
Can maybe look at Cape and Sin, too. I can pull up that product around here.
There are some indications that we might not have any. We were looking at it. And,
really? In Lincoln?
And Lincoln. Yeah,
We can
we're
look
looking
at
one of
where
our
the current
in-house models, and
ingredients
it's at
are.
0 CAPE. So CAPE is the available energy that we have for thunderstorms. It's one of the ingredients we look at, but you can see what we're talking about here. Dew points in the 40s and 50s. 53 in Lincoln doesn't scream that we have enough moisture for the most part for severe weather, but it's
I
70
think it could be
in
just
Concordia.
enough, though, for
Just enough.
thunderstorm development.
Yes.
Maybe not the strongest.
Yes.
Because we are looking at that south where dew points are in the mid, upper 50s to around 60. You see it's already 70 in Concordia
Yes,
for a dew
66
point.
in Falls City. Again, I think it's the Beatrice, Nebraska City, Falls City, that area triangulated, that circular area that has the best chance for widespread, dangerous, severe thunderstorm activity today. I mean, look at the temperatures, though. We are in the 40s in David City, or not David City, excuse me, 49 in Fullerton, 49 out in Grand Island, but we're in the mid 70s to the southeast.
So going overall with the tornado threat today, it is greatest where that PDS tornado watch has been issued. Areas like Beatrice, Nebraska City, I would be prepared and have a sheltering plan in place for this afternoon starting within the next 15 minutes. You're probably not going to have a lot of leeway or lead time for these storms moving into your area unless you're paying attention already right now. So make sure friends and family that may be down in that area too, if you're watching from Lincoln, this is your call to action to give them a phone call, give them a text, make sure that they're weather aware going into the next few hours for very large hail and a significant tornado threat. I mean, we don't have both hatched areas. This is kind of a new product from the Storm Prediction Center, but this hatched area that you're looking at is EF3 plus tornadoes being possible, unfortunately, and a very high risk of tornadoes in general from Beatrice east toward Nebraska City, Falls City, Auburn, Schubert, areas like
You
that.
see how quickly that risk drops off from Beatrice to areas just to the northwest. You go from Beatrice to York, and your risk shifts down significantly. Even up towards the Lincoln area. I mean, we're riding that edge between that moderate or medium to high threat. Tornadoes still possible here in Lincoln today. Not ruling those out, but
I would say too, even though that portions of southern Lancaster aren't in the PDS watch, I was kind of shocked by that. Our county is just so long from north to south that I wouldn't have been surprised if they included Lancaster just for the probability that places like Hallam,
right.
Firth, that are closer to Gage County still have a probability at some strong storms and
again,
potentially
just because they
tornadoes
have it
as well.
now doesn't mean we won't be in a watch later.
Yeah.
Of some kind, especially other parts of southeastern Nebraska too. Again, this is only a handful of counties. This is the hail threat indicator. Lincoln did not change in that 11:30 a.m. update. We'll get another update here in just about an hour or so. We'll see how much changes. I'm not sure much will change. You don't often see too significant of changes at your 3 o'clock update. But, I mean, it certainly could happen. But we're talking about very large hail. Again, baseball to softball sized, especially in the red shaded area, but anywhere in that yellow and red hatched area, which covers a good chunk of southeastern Nebraska, you could see that very large hail.
Yeah, Lincoln, Omaha. I don't want to scare anybody at home, but we already have a lot of our meteorologists and people here at home that have, just to be on the safe side, put their cars in a garage and have had another way to get to work here today. So keep that in mind.
If you've driven your car to work today, wouldn't be surprised if you did. It's a normal work day. If you have the chance to go take it home, put it in the garage if you have one.
Or
it's
to
not
get
the worst
home
idea.
earlier.
Or go home early.
Some workplaces have the option to maybe finish out the day, and work from home remotely. If you don't have that option, maybe have the conversation with people at work. It would be worth it, I think, to maybe go home.
Oh, absolutely.
Just for, again, maybe not the tornado threat here in Lincoln, in city proper, but the hail threat is there. The damaging wind threat is somewhat there, too. So maybe we can play this out for people at home kind of watching this. This is toward 3 o'clock.
So just over an hour from now.
I'm going to zoom in on southeast
That's
Nebraska, too.
So storms moving into southeastern Nebraska.
Yeah,
Just
certainly
approaching
can
Lincoln,
see
west of
this.
Beatrice. The worst of it, though, I still think is going to be in northeastern Kansas by 3 p.m.
And then we see it blowing up rather quickly, though. 3, 4, 5 o'clock. This screams to me that there could be tornado potential further south.
Absolutely.
Very large hail in this area. Maybe some wind, some torrential rain, which we're going to have to watch for a flash flood threat, too, with a flood watch in effect until Tuesday morning.
I think just the big
May
question is
19th.
how intense these storms get to the north. Obviously, we're going to see severe thunderstorms today, but that's probably the main question, because I do think it's extremely likely that we'll see intense severe thunderstorms in far southeastern Nebraska. Let's play this out a little bit further.
Little bit farther. This is toward Omaha, but you can see a storm may be coming together between here and the Missouri River. You got to take this model with a grain of salt. It doesn't always do great with the exact placement, but it shows the risk for what we're watching in strong storms anywhere from around I-80 and south into northeastern Kansas. So that's 5 o'clock. We step forward. This is 6 o'clock. Still some strong storms potentially out there, kind of becoming more scattered in nature and maybe over more of a broad area of eastern Nebraska as we go forward in time tonight. But the tornado threat is largely dropping off, I think, beyond this time frame for a lot of us in Lincoln, Omaha, and even far southeastern Nebraska, maybe in around the Falls City.
The main area of concern today is northeastern Kansas.
Mm-hmm.
I think they have a higher risk than we do in southeastern Nebraska. Maybe not much higher, but certainly the highest of the coverage area. And then it won't be a late-lasting event. No.
No.
We
should be done by
the overnight hours last night.
We could be done by 8, 9 o'clock.
Which is when that's when the tornado watch goes to. So we'll just have to see how the day progresses.
I want to show the flood watch. This is similar to what we saw yesterday. If you joined our coverage, we really appreciate a lot of you. Some asked us, I know, where they could find us. We are going to be live, and we're live right now. We're just going to continue this coverage probably on Facebook, on TikTok, on YouTube, and our Roku streaming app. So if you have anything like Netflix and Hulu at home, we have our own channel like that on smart TVs that you could pull us up on your TV and then still be able to do stuff on your phone, mobily, let people know.
Are there any pressing comments or questions on either TikTok?
That's a great question.
We should probably
I was looking on Facebook. People are letting me know that they're following. Can you... Okay, let's see here. Jessica said we're at 70 degrees in Tecumseh.
Okay, so a little bit warmer off to our south and east.
For sure. Someone was asking about Lincoln, but I think we answered that after they asked.
Okay. Just want to make sure we're being
TikTok, some people are asking outside of Nebraska. I will just say, kind of blanket across today, we're going to be focusing on the state of Nebraska. Carmelo and I are local meteorologists based out of Lincoln, and so Nebraska is our coverage area, and that's what we are going to be concerned about throughout the day today. Some are saying Nebraskans are so used to this.
Yep.
We certainly are. We just want you to be aware of
the last few days.
Yes, especially after the last few days. Chase asked about Eagle, Nebraska, kind of similar timing to Lincoln, kind of on the edge really overall of the stronger tornado threat, but still looking at what could be large hail and some wind. Some are asking about Omaha and Fairbury. I think it'd be wise to go
on high alert.
Back to the radar now to show kind of what's already out there.
Updates on these storms.
I know we have 1011's Danielle Shank on standby too for any viewer submitted. You may see her phone or her hand there. She's on standby to help us with any viewer content that you send in on our 1011 Now website.
Yes.
There's a tab to the right that says submit your photos and videos here. We would love to get any of that for what you guys are seeing from your home. She'll also be on standby for any power outages or any information that we need to pass along to our meteorologists as they're live, because Carmel and I are doing a good job probably of setting the stage here initially, but once we start cutting into programming, you'll have Chief Meteorologist Brad Anderson, you'll have Meteorologist Bill Rentschler, and we'll take that programming so you won't miss that here as we're streaming, and we'll listen in for them for a while because they'll have the latest information too in it being just worth it watching them for a while so that we can reset and maybe get them any more information as we're over here.
Most definitely.
It doesn't look like we've added any severe thunderstorm warnings.
Any
this
updates
is
on that northernmost warning?
just before 2
that one to the
o'clock.
south is certainly looking a little bit more intense.
It is. This is still inch and a half
observed
ping
now,
pong
though.
size. Yes.
Is that the wind or the hail?
It is the hail, but it's not ping pong.
Oh.
Trained weather spotters at 151, quarter-size hail was reported 6 miles southwest of Jamestown in Kansas. This is clouded Republic counties in Kansas, surrounding
County, part of our
Concordia.
Our northern Kansas, Cloud County, not as much, but these storms that are tracking into Kansas right now, moving off to the north and east, and again,
at 50 miles per hour now.
Pretty good rate.
Yes, so we've had frequent updates on this warning, thankfully, from the National Weather Service, but they see the probability of up to ping pong size hail. That's what the warning is for. This is expected to impact areas of Concordia, Belleville, Clyde, Scandia, Jamestown, Cortland in Kansas, Cuba, Norway.
Tornado warning of the day.
And like you said, that stronger storm to the south certainly looked like it was bubbling up a little bit more, a little more intense. In fact, I'm going to go to a different radar product, Carmelo.
Okay.
we'll go to this one and start to look at velocity a little bit and what they're seeing. Again, we're kind of starting to focus now on Kansas, but we are going to mainly focus on Nebraska today. These are just the storms we're watching because they are likely headed into Nebraska with time.
Yes.
But I want to see the latest tornado warning information. We'll bring that up first before we bring up velocity.
Radar indicated, so nothing observed on the ground by weather spotters, National Weather Service, or emergency management. But again, first warning of the day, probably won't be the last. Certainly more are expected as we go into this afternoon and evening. This is a little bit more into north central Kansas. Not
It's
too
still
close
moving
to the border.
northeast, though,
How
at
fast
40
is it?
miles per
40
hour.
Okay. So
So if we look at velocity, you can see some circulation maybe just to the east of Golden Belt, south of Lincoln Center is what I'm seeing.
okay.
I'll circle
Nothing
that kind of right in
terribly
here.
strong there.
But this might be pretty far from the radar, so that's
Could be.
why
Could be.
they're already. They might be a little happy in issuing the warnings just to be safe today to get
no
more lead
doubt.
time, just because we see some circulation coming together and the environment is very favorable for these strong, if not intense, tornadoes. So the National Weather Service will be probably issuing more tornado warnings, even though it's just radar indicated for now. And you can imagine how many people are in the area to hopefully give us spotting information when a tornado is truly on the ground. But again, that's pretty far south. That's toward I-70, just north of I-70 and just west of Salina. Whereas back here in southeast Nebraska, we are starting to see some thunderstorms make it into what is Jefferson,
Jefferson and eventually,
Saline, eventually.
yeah. Jefferson,
Thayer
then
County, yep.
Hebrin, Thayer County, then Jefferson County. Still a ways away from Saline and Gage County, but they would definitely be on the doorstep. Yeah, Fairbury probably is dealing with some rain right now. Looks like to be maybe a thunderstorm north of the Hebron, south of Bruning area. But these storms, as they progress, can certainly become more intense as we go throughout the day. So the next hour or two is really when we'll start to see things fire up in southeast Nebraska.
So those of you that just may be joining us, we have heard from our meteorologist, Bill Rentschler. His kids in Catholic school here in Lincoln, they have been let out early. Some are taking the precautions here in Lincoln just to be on the safe side with the threat of severe weather being pretty significant. Though the
It's a good
best
precaution today.
chance for a significant tornado is likely south of Lincoln altogether. Could still be including far southern Lancaster County, but especially as you get into Gage toward Beatrice, Jefferson, Pawnee, Richardson, Nemaha, Johnson counties to our south and southeast between here and the Kansas and Missouri borders. I'll go back to the tornado watch for those that haven't seen it. There was a tornado watch issued earlier this afternoon, not long ago, but it has a particularly dangerous situation tag on it, and we don't see that this often. In fact, across the country, we only see a few of these every year. Far less often that these are making it into our coverage
Less
area.
than one a year, they said in our National Weather Service chat that we see one in the state of Nebraska. So covers about 6 of our counties.
Six
A
counties.
lot more counties in northeastern Kansas. Does not include us here in the Lincoln-Lancaster County area or in the Omaha metro. Another watch is certainly possible today, a little bit further to the north and off to our east as well. But this is the main area of concern right now. This basically lines up with what the risk level was. And again, we'll get another update from our Storm Prediction Center on the risk levels. Not sure how much of that's going to change at this point, but certainly numerous to widespread severe thunderstorms are in play today.
Okay, I have a update from the National Weather Service.
Okay.
There's a line they've drawn from Fairbury up through very southern Lancaster County, through Cass, and then over into western Iowa. And this is what they say with that line. It appears that we have a good idea of where the cold air is setting up and where the warm, unstable air will be. That line, let's see here, north of that line
Areas along and north of
is
the
looking
state.
more of a damaging wind and very large hail risk. So that would include Lincoln. The tornado threat is significantly lower north of that line, but not zero. Areas south of the red
So-
line is where the tornado threat, let me finish,
Sorry.
is where the tornado threat is of greatest concern. The one thing we are noticing is the unstable air looks to push up towards I-80 in the corridor toward Iowa. These areas are not in the tornado watch at the moment, but these counties may need to be added over the next couple hours. The Omaha, Council Bluffs metro right now is on the cold side of the front. We think damaging winds and very large hail are the main concerns for the metro, with any tornadoes hopefully staying to the south. And I think we are thinking that for Lincoln pretty similarly too at this point.
Absolutely. All I was going to say is maybe we could go to a radar and
Yeah.
we can we can try to copy this line just so people at home know
Yes,
exactly
I
what
was
we're seeing.
about
We
to
have
do
another
that.
severe thunderstorm warning as well. So maybe we'll focus on that first.
If you want to show pictures from Hebrin, I sent you. Is this from like yesterday's storms though? Okay. I sent you the best ones with a little description. You want to throw those in? Those are coming from Darsha. Sounds good. So Danielle was just talking to me because we've had a reporter in this morning so far covering damage yesterday from Hebrin. I will say today is already starting to unfold, so if we have time to get to that, we will. Drawing that line that they kind of talked about.
And do it to your best ability.
Yeah. We're talking about up
good
through
idea.
here. Maybe not even that far north in Iowa.
No,
but
I think that looks pretty good.
so already some of these severe thunderstorm warnings that we're seeing on the other side of this warm front are likely to be more of a damaging wind and hail threat. So that's what we're going to be watching for here in Lincoln. Let me use my pointer. So like this is the cold side of the front right now that Lincoln and Omar are in. And we're saying the tornado potential is south of this red line toward Beatrice, again, Nebraska City, Fall City. So with the latest severe thunderstorm warning, let's look at that. Not so much a wind threat, but hail up to an inch will be possible with a severe thunderstorm located over Belvedere or 20 miles northwest of Fairbury, moving north and east at 40 miles per hour. Let's see here. Expected to be around Bruning by 2:05, Ohio around 2:10. They've seen this might be the third round of severe weather for them over the last few days.
No doubt about it.
This area has been very active.
We have a new update, Jess. They have added Odo County into that tornado watch.
Okay, we can go back to that.
What we're going to do is change it from SPC on the parameters to US watch.
Yes, yep.
That'll get it to the latest updates as we go through the evening. But
right,
so
we figured that out
today.
last week.
Yes. So Odo County being added to that tornado watch, that's still that doesn't reflect it, but we'll change that in just a moment.
You're getting ahead of me, Carmelo.
Sorry.
He's getting posse over there. No, I'm just kidding. But we did just add, there we go. Odo County says just to our south and east. So this area right now represents the best threat for tornadoes and what could be very strong tornadoes. And you can see it does go into Kansas a good ways as well. But here locally, this could be a very sharp cutoff. As we drew that line just to our south here in Lincoln, if I try to draw it again, it's kind of right through, kind of in there. That's why they just added Odo County in Nebraska City to this PDS tornado watch, particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. But right now we do have our first severe thunderstorm warning in Nebraska. Again, it's for up to inch hail. This storm is moving north and east, I believe, at 40 miles per hour. Yep. With our latest update a few minutes ago. I can try to bring up, I appreciate Danielle for trying to get us some Hebrin information. Carmel, if you want to see if there's anything I missed or check on the chat for me.
No, I think the only thing is that
good.
They're saying just a few minutes ago, Northern Thayer, Fillmore County, storms capable of some quarter-sized hail. I think you had just reiterated that. I'll be keeping track of the weather service chat on my end too, so we'll see the same things. But no new information there. At least certainly nothing tornadic at this point either.
So, again, our reporter Darsha Dodge was sent down to Hebrin. You may have also heard us talk about St. Library a lot yesterday, or Libory, I should say. Libory. I apologize. So many people let us know the correct pronunciation. I'm still not getting it right, but we were getting it down, let me tell you, with each time we mention it. Unfortunately, they had a lot of damage, and we have a photographer out there with a drone that's going to get more footage for us later today. But we also have a reporter, Darsha Dodge, that went down to Hebrin. They had a tornado emergency yesterday, which was pretty significant. We don't see those very often. The last time we saw a tornado emergency was on Arbor Day. So Danielle shared with me the photos that Danielle has gotten through the day, kind of the best ones. So I'm going to bring that up now, Carmelo, and we'll go through some of these. Okay. It looks like a lot of tree damage for sure, big branches down that way in Hebrin. Kind of looking at trees uprooted too.
Those are some big trees.
Ooh, that looks like plywood sent into the ground. That's quite something.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
Some strong winds moving through for sure. Some localized flooding too. She told me as she was on her way down there in some of the fields. Wouldn't be surprised because I think a lot of that area saw 3-4 inches plus. Ooh, look at the splintering of that tree trunk toward Hebrin. I mean, these are large trees. These are old trees. But you can also see kind of the fresh wood in there too, so it kind of speaks to the strength of the winds that we're moving through to produce damage like this. Danielle noted that this was from Hebrin Country Club Golf Course. Flooding pick is from somewhere in Hebrin. And then we also have from Grace Lutheran Church, Pastor Keith Brozick showing the tree damage. Last picture I showed you, I think a lot of the first pictures were from in and around the Country Club Golf Course. And Danielle just confirmed for me, so I appreciate that. So let's go back to radar, Carmelo.
Yes.
We did have another severe thunderstorm warning issued east of where Concordia has been fairly active. This would be probably the next storm to impact Odell, Beatrice, portions of Gage County here in the near future. This is for up to ping pong size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds.
If we have a minute,
Moving northeast at 35 miles per hour.
the latest hourly HER is about 20% in, but that's enough to get us through the evening.
Okay.
It is a little bit more
Let me to make sure.
intense.
So we're going to zoom in on southeast Nebraska for a second. I'm going to make sure we have the latest.
Yeah, and then we'll have to.
So the
force
latest
run.
would probably be. Do we want extended or regular?
Are you on the 18Z?
I haven't gone to Z yet. I just meant
okay.
extended her or regular her.
Regular.
Like okay.
Yeah, either or. Honestly,
So
we just have
the
to
latest
force
would
the newest
be,
run.
is it 14, 15, 16, or 18?
18.
18's
If
coming
18
in?
is 20% in, and it's enough to get us through tonight.
Clouds, let's go 18 here today. Okay, this is forcing it. So this is right now. Oh, it didn't stay because I didn't set a.
No worries, no worries. Yeah, we want to show you the latest Skycast model that we have that's just coming in right now. This one usually takes in what's happening in the real world environment every hour or so. And we're getting into northeastern Kansas and southeastern Nebraska, so this will give us an idea, a little bit of a better idea, as we go into this afternoon.
So this is with time 3 o'clock. Let me make sure.
That looks pretty good for what things
it
are happening
does
right now.
Sorry, one more thing I wanted to do. Where'd it go?
So by 3 p.m., we could be talking about storms near the Hebrin area,
Interpolate
close to
this.
Beatrice as well. And then we'll watch what happens with time.
And these build. This is toward 4 o'clock. Looks pretty messy, but that shouldn't deter from taking this very seriously throughout the day today. So in and around Lincoln, even between Lincoln and the Missouri River, around Beatrice, strong storms 4, 5 o'clock.
So it really is that Hebron to Lincoln to Omaha line and
Wow.
points southeast that really just begins to blow up. And then Beatrice, Nebraska City, Falls City, that area particularly needs to be on high alert today.
So that's 7 o'clock. Still some lingering storms you can see over Lincoln, but those should be a lot weaker than these initial storms. These initial storms hold the highest threat for tornadoes and especially large hail as well, because we'll be pretty good on the cold side of the front for a while here tonight. So that's through 8, 9 o'clock.
So
yeah.
Pretty good with the watch in terms of the timing today.
I'm not going to save that in case other meteorologists are using that. So again, we did have Odo County added to the particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. So more southeast Nebraska is being included in that. Beatrice has now a severe thunderstorm warning. Harbine, Fairbury's on the edge of this. As I pull up that information, this is for $50 size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Beatrice, you're going to be under this severe thunderstorm warning until 3 o'clock. Here within the last couple minutes, a severe thunderstorm was located 6 miles southwest of Hollenberg, or 9 miles north of Washington, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. This is expected to be in around Steel City by 2:15, Endicott by 2:20, Diller by 2:25. I think we just got some more information on the other severe thunderstorm warning in Nebraska, too, near Geneva. This is for another 35 minutes or so. Fillmore and Thayer counties under a severe thunderstorm warning for up to quarter-size hail or an inch in diameter. Looks like the latest information on this, if I can pull it up.
Could be near Ohio around 215,
Yep.
Milligan around 225, and Exeter around 235. There's also a new discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. They're highlighting northern and north central Kansas, and they're saying the area already under the watch, they're just saying the tornado threat is increasing.
Is increasing.
Yes.
That storm that we have highlighted here, I'll point it out for what information we were just talking about. This now is moving more northerly with time at 35 miles per hour, so less of an easterly component. So Geneva, Friend, this storm would be impacting your area down the line. But let's go to the meso discussion that Carmelo was talking about from the Storm Prediction Center. So a lot of times they'll just highlight what may already be under a watch to give us kind of more information on what threat is increasing, and right now we're watching for the tornado threat increasing. This doesn't really incorporate a lot of Nebraska, so that's good news. So in the short term, we're looking at Concordia, far northeastern Nebraska, north of Salina, for a good environment for what could be strong and intense tornadoes. But as we've been watching already this afternoon, these overall storms have a storm movement to the north and east, so they eventually could move into Nebraska after they get strong. And even this circled area does include the thunderstorm that's riding the Kansas border, Carmelo. So I think we'd even have to watch what is just north of Washington and Hollenberg in Kansas, and what would be on the way toward Diller and Wymore here in the near future.
And they are saying the storms farther north, the environment is supporting that they will remain maybe discrete longer into the afternoon. So that would create the tornado potential to remain higher. Once these storms start to form a line, the main threat will transition into hail and then eventually into a wind threat. But as long as they kind of stay a little bit more individualistic, a little bit separated from each other, then we could see the tornado potential remain high once again.
Jackie's saying, yes, I'm glad our school let out 2 hours early. Good thing to be hearing. I'm not sure where Jackie's at to be saying that. I think it's Fall City. I think a lot of people are saying a lot of our places are closing early in Fall City, which is very good to hear. Brandy's asking about Bellevue. That's later this evening, and likely more of a hail threat and a damaging wind threat with those storms in this evening after about 4 or 5 o'clock. Should Hickman be concerned, or should this skirt right south of us?
No, Southern Lancaster County should be concerned today.
I think they should be concerned. Even though this is where we're highlighting right now from the Storm Prediction Center, this is just the early stage of that watch. The watch goes until 8 o'clock, so these storms are initially firing here, but they are likely to move into our area toward 3, 4, 5 o'clock here tonight, and that's when we'll need to be on guard, especially Southern Lancaster, and then Gage, Johnson, Nemaha, Pawnee, Richardson counties, and far southeastern Nebraska. So heading back to our storm tracker, I think someone asked her, like, are you guys okay? You seem frustrated with each other. It's like, this is kind of the result of us working for the last 4 days on and off. Carmelo was on air for several hours, but we're both trying, yeah.
No, we are good. We're good.
But you can certainly see the cell up toward Dakin. Let me get a different radar product.
Intense with the hail.
Is coming together.
Okay,
so over Ohio, again, up to quarter size hail from what I saw with the latest warning. Let's see. Yep, still a quarter size here for another 30 minutes or so. That storm, usually, upon last look, is actually moving due north. Mm-hmm. And then we've got these storms that Beatrice, Plymouth, Fairbury, Diller are looking at. If I move back in time, you can kind of get the sense of the motion as these storms are building out of Kansas. So Hollenberg is probably seeing most of the hail that could be up to ping pong size. But then as this moves into Nebraska, this is warned for $half size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Jefferson, Gage County. This is your latest information, even though I'm trying to not cover Beatrice so much.
So the immediate tornado threat in northern, north-central Kansas, let's just reiterate that once again.
Mm-hmm.
There are areas in northern Kansas, northeastern Kansas, southeastern Nebraska under a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. That is going to continue until 8 p.m. We have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings in Nebraska, a few more severe thunderstorm warnings, and even a tornado warning off into northern, north-central Kansas, and that's the area that we'll be watching as we go throughout the afternoon into the evening, and how far off to the northeast those storms progress and the increased tornado potential they will pose as we go into the afternoon and evening. Again, Pawnee City, Fall City, Auburn, Beatrice, Nebraska City, that kind of corridor of areas, that's where we could be seeing some pretty intense tornado potential.
Do we already have outages? Okay. Okay. 1011's Danielle Shank is keeping an eye on power outages, and some of that may be as a result from this weekend, so we'll look at that here in a second. But what Carmela was just talking about, from what we really had from the Storm Prediction Center, and I just kind of annotated it myself, is this is the area where the tornado threat is increasing here in the near future. So again, largely watching what happens out of Kansas and seeing how this bubbles up as it moves into southeastern Nebraska. So latest information from Danielle says that the Norris Public Power District has 8 split between Gage and Jefferson counties is that 8 in total power outages? And then one just popped up in Lancaster County from the Lincoln Electric System. So that would be 9, or is that 9 just within LES? 9 within just LES in the northern part of the city. So I would imagine that's probably left over from yesterday.
Yeah, because not a whole lot's happening in Lincoln or Lancaster
just
County
yet
at this point.
But that's good information to
we
know.
want as low as outages as we can heading into this event.
Yes. So I know I mentioned briefly before that Odo County was included in the PDS Tornado Watch. We'll go back to that real quick just to show you what counties in southeast Nebraska should be kind of on more alert here in the near future. Again, for the highest tornado potential, what could be strong, intense tornadoes here between now and 5 o'clock. Lincoln's not included in that, but southern Lancaster County, I would be on high alert for this as well.
Far southeast as you can go, the higher the alert's going to be.
Because we've been talking about the front kind of being situated right there. So on the warm side of the front, the tornado potential is the highest. A little better environment for the spin to get to a low-level tornado. On the other side of the front that Lincoln's included in Omaha, we're still watching for the hail threat and the damaging wind.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we could go, Carmelo, over our weather alert day information real quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
While I check in on the chat, because people can certainly chime in on Facebook, on TikTok.
Yeah.
For any questions, and we'll get to those too.
Yeah, we're under that rare, moderate risk in parts of southeastern Nebraska today. It's the first time Jessica had done some research for us that we've seen in 4 years. Last time was in the severe weather season of 2022. But what that means is that we're going from the potential for numerous severe thunderstorms here in Lincoln to widespread severe thunderstorms in the red shaded area. And maybe we'll show the SPC outlook just to give people an idea. But in terms of the hazards, widely scattered strong to perhaps intense tornado is high to very high today. Baseball to softball sized hail, and storms are already beginning to fire up. I know we said 2 to 4 p.m. It's that red shaded area. We'll get another update in about 42 minutes or so. We'll see if anything changes, but I mean, we were talking about the difference between Beatrice to Lincoln, Beatrice to York, York to perhaps Nebraska City. Just the farther north and west you go, the risk is lower. The farther south and east you go, your risk is higher. Lincoln kind of just sandwiched in between a lower risk and a much higher risk, but it's certainly possible that we'll see numerous severe thunderstorms, and we're already kind of seeing them west of this red shaded area, but it's what happens later this afternoon and this evening we'll have to keep a close eye on.
Yeah, it might be even worth it if I can try to do this. Sometimes I'll put overlays on below the radar so we can see the overall threat and kind of where storms already are. Let me see if I can do that for today. There we go.
The Fillmore County severe thunderstorm.
Oh, you're right. They have, but they still have the one for Beatrice.
Correct.
So this is where storms are right now. We're kind of expecting them to kind of ride the yellow and orange shaded areas, but they are going to move into this red shaded area throughout the later afternoon, evening hours, and that'll be the greatest potential for giant hail and significant tornadoes.
Not a whole lot in that red shaded area in Nebraska at this
Not
point.
just yet.
A lot more to the west. But as time progresses, things will change.
I think I can show overall the tornado risk too. Just kind of get into that.
Yeah.
This doesn't have the SIGs, but we can throw the SIG on there. Maybe, maybe not. It might not show SIG.
That's okay.
Mine's not working, but that's okay. We'll get just back to radar. Did you finish what you were...
Oh, sorry, what were you going to say?
Oh, you're good. I just didn't know if you... But we're having more warnings. What'd you say?
I see
There's another.
at least a secondary tornado warning, maybe an extension off that first one.
Yep.
And you'll know, and you'll probably, if you've been watching our coverage this weekend, when those warnings are confirmed, they will change to the pink magenta color. As long as they are radar indicated, they will stay solely red. So right now,
Radar indicated.
radar indicated tornado.
This
Still
storm is
south of our viewing
capable.
area.
The storm is capable of producing a tornado over Beverly, moving north and east in 35 miles per hour. This is in Kansas. Hail up to 2 inches possible as well. Expect this to be impacting Minneapolis, Kansas, Delphus, Tescott, and Ada. But a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is out there just north of I-70. It looks like they have issued the secondary tornado warning just for this circulation that's just west of the new tornado warning. Again, it's not a great signal, but you can see the reds and greens kind of coming in together there. And overall, this storm is moving north and east at 35 miles per hour.
Mm-hmm.
So the hail threat may be increasing. And as we see this spin, this can also be looking up maybe a little higher in the storm. So kind of speaking to the mesoscale part of the storm. So the storm that's spinning and helping and produce what could be some hail, if not a low-level tornado to watch for soon, too.
We have another tornado warning now that's going to be part of our coverage area in northeastern Kansas.
There we go. Just
This is
north of
also radar
Concordia.
indicated, but
That's better circulation,
Yeah.
though, from what I'm seeing.
be parts of our area, Republican Washington counties. Yes, that's southwestern part. That's where the strongest rotation is. Again, green and red, winds going to and from the radar. The closer they are, the tighter the circulation is going
Yeah,
to
and
be.
you can see that circulation kind of tightening up, and hence the tornado warning being issued there as of the latest scan here.
Now, this is probably a good time to ask.
Mm-hmm.
Bill and Brad probably will cut in.
For this? Okay.
Maybe,
We're
right?
keeping an eye on it. I have production up.
Oh, you do? Okay.
So if you see
That was
this-
a great question. I
Yep.
just wanted to
I have
make sure
production
we weren't going
radio
at
in
the same time.
case.
Okay,
Yep.
perfect.
No, you're good. I appreciate
I was
going
going
to
to say the same thing about the Gage County severe thunderstorm because it's kind of coming towards Lincoln. I know we
I
have a
haven't
rule
seen
about that,
anything yet.
but
Yeah.
They may cut in for this now that we're starting to
And
get
then
into our
maybe
viewing
cover
area.
all that's out there. So we'll be watching for
Yeah.
that too. As Carmelo mentioned that, we'll just be sure to toss it over to them, and then you can stay right here and get that continued coverage from
Which is
Bill
so
and
great.
Brad, which is fantastic. It gives us mutually beneficial coverage because we don't have to keep going. You can get what they're saying on TV in case you're on the road and maybe not close to a TV, kind of the information they're saying, and you can stay on whatever platform you're using to kind of watch us this afternoon. Or if you're thinking about leaving and you watch their TV, you can come over to any of our social media platforms and start watching us.
We have some new information on the flood watch. They've added some
Okay.
counties to that as well. They've added Odo, and I think Mills and Montgomery, but those are counties in Iowa. They have added Odo County, though, into that flood watch based on, they say, trends and short-term model output of where the heaviest rains could fall. So Odo, in the last hour or so, have been added to the tornado watch and to the flood watch. So not only a tornado, hail, and wind threat today, but certainly going to be a heavy rain threat on the backside or just a secondary concern, as flooding will remain possible. But again, hail and wind, or hail and tornadoes, certainly the biggest concerns today.
I don't know
certainly
if I've
could be
ever
some
had this
large
happen
hail
before.
and what's happening?
My hits disappeared from the left side. Where did these go? There they are. Sorry.
straight over.
Yep.
I was also going to say that
The flood watch you're talking about.
yes, the
Let's
flood
get to
watch.
that real quick. As you can see, there's still some good circulation there just northeast of Concordia with another radar scan coming in.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get back to that. But as Carmelo's saying, yeah, more of southeast Nebraska kind of included in this. We'll get rid of that arrow. So this is the area through tomorrow morning that we could see potential for some flash flooding with repeat more thunderstorms adding more rain to this area that's already
so
been
much
pretty
rain
soaked.
in the
It
last
is.
48 hours. It's insane.
We saw nothing all month, and now we're getting kind of hammered with this. So that's a quick look at, again, the flood watch that is in effect until about 7 a.m. Tuesday, May 19th. Joe's asking, will this ever end? We all need a break.
Tomorrow.
You can imagine we would love a break too, but we got to get through one more day, Joe, and then we will be pretty good. Hannah says she's in Beatrice. We actually have a lot of viewers, I think, chiming in from Beatrice.
Yeah.
Which just have a way to get to your safe space hopefully you're home from work, and if not, I would talk to work about getting home rather quickly. If your home is Beatrice, I'd probably stay at work a little bit longer and not look to go home at this point because you're in the window for seeing some of these storms produce as strong tornadoes. And right now, we've got tornado potential just northeast of Concordia, and these storms overall are moving north and east at anywhere from 30 to 40 miles per hour. Right now, we're closely watching storms that are just across the border, southwest of Beatrice. Beatrice is in a severe thunderstorm warning. The latest information has that up to half-dollar size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds as the storm's coming toward Beatrice at 35 miles per hour. Likely to be in Diller by 2:25, which is about right now. Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good.
I've just looked through the National Weather Service chat in Topeka. Keep an eye on those northeastern Kansas storms. As of just a couple of minutes ago, they're saying the storms from north of Concordia northeast through Washington County, again, that's part of our northeast Kansas viewing area, are in a favorable environment to produce tornadoes, so heads up.
So these two probably?
Yes. They're saying the Hook southwest of Hollis and northern Cloud County is the main risk with that storm north of Concordia at this point.
That's this guy. You can kind of see these are, well, based on this radar product, looking a little hooky. These kind of do too, both of them really.
Yeah.
You get to velocity.
Still enough to certainly warrant. There we are.
Yeah, at least this one, especially like you said, north of Concordia. Again, reds are winds going away from the radar. Green are winds coming toward the radar. So when they come together in this kind of couplet, that's what our indication of rotation, kind of in a localized area. So Sibley, just east of you, there's certainly a higher tornado potential right now. This storm hasn't produced a tornado just yet, but it could be producing a tornado pretty imminently, and that's why the warning is there until about 3 o'clock. Just a short minute ago, Danielle was letting me know that our 1011's Craig Allison spoke with the Lincoln-Lancaster County Emergency Management about some of the tornado warnings and really the sirens going off yesterday over portions of Lincoln, because I think it left a lot of people kind of confused. There were a handful of tornado warnings in and around eastern Nebraska, in and around even Lancaster County, but it did prompt some of the sirens across portions of Lincoln, even areas outside of the warning polygon. So some viewers in northwest Lincoln wanted to know why sirens may have sounded when storms were farther away. But according to Lincoln-Lancaster County Emergency Management, sirens are activated by zones within Lancaster County. There are in fact 5 zones. But if any part of a tornado warning touches a zone, the entire zone will sound for those tornado sirens. Emergency Management Director Jim Davidsaver says the system is designed as an outdoor warning tool and should only be considered a first alert. He encourages people to have multiple ways to receive weather warnings, including phone alerts, NOAA weather radios, and local media.
So we have a new tornado warning that's going to be for Gage at Jefferson County, and I believe I see Brad going on now. So we might
Sounds good. We are going to let Brad take over here. We'll kind of bring him up and listen into what he's looking at.
Northeast, and this whole tornado area, this tornado warning area, needs to be advised as this storm system continues to move off to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. So we'll go back to the radar and storm tracker, and again you can see how these storms are moving. They're rapidly developing, and again the tornado warning for portions of Kansas now, also in portions of Nebraska, again Jefferson County, over towards portions of Gage County at this time. So radar indicated tornadoes. We'll keep you informed if we get any more information on these tornadoes.
Brad, before we let you go, another tornado warning issue. This is for Washington County in north central Kansas until 3 p.m. Moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. Still radar indicated, but also golf ball sized hail possible with that storm there. I got it queried on your screen right there.
All right, so Washington County, again, golf ball size hail indicated in this particular area here. And again, so 3 tornado warnings. The one I have in my hand here, this one goes until 3 o'clock. This one also goes until 3 o'clock. Remind me, the Nebraska one again, that goes until 3 o'clock as well, or 3:15?
3:15 for Jefferson and southeastern Jefferson and southern Gage County.
All right, so again, radar indicated tornadoes at this time, but they are moving to the northeast. This area is under a tornado watch until 8 p.m. So we're just starting to see this as we could see another afternoon and perhaps early evening of severe thunderstorms with potentially large hail, baseball-sized hail to perhaps softball-sized hail with some of these storms, and also the possibility of several tornadoes. A few of them could be on the intense side. So again, here is that tornado watch again for portions of southeast Nebraska. Lincoln and Lancaster County not included in the tornado watch at this time. This is a flood watch, but again, we are not included. That doesn't mean we might not see a few severe thunderstorms this afternoon, this evening for Lincoln, Seward, or Crete. But as of right now, we do not have any kind of watch other than a flood watch. But again, southeast Nebraska, northern areas of Kansas, that's where we have the tornado watch until 8 o'clock this evening. And again, we have those 3 tornado warnings at this time. But again, radar indicated at this point. So we're going to send you back to programming, but stay here to 10:11, stay focused here, and we will be talking about more if anything else develops and any more tornado warnings or any issues that happen with this storm system if it does have a touchdown or anything like that. But right now, it's just radar indicated over portions of northern Kansas, the 3 tornado warnings, the one in Nebraska, again for Jefferson County, as well as for portions of southern and southwestern Gage County as these storms continue to move to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. Stay tuned.
So coming back to our streaming coverage back here in the 1011 Now Alert Center, appreciate Chief Meteorologist Brad Anderson for his latest take on some of these storms. We did just get more information on the Odell, Nebraska kind of area, this tornado warning in effect until 3:15. Carmel, you want to read what we just heard from the National Weather Service?
Weather Service is saying the storm near Hollenberg will track toward Odell and the Wymore area, and it is quickly becoming very intense with very strong low-level rotation. It's moving about 30 miles per hour off to the north and east. So if
Velocity.
possible, pull up. Yeah, just you read
There it
my
is.
mind.
Wow, that is some strong low-level rotation that I'm seeing. Here just north of Hollenberg, like you said. This would slide probably just east of Steel City. I'm not sure what radar we're looking at. Okay, this might be a little... These are flipping on me. If I can go to the north one.
When the warning was is issued 6 minutes ago, and there probably will be an update, they were saying near Steel City around 2:30, so just a few minutes ago, and near Odell around 2:45. But it does look like the storm may have picked up its pace in the last few minutes.
So, Diller, I would make sure you're in your safe spot. If there isn't a tornado on the ground already, which we haven't confirmed just yet, this storm is very capable of producing a tornado pretty imminently here. So make sure you can find your safe spot and stay there until you are out of the warning area and given the all clear sign, as these storms are moving to the north and east, and the Diller area would be under this threat. Here in the nearest future, Beatrice, though, I'd be on high alert too as the storm is moving north and east, that this could move up into your area further into Gage County as well. Hail is also a concern too. It looks like 1.5 inches, 1 3/4 inches hail up to golf ball size hail. Certainly possible with this storm as well, which is kind of growing in size with time as these storms are intensifying.
They're also continuing the tornado warning for southeastern Republic and west central Washington counties. Severe thunderstorm cable producing a tornado located 7 miles west of Agenda, moving
Here.
northeast at 35 miles per hour.
That's this.
Yes.
In our northeastern Kansas counties, we're looking at that low-level rotation. Was that northeast at
They were saying yes. North, 7 miles west of Agenda, moving northeast at 35. Could
35.
impact the Cuba, Haddam, and Agenda areas with between now and 3 p.m.
Yeah, Cuba, Haddam, Agenda, probably hearing your phone go off. You might even be hearing your phone go off if you're in the tornado warning with Diller. So make sure you're
Some
listening
new
to that.
information on that storm. The storm near Hollenberg showing intense rotation now as it moves into Nebraska. That provides some clue as to what the environment will support as it appears the boundaries in that area. Looks like it is moving more east close to the state line right now, just a mile or so north of Hollenberg.
Yeah, I'm trying to get there. Yeah, look at that. Trying to get our product radar closer to this that shows kind of this intense rotation right in there. Kind of probably, no, we can see it. Okay. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't cutting it off anywhere. This will be worth it to kind of follow with these radar scans as they come in. You can see that tight rotation between Hollenberg and Steel City. has really come together in the last 1 and 2 radar scans within the last couple minutes.
Absolutely.
So this is concerning. If you have friends or family in the Diller area, I would be sure to give them a phone call and make sure that they're heading to their basement or their safe spot, away from the doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you can. Windows will go first. The top of any buildings will go first, too, in a situation like this, if a tornado is forming, and it looks like it could be happening pretty quickly. So our first severe thunderstorm warnings our first tornado warnings are being issued here across portions of southeastern Nebraska. I kind of want to zoom out because I think a lot of us, we can get bogged down in the localized details without giving people that are tuning in kind of a sense of the overall picture of these storms. So this is a look across southeastern Nebraska, northeastern Kansas. We now have a good 3 tornado warnings issued for portions of southeast Nebraska and areas in and around Concordia and toward I-70 in Kansas. But we're watching this entire area because we do cover just a few counties in northeastern Kansas. And what we're watching for is these storms coming out of Kansas, bubbling up into our area for our threat here throughout this afternoon.
No doubt about that. Absolutely. Let's see if I have any latest information from the Weather Service.
I might go back to this severe thunderstorm warning that
They're saying expect a tornado between Hollenberg and Diller at any moment, if not already.
Okay, so we'll go back to rotation. Yeah, that's another radar scan. Wow, there's a look at it. This keeps switching on me. Not sure what.
In between 2 radars. It's
Yeah, we
what
are.
it is.
Unfortunately, this one might be our best bet. Look at that. Whew. Yeah, we are expecting a tornado imminently with rotation like that, if there isn't one
Between
already on the
Hollenberg
ground.
and Diller once
I'm
again.
going to keep an eye on production, too, to make sure if they're cutting it at any point,
Mm-hmm.
we keep an eye on that. I have it in the bigger screen, so maybe we can see it a little bit better. But this would be kind of just east of Steel City. What is that? Highway 6? What highway is that? Between Steel City and Odell. Trying to bring up a better map for me to see.
That is either Highway 8 or Highway 12.
Highway 8.
Highway
You're right.
8.
Highway 8. Yep.
Yep, Highway 8.
So this would be kind of crossing Highway 8 here shortly. And again, as this is moving toward Diller, that would be along Highway 103.
Yeah, I would say the worst of the rotation is just
So
to the
hopefully
northeast of Steel City. It's
More
headed
rural
towards
areas,
Diller.
but yes, certainly something we're watching for. Overall, the severe thunderstorm warning, I was going to see how many people that's affecting. About 17,000. So this isn't as rural as you would think, kind of covering this area and including Beatrice. But Beatrice is just kind of on the edge of this tornado warning. Again, these tornado warnings are going to go until about 3:15, so we've got another 45 minutes. So hopefully you are in your safe spot. If you're in Steel City, in and around Diller, kind of along Highway 8 and 103. Odell, I would be in your safe space, even Wymore as well. The lowest place in your home that you can get to. I've had some people, as we've been out to school talks, if you don't have a basement, if you've got time, neighbors may have a basement. That would be a better spot to be in than even an interior room at this point, making sure you can get low and into the ground. On Facebook, Carmelo, I appreciate some people chiming in and letting me know that's Highway 8. Some people are still asking about Omaha. That's kind of later into this event.
Yes. Yeah, certainly not the immediate concern. That's going to be in the next few hours or so, probably in the 4, maybe even later, late as 5 to 7 p.m. time frame. Probably as early as 4, though, but in the immediate concern, that's certainly going to be far southeastern parts of Nebraska, northeastern Kansas. Yeah, certainly some very strong rotation.
Yeah,
though.
I was just going back in radar scans here toward 220. This is closer to 230. And now within the last several minutes, you can see maybe broadening just a little bit, but this thunderstorm is certainly going to be capable of producing a tornado here in the near future. Today, strong wording with the tornado watch in the fact that we're watching for strong, intense tornadoes that could be on the ground for a while. In fact, some of these supercells that are coming out of northeastern Kansas are in a favorable environment that they could stay pretty discreet, pretty isolated for a while. So maybe posing that threat for tornadoes and large hail for quite some time into this afternoon.
No new information from the Weather Service, so that is a good sign. But again, they still said, as of just 4 minutes ago, expect a tornado at any moment, if not already. soon to be crossing the Highway 8 corridor there as it moves east of Steel City and unfortunately maybe towards the Diller area.
This is moving, can you see, was it northeast at 35
It
miles per hour
is,
or?
1 second. They said as a few minutes ago, though, so it may have changed, but they were saying northeast at 30.
This is too, let me zoom out just a little bit.
Yeah.
North and east at 30 miles per hour would put us at, let's see here. You said 30?
30.
Kind of in Diller by 2:49 within the next 9 minutes. Beatrice, you'd be kind of in the path of this eventually by 3:18. Pickerel by 3:32. That gives you a timeline between now and about 3:30. The next 40 minutes or 50 minutes or so. So again, just radar indicated rotation. Carmelo gave us this reminder a little while ago, but it's worth repeating. If we have an observed tornado on the ground, these polygons will turn a pink color.
It will.
So nothing on the ground just yet, but that doesn't mean that the storm couldn't be producing a tornado as we speak. It'll take some time for spotters to really get that information to the National Weather Service for them to upgrade the tornado warning. So we're trying to give you as much lead time as we can for these storms here this afternoon on a Monday, May 18th.
They're also continuing the tornado warning in Washington, Kansas, northwestern Washington County, excuse me. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 8 miles east of Mahaska, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. Hollenberg, also a location included, so kind of just riding, these storms kind of just back-to-back lines because we have that tornado warning in southeast Nebraska. Then we have that tornado warning right behind it.
Unfortunately, the best circulation I'm seeing is on the Nebraska side, towards Steel City and Odell, because as you go back toward Agenda, there's a little circulation right there, but certainly going to need to keep an eye on this closer to home.
Yep. They're saying for that Washington County one, another radar-indicated tornadic storm moving out of Haddam will move into the warning in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So it's the one on the back end, that southwesternmost tornado warning, the third of them in that line. That will be moving into areas that may have already seen tornado warnings today. Maybe nothing confirmed, but kind of just repeating the activity.
So that proves a good point, because as these storms are moving northeast, even if you're out of one warning, I would still stay in your safe spot, because there could be more storms moving in from the southwest for repeat rounds of what could be strong storms for areas like Hollenberg, Odell, Moroville in Kansas, Washington, Hanover. Certainly what we're watching here as we get closer to home, try to switch radars there and show you this tight circulation.
It does appear that it may just be crossing the Highway 8 corridor at this point. And based on its current track, it may just move to the east
of Diller.
Yeah, that's exactly where I would think. Just maybe east of Diller. That's what we hope for.
But that doesn't mean you're safe in Diller. Make sure you're in your safe spot, and friends and family know in Diller that they should be in their safe spot.
Especially those in Beatrice. I know they're not under the tornado warning at this time, but if this does continue on its current track and intensify, which it very well could pose a threat for Beatrice as we go through this afternoon. Ooh, that's severe thunderstorm warning, Jessica. We should probably take a look at that, though, as well. Destructive storm for the warned area. That's going to be...
Does that include Beatrice? Is that the one you're talking about?
Yes. 2:40 p.m. Severe thunderstorm is located over Diller, 11 miles east of Fairbury, moving north at 30. So nobody has seen the what am I trying to say? Nobody's seen baseball size.
They haven't observed it, but it's certainly capable of producing baseball size. So it has the destructive tag on it. It's moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Within the last few minutes, it was over Diller or 11 miles east of Fairbury, moving north and east at 30 miles per hour, expected to impact Beatrice and Harbine eventually. So I think I haven't had, maybe we can bring up kind of hail zone or hail tracks. Maybe that would be worth looking at.
Okay.
Here's radar estimated hail size right now. Kind of pushing inch and a half towards Steel City. This would be the forecast for the hail zone. This would be on a path you can see toward Beatrice here. Leading up toward 1 inch, maybe a little bit more in the near future. Go back to radar, though.
Okay. They're asking in the National Weather Service chat. Let's see. Sorry, just 1 second. Strongly suspect that there was a tornado based on the Hastings and Topeka radars, roughly 2 to 5 miles northeast of Hollenberg, but now the rotation is evolving and moving more easterly and appears very likely to produce soon. So about 2 to 5 miles northeast of Hollenberg.
Which is what we're watching between Steel City, Odell, and Diller. Just kind of lining up with Highway 8, maybe just east of Highway 103. Right in there. So again, these storms are all south of Lincoln right now. For those maybe chiming in and asking about Lincoln, we're still going to be in the threat for some large hail, some damaging winds as we go through this evening. I don't think that window will end for us until we get after about 6 or 7 o'clock.
Absolutely.
But as Carmelo's wanting me to make sure that we keep a close eye on too is the hail threat with this storm. Even though it's got circulation, it could be baseball-sized hail that this storm is producing, which would be very destructive.
Very destructive.
In its path for any of these locations. And the tornado warning is a different shape than the actual severe thunderstorm warning. So the severe thunderstorm warning includes portions of Fairbury, Plymouth, Harbine, and Beatrice, but the circulation for now, again, is just south of Diller.
Yeah, I would say just about due south of Diller, but it is moving off to the east-northeast.
We can kind of put this into motion maybe over the last hour to give people a sense of how this is moving. Maybe even the last half hour. And move it very slow. There you go. There's that circulation. Joanna saying in Beatrice, so much thunder. Wouldn't be surprised. A lot of storms lately have produced a lot of lightning, and we've had a lot of light shows from some of these storms. Nick's asking, are we thinking it's going to make it up to Elmwood and Weeping Water? Can't tell if this is going to track east of that.
Elmwood, Weeping Water, so we're talking about, north and east of the capital city, north and east of Lancaster County. Eventually, maybe. It's still a ways away, and these storms aren't moving at too quick of a rate. I think thunderstorms are certainly possible, but whether they see the most intense as severe weather, though, that is still in question. I mean, I know that area is not under the tornado watch at this time. Okay, they said a tornado just touched down and then lifted east of Steel City per chaser cameras.
Touchdown and lifted?
Touchdown and lifted east of Steel City, and that's still where the strongest rotation is. Basically, east of Steel City, west of Odell, and south of Diller.
Really impressive right now.
Oh, confirmed. They're changing.
Oh, there we
tag
go.
now.
Yep. So we've got the pink color now, confirming the tornado. So again, if you're in and around Diller, just northeast, or I should say due east of Diller, this would be in your path as this moves north and east with time. At about 25 miles per hour, it's slowing down just a little bit. But that is an impressive radar signature
We'll
for
be
sure.
watching out for Brad, too. I would imagine he'll be cut back in here shortly. But yeah, very impressive couplet, what we call on the radar, just those tight winds going to and from.
So there has been a history of this storm producing a tornado, but what we have heard from the National Weather Service is it may have lifted. That doesn't mean another tornado can't come down pretty soon, or is as we're speaking. So that's why we have the observed tag on this system already. That is a very impressive circulation that we're seeing right now in radar, in the oranges and the greens. Those winds coming together. Brad is not on yet, but we're keeping an eye on when they cut in. Kind of shocked that he hasn't come on yet, but they're probably getting their show ready to go so that they can go through several of these warnings. I'll zoom back out to kind of give you a scope of where this is at again, too. We're watching this for Diller, Wymore, just south of Beatrice and Gage County. This would be on kind of a path to graze maybe southern Lancaster County with time, maybe, if not head for more Odo County eventually. So this is kind of what we're watching, though, in the near future. So it looks like we're getting a cut-in now here for Chief Meteorologist Brad Anderson. We're going to take him live and listen in.
Jefferson County, this color, this polygon is now a magenta color, which means that there has been an observed tornado just to the east of Steel City. A tornado was observed, touched down briefly, and then it went back up, but that doesn't mean it can't touch back down again. So again, in this area, that means that an observed tornado, it's no longer just radar indicated, but there was an observation of a tornado, again, east of Steel City, and north of the Diller area now, where we could be looking at some very large hail as it continues to move off to the northeast and then eventually going to slide into portions of Gage County. So this tornado warning still in effect until 3:15. Blue Springs, Glenwood, Odell, Wymore it could be impacted, but right now we're kind of focused on the Diller area. Here, Steel City, again to the east, is where we saw the observed tornado a few minutes ago. But again, the whole storm system is drifting off to the northeast. So this is a particularly dangerous storm system. Again, there was an observation of a tornado. It apparently, from the observer, did touch down and then went back up. But again, we still have the rotation. We still have the tornado warning, so it certainly could drop again at any point on the ground, as again, this was an observed tornado. So again, Steel City towards the Diller area, and again, right to the, looks like to the west of Odell is where we have the best circulation right now. So again, this has now started to move into portions of the southwestern areas of Gage County, and again, it is moving to the northeast. In addition to the rotation as well as the possible tornado, we have basically baseball-sized hail with this particular storm system. So there you can see the velocity there, the rotation, the different colors next to each other, basically indicating that rotation of this particular tornado. And again, as we said, it was observed, and it certainly could be observed again up and down. That sometimes happens with these storm systems, but again, it hasn't shown any signs of weakening. So that's why it looks like, again, it possibly could touch down. So folks in southwestern areas of Gage County between Diller and Odell certainly need to take shelter at this point into their safe spot, into their tornado shelter. And again, as this tornado warning continues until 3:15. Anything else to add, Bill?
I'll just the updated warning text from that tornado warning said at 2:48, so 4 minutes ago, confirmed tornado is located 3 miles southeast of Diller or 15 miles east of Fairbury, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. And as you mentioned, obviously the tornado and baseball-sized hail possible with this storm. It will be near Odell 2:55, so in about 2 minutes, and Wymore and Blue Springs at around 3:10 p.m. as it crosses over into portions of Gage County. So that's the latest warning text from the National Weather Service.
All right, so again, tornado warning continues until 3:15. It has been, at least at one point, an observed tornado, but it could additionally drop down, and perhaps it already has. We just got that visualization again not too long ago east of Steel City. So again, folks in this area, please take shelter at this point to your safe spot. And again, you can see this is where we have that rotation. And again, basically just to the west of Odell, between Diller and Odell, is where this possible tornado is at this time. And again, it is moving to the northeast at about 25 miles per hour. So again, take shelter in this area, and again, moving to the northeast, and again, could impact the Wymore area as it continues to slide to the east. So this is at least the only tornado warning that we've had observed so far this afternoon. We do have some additional tornado warnings down in portions of Kansas. They're still radar indicated at this point for Washington. That goes until 3 o'clock. 2-inch size hail, again, a little bit of rotation there. And then we also have that tornado warning for Republic in Washington County, Kansas, until 3 o'clock. Again, also looking at 2-inch size hail in this area. So those are the tornado warnings we have at this time. But again, the more particular dangerous one is the one where there was an observed tornado at one point in this polygon here, this magenta color here, as it continues to drift off towards the northeast. Again, a lot of it starting to slide into portions of western and southwestern areas of Gage County. Now, at least so far, the tornado warning does not include Beatrice, but Beatrice is under a severe thunderstorm warning at this time for the potential for large hail. It looks like we may have a new severe thunderstorm warning, or at least it's extended into portions of northern Gage County, as well as maybe a little bit now in south central sections of Lancaster County. So it looks like it's Gage, Jefferson, Johnson, and Lancaster County. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for 2-inch size hail. That's basically a hen egg size, or looking at 60-mile-per-hour winds, lime-size hail, some people say. So again, we're looking at that now starting to drift into northern portions of the state, of Gage County. So again, we're looking at south central Lancaster County, southwestern Johnson County, eastern Jefferson County, northwestern Pawnee County, Gage County, and southeastern. It goes until 4 p.m. And again, it looks like 2-inch size hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and moving to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. So a storm in the Beatrice area near 3 o'clock. And again, it's about 2:56 right now, so getting close to the Beatrice area at this time. So folks need to take shelter in this area as far as a severe thunderstorm warning with potential for that large hail. Again, 2-inch size hail right now as it moves perhaps through the city of Beatrice. But again, still watching that tornado warning for portions of Jefferson County and southern areas and southwestern areas of Gage County, where we did have observed tornado earlier east of Steel City. Well, you grabbed my reading glasses there too. Just kind of squinting there, but thank you very much. Bill's always right there for me. So again, let's take a look at this new tornado warning. This tornado warning is for east central Republic County and north central Kansas and northern Washington County. So again, we do have the tornado, potential golf ball size hail. Right now, it is a radar indicated tornado. Washington, Hanover, Cuba, Moraville, as well as Haddam and Hollenberg. Again, this is the towns that could be impacted by this storm. So not only a radar indicated tornado, but the potential for golf ball size hail. And again, you can see that this tornado warning for Gage, Jefferson County, Blue Springs, Glenwood, Odell, and Wymore. Again, that goes until 3:15. It's almost 3 o'clock now.
Brad, so I'll interrupt you here real quick. This is from emergency manager down in Gage County. Wymore Fire Department just confirming a tornado on the ground near Odell.
So right there. So a Wymore Fire Department indicating a tornado is on the ground now near Odell. Near Odell or in Odell or just in the area?
It says near Odell.
Near Odell. We do have the tornado on the ground, an observed tornado. Again, there it is. There is the rotation, but also now on the ground. Again, then this is not a radar indicated tornado as it moves to the northeast. So again, folks in southwestern areas of Gage County, in the Odell area for sure, even as you head towards Wymore, need to be in their tornado safety shelter, their safety place, a basement, of course, a basement. And if you don't have a basement, an interior room, away from windows, away from outside walls, perhaps a closet will be a good place. Again, if it's inside a bathroom, places like that. Again, if you go into the basement, it might even be good to get under something heavy furniture at this point, as we do have, again, that possible tornado, or actually observed tornado in the Odell area, right to perhaps to the west of Odell, as it was observed by the Wymore Fire Department. So I just wanted to see what we have here. There's a flood until 8 p.m. for southwestern Gage County, southeastern Jefferson County. Flash flooding has indicated some flooding of small creeks and streams, so that's a flash flood warning. But right now, of course, we're concerned more about the tornado that was observed on the ground, that is being observed on the ground in the Odell area at this point. So again, you can see that it is right there, those colors, those different colors, the green and the red there indicating that rotation of the mesocyclone, of course, the tornado, and that's where we have the concern at this point as it continues to slowly move off to the northeast. Again, the tornado warning still goes until 3:15. It's 2:59 now. So we got a ways to go. So in the Odell area, certainly Wymore, south of the Beatrice area, Highway 77, need to keep an eye and take shelter as the storm continues to move to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. So that's the one confirmation we have right now of a tornado. We saw a report of it dropping down east of Steel City, and now we have reports of it on the ground in the Odell area. Bill, you have anything else?
Nothing new right now. The storm report that came down from the Weather Service said 3 miles northwest Odell for that tornado report, which is about where we're looking here on the radar and where we see that circulation on the velocity signature. Again, we're kind of right on the edge of two radars here, so we kind of keep flipping back and forth between the Omaha radar and the Hastings radar, which is why you kind of see those colors continue to change. But this looks like obviously to be mainly over rural areas across portions of southwestern Gage County, but just to the north of Highway 8, just to the east of Highway 103, and just to the west of Highway 112. And as you've already said, moving to the north and east at about 30 miles an hour. So folks in Wymore and then along Highway 77 will need to continue to watch out pretty closely for this thunderstorm right now. Still a pretty decent velocity signature here, Brad. Certainly wouldn't shock me if there was a tornado that's currently on the ground out there. And it looks like they just issued another tornado warning here. This is for portions of Gage County, and this is an observed tornado. The text says here, tornado warning for southern Gage County until 4 p.m. At 2:59, a confirmed tornado was located 4 miles north of Odell or 12 miles south of Beatrice, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. Damaging tornado and hail up to 2 inches in diameter. Weather spotters confirmed the tornado near Odell at 2:58 p.m.
So yeah, again, that's moving to the northeast, and again, this new one goes until 4 o'clock. So again, the Wymore area, potentially the Blue Springs area could be impacted by this 2-inch size hail as well. And again, this moving to the northeast, did you say at 30, 35 miles per hour?
At 30 miles per hour, and you got the list of locations impacted there, which will first include Odell.
Yes, Odell right now, Wymore around 305, Blue Springs 310, Holmesville around 3:15, Virginia around 3:30 p.m. as this storm continues to track to the northeast at about 30 miles per hour. And again, it's an observed tornado. It's on the ground right now. So again, Odell, certainly Odell area, you should be in your shelter. Wymore area should be in your shelter as this storm system continues to track to the northeast now at about 30 miles per hour. And again, this magenta polygon, that tells us that it's been observed. We talk about radar indicated tornadoes and then observed tornadoes. So this is an actual observed tornado now in portions of southern Gage County, affecting perhaps the Odell area, or at least northwest of Odell, and then again moving towards the Wymore area, but also places like Blue Springs could be impacted at 3:10 and Holmesville around 3:15, Virginia around 3:30 p.m. So again, that is the tornado warning, the observed tornado warning for Gage County that goes until 4 o'clock. We have additional tornado warnings, but as of right now, those are radar indicated tornadoes. Still need to be taken seriously though, because the radar indication, the Doppler radar is seeing the rotation, is seeing the movement, the circulation in these storms, and it could be a precursor to a tornado touchdown. So when we say radar indicated, that doesn't mean it's any less particularly dangerous. That's what's given us the advance warning to warn you that there could be a potential tornado. So even these radar indicated tornadoes need to be taken seriously, because they can certainly drop a tornado at any point. So again, take that seriously, even these radar indicated tornadoes. But obviously, when we have one on the ground, we get the different color here, the magenta color, and that is why we're most concerned again with between Odell and Wymore as that tornadic storm continues to drift to the northeast at about 30 miles per hour.
And Brad, I'll jump in. They sent out an updated sort of warning text for the tornado warning for southeastern Jefferson and southern Gage counties. Said at 3:01 p.m. p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 3 miles southwest of Steel City or 10 miles southeast of Fairbury, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. Tornado and 2-inch diameter hail possible with that storm. And if we zoom in here closer and look at that storm and punch up the velocity, we can actually see there's a little bit of rotation there, kind of right over the Steel City area now with this storm in southeastern Jefferson County.
So again, you said that that was an observed tornado at this.
This is still radar indicated,
okay.
But the Weather Service noting in their chat that rotation increasing again with this storm in southeastern Jefferson County.
So this is a different storm or a different cell, because this one that was now moving towards the Wymore area was in this area earlier. So this is a different cell, again, impacting the Steel City area. So again, radar indicated at this particular time, but again, still need to take your tornado shelter, your safety spot, as again, rotation is strong in this area, and again, Steel City area and moving towards the Diller area. Now, this official tornado warning for Gage and Jefferson County goes until 3:15, so it's 3:05 right now. So again, we do have that taking place. So as of right now, no word of an observed tornado because we don't have that magenta color yet, but again, that doesn't mean that there isn't one on the ground or there's one that could be forming, as we got that note. But basically, we need to keep an eye on that particular cell as well. And of course, we're keeping an eye on the storm system that's in southern areas of Gage County that could be impacting the Wymore area. It is 3:05 right now, so certainly could be looking at the Wymore area being potentially affected by this tornado. And again, if not even just the tornado, the fact that there could be large hail 2 inches in diameter falling from these thunderstorms. So again, that's what we're concerned about at this point. And again, of course, we have the severe thunderstorm that's moving through Beatrice right now, moving into portions of northern Gage County. That's just a severe thunderstorm warning at this point. And again, I'll get you some information on that because it does include south central Lancaster County. Nothing really impacting southern Lancaster County yet, but again, we certainly could be seeing that with potential for 2-inch size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts as that storm continues to move to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. So we'll keep an eye on that storm again in the Beatrice area northward as it moves into northern areas of Gage County. But certainly Beatrice getting hit right now pretty hard, at least with the potential for that 2-inch size hail as well as the 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And again, still keeping an eye, of course, on the tornado potentially on the ground in the Wymore area. If we want to take a look again, Bill, at the velocity of that and see if it's about the same, if it's weakening. Have you heard any updates or anything from the National Weather Service as far as visuals?
No updates on anything confirmed on the ground or anything like that. Been checking, chaser cameras, and I haven't come across anything just yet. You can see on the velocity signature here, which again, we're kind of right between radars here, so we keep flipping back and forth between a couple of them, but it looked like it would be just west of Highway 77, Highway 112, that would be north of the Odell area. So mainly over rural areas, but folks in Wymore and along Highway 77 will certainly want to continue to keep an eye on this cell as it continues to push through the area. And it looks like maybe we just got another tornado warning that was issued here, Brad.
Yeah, I did see that pop on.
Print out here, we have a tornado warning for southeastern Jefferson County and southwestern Gage County until 3:45, and this is still radar indicated. It says at 3:06 p.m. a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Steel City or 11 miles southeast of Fairbury, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. Obviously, a tornado is possible at any moment with this storm, as well as ping pong ball size hail. This dangerous storm will be near the Diller area in about 3 minutes at about 3:10. So that's the latest new tornado warning that was issued. And it looks like maybe they also put an update on the severe thunderstorm warning that said at 3:05 p.m. a severe thunderstorm was located 5 miles southwest of Beatrice, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. Another severe thunderstorm was located near Endicott, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. 2-inch hail as well as 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible with that severe thunderstorm warning.
All right, so the new tornado warning is
radar indicated.
Radar indicated.
And it's still for that southeastern Jefferson County and southwestern Gage County areas. Now we kind of have almost 2 areas of rotation on the screen that we're looking at. One, if I'll circle it, is going to be right here, just kind of north of Odell. And then we have a second sort of more broad area near Steel City along Highway 8.
And again, this one is the one that has been observed, an
Yes.
observed tornado
Yes.
earlier near Odell, and it continues to move to the northeast. But earlier, the Wymore Fire Department indicated that they also saw a tornado on the ground with this particular tornado cell, correct?
That is correct.
And again, watching this one here, although no reports of anything on the ground, there's certainly some rotation here in the Steel City area, and that is also moving to the Diller area. So again, that new tornado warning that you just issued, we'll get you the specifics here. Southeastern Jefferson County, southwestern Gage County till 3:45. Again, a tornado possible, still technically radar indicated, but tornado possible, ping pong ball size hail, a possibility with this. Again, near Steel City, and it is moving to the northeast at about 25 miles per hour. So those are the tornado warnings that we have right now. And of course, we still have a tornado warning for portions of northern, I believe, northern Washington County in Kansas. So right now, if I'm right, we have 3 tornado warnings going on right now.
It looks like there are 3 on the Nebraska side of the border, yes.
Okay.
With one of them, the new one that was just issued for southeastern Jefferson, southwestern Gage, which I just handed to you, is the one that goes until 3:45. The old one that's still kind of mixed in there technically goes for another 5 minutes until 3:15. And then we have the one tornado warning on the Kansas side right now. That is for Washington County, and that goes until 3:45, and that is also still radar indicated with that storm. I'll be curious, Brad, obviously this whole cluster of storms is continuing to lift to the north and east right along the cold front. Obviously, if you step outside right now in Lincoln, it's 57 degrees, it's overcast, it's kind of cool. It will be interesting to see what these storms do as they kind of cross over this boundary. By far and away, the greatest tornado threat today will be where that moderate risk is from the Storm Prediction Center and where this PDS tornado watch is currently in place. But we could still see some strong storms here in Lincoln. We just don't think the tornado threat would be the thing to be worried about in Lincoln. It would be more of the hail threat, I think, here in Lancaster County.
Right, and PDS, as you said, it means particularly dangerous situation. Again, the National Weather Service usually doesn't use that term very often, but in this case, in this tornado watch area, for the potential for perhaps strong and violent tornadoes is higher than what we've seen recently. So again, Lincoln not included in that tornado watch, but that doesn't mean we still won't have at least the chance for some severe weather. We're technically in that enhanced risk from the Storm Prediction Center, which means we could be looking at the possibility of severe storms. Maybe not, can't rule out a tornadic storm, but it may be more of a hail type situation if we do see some storms in the Lincoln area. Now, we did see on radar there were a few storms to the west of Lincoln, I believe in Seward County, but those are not severe at this time. Nothing threatening Lincoln immediately at this point. We still have some storms, of course, in northern areas of Gage County. That's a severe thunderstorm warning. That also technically for far southern areas of Lancaster County, we are looking at, again, that severe thunderstorm warning that's impacting with a 2-inch size hail. But again, right now, these are the strongest thunderstorms and a couple of tornado or 3 tornado warnings officially for Nebraska, and then one over northern areas of Kansas. So again, as Bill was saying, right along that boundary, right along that cold front is where we have those storms firing up. And again, Lincoln, yeah, we're a little more on the cool side. It's certainly warmer and more muggy here in northern Kansas and far southeastern section of the state. So it's again between that boundary is where we could see the more dangerous thunderstorms. Again, there's a lot of shear going on, a lot of potential rotation going on, and that's why we have this particular dangerous situation as far as the potential for tornadoes.
And
so
just to kind of give you some context there, like you just mentioned, Brad, it's 57 here in Lincoln with a 55-degree dew point. In Falls City, it's 77 degrees with a 68-degree dew point right now. So that low-level moisture surging northward, and we're right now on the drier side of that boundary here in Lincoln.
But certainly you can tell a very large complex now of thunderstorms over portions of southeast Nebraska now. Again, we have that severe thunderstorm warning for portions, again, of Jefferson County, Gage County. Again, Beatrice not under a tornado warning, or maybe just to the south of Beatrice we've got that tornado warning. But Beatrice, I don't think officially is in that tornado warning, but in a severe thunderstorm warning, again, for large hail. But again, we've been watching the observed tornado, again, the magenta polygon box there, if you will. Again, that means there has been an observed tornado. Earlier it was by Odell, and then confirmed tornado perhaps from the Wymore, fire department, saying that they had a tornado on the ground as it continues to move off to the northeast at about 25 miles per hour. So that's what we have right now, and no new information on that. We've been watching a tornado warning in the Steel City area. You can see, again, some rotation potentially in this area. We have not had an observed tornado from this. Now, earlier we did with this cell. There was an observed tornado at least east of Steel City. This is a different thunderstorm cell that has rotation, but as of right now, it is still a radar-indicated tornado in the Steel City area. But again, it's moving towards Diller. So from Steel City to Diller is where folks certainly need to be in their safe spot, in their tornado shelter, as this particular storm continues to drift off towards the northeast. You have anything, Bill?
No, not yet. And I mean, you look at the velocity signatures here right now, there's nothing very clear or convincing of anything necessarily on the ground right now. Certainly the rotation that's just to the north and east of Steel City looks pretty broad, looks pretty diffuse. Wouldn't be all that concerned based on just that view right there. And then it gets pretty messy as you head into portions of Gage County. But certainly, at least on the velocities, folks in Wymore and along Highway 77, and it looks like, Brad, they just updated two things just happened there. The one tornado warning expired for southeastern Jefferson, southwestern Gage. There still is a tornado warning in those areas, though, till 3:45, and they did update the tornado warning for Gage County. It is no longer a confirmed tornado, but a radar-indicated tornado, and the updated warning text says at 3:13 p.m., severe thunderstorm was located capable of producing a tornado was located over Blue Springs, or 9 miles southeast of Beatrice, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. Tornado is possible, as well as golf ball-sized hail. Storm will be near Blue Springs and Wymore right now, basically in Holmesville around 3:20.
So no longer an observed tornado, as you said, but that doesn't mean that it can't, again, drop down. So just because they lift up doesn't mean that there's not the potential for it to drop down. There's still rotation with that storm, so again, another tornado can be produced. So it may not be an observed tornado anymore, but certainly a dangerous storm system. It continues to move from the Wymore area and will start to slide more into portions of eastern and southeastern areas of Gage County. And of course, we're still watching that tornado warning, again, radar indicated in the Diller area at this time. So a severe thunderstorm warning for Gage, Jefferson, Johnson, Lancaster County. That goes until 4 o'clock. And you can see just basically from Hickman southward is where Lancaster County is affected right now. But again, Beatrice has really, again, although not in the tornado warning, certainly has been hit pretty hard here with this slow-moving thunderstorm cell. It just seems to be right over Beatrice, as well as, again, potentially that 2-inch size hail in the Beatrice area, of course, with a very heavy rainfall, as well as the potential for wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour as that moves to the northeast. So places like Adams could be impacted by this storm as it continues to drift off towards the northeast. Again, nothing really threatening Lincoln right now. We're seeing a few storms, perhaps in the Hallam area, southwestern areas of Lancaster County, but those storms are not severe at this point.
The latest I have from the Weather Service, Brad says the storm in southern Gage County appears to have 2 areas of rotation, with the primary and strongest circulation passing very close to Wymore right now. While we do not have confirmation of a tornado on the ground at this time, any tornado that may be occurring could be rain-wrapped and difficult to see due to storms merging into the circulation.
Right, that's another reason why even when we talk about radar indicated tornadoes, they might not be visible because they could be rain wrapped, meaning that the rain is wrapping around it and it's not visible to storm spotters or anyone. So that's why even when we talk about radar indicated tornadoes, tornado warnings, they need to be taken seriously because there certainly could be a tornado on the ground and cannot be seen. So again, this is where what we're talking about, the Wymore area, some pretty good circulation going on here. And again, this tornado warning continues until 4 o'clock. So again, right there, maybe just to the northeast of the Wymore area as this continues to track off towards the northeast. So that's what we're concerned about right now. We've been watching this storm. This was the cell that earlier was by the Steel City area that possibly produce a tornado. Now again, in between Steel City and Diller, that's another storm system, not this one. So that's what is moving off to the northeast. So again, as it starts to move into portions of eastern Gage County, folks to the east of Wymore and northeast of Wymore need to take shelter. And again, here's the other area where we're seeing at least a little bit of rotation. We have not heard of any confirmed tornadoes with this particular cell, but again, tornado warning needs to be taken seriously as it also slides to the east. And again, this tornado warning goes until 3:45 for an 1.5-inch size hail, and again, a possible tornado, at least at this point, radar indicated.
And I'll just add the Weather Service just updated that warning. They trimmed off a little bit of the western edge, so Steel City no longer included in a tornado warning there in southeastern Jefferson County. And it says as of 3:16, so just a minute or two ago, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Diller or 15 miles southwest of Beatrice, moving northeast now at 40 miles an hour, Brad. So picking up speed a little bit. Tornado and ping pong ball sized hail possible. Storm will be around Odell here in about the next minute. So Diller and Odell have both had a couple rounds of some thunderstorms here over the last few minutes, and both of those storms potentially produced a tornado, or at least have produced tornado warnings. So again, a lot of intense activity right now across portions of Jefferson and into Gage County. And I did also want to mention there's a new flash flood warning that was issued, and this is for portions of Washington County in north central Kansas. That goes until 7:15. They're estimating already between 1 and 2 inches of rain has fallen, and potentially another couple inches of rain falling over the course of the next hour. So a lot going on out there tonight right now, Brad. Some thunderstorms kind of percolating up across portions of Saline and Seward County, but we have had no indications, again, across Lincoln, Lancaster County, Seward, or Saline County that those storms are all that strong at this time.
Yeah, at this point, Lancaster County, Lincoln, we're not under any kind of tornado watch or severe thunderstorm watch at this time. We are technically under a flood watch. But again, we're not under any kind of severe thunderstorm watch or tornado watch. That being said, again, we certainly could be looking at the potential for some severe thunderstorms in Lincoln. Maybe not as great as it will be in that tornado watch area, and the tornado risk is lower, I think, for the Lancaster County area, Seward as well. The chance is lower. But again, there's still a possibility. Again, I think if we were to see severe storms in the Lincoln area, I think the primary threat would be large hail and damaging winds. So we're certainly going to keep an eye on these storms, the Wilbur, Crete area, a few storms in Seward. Again, nothing threatening Lincoln, although maybe a little bit to the south, southwest of Lincoln, there could be some cells developing. But again, these are non-severe storms at this point. But again, certainly could be looking at some thunder and lightning and maybe some rain moving closer to the Denton area before too long, and maybe the southern side of Lincoln. So keeping an eye on those storms, but as I mentioned, Lancaster County not under any kind of severe thunderstorm watch or tornado watch at this time.
Pass along real quick just a couple of things. One, we had a storm report, 2.25-inch sized hail near Deschler in Thayer County. That came in, it was a little bit more than 2 inches. I think that actually might have been from last night, to be honest with you. And then quarter-sized hail falling right now in downtown Beatrice near Highway 136, Highway 77 interchange. And then also Weather Service talking about some very strong rotation near Blue Springs right now across portions of Gage County. So let's go in here and find Blue Springs. I believe that's right along Highway 77, yeah. Brad. Again, on the radar here, kind of hard to make out right now, at least from the radar scans that we have in front of us.
So yeah, there's the tornado, and this is kind of where we're seeing that rotation. Looks like, again, just to the north of the Wymore area. And again, this tornado warning goes until 4 o'clock. As of right now, nothing observed, but as we had a report earlier that it is possible, because the rotation is pretty good, it could be a rain-wrapped system, because this storm does have a history of producing a tornado. It's just not technically observed at this point, or it's technically radar indicated at this point, but that doesn't mean that if it's rain wrapped, that means nobody can visually see it. So something could still be on the ground at this point, and just no one has seen it. And that's why everybody downwind of this, as it moves to the northeast, needs to take shelter, as this potentially, again, has had a history of producing tornadoes and may continue to produce tornadoes. So again, this is the cell that we're watching right now. Any new information?
We had a new tornado warning that was issued. This is for southwestern Washington County in north central Kansas. 322 severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over Miltonvale, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So that's getting down here into far southwestern Washington County, which is kind of on the edge of our coverage area. But again, that's just indicative of more storms developing kind of down towards the I-70 corridor in Kansas that are continuing to push to the north and east that eventually could impact the 1011 coverage area as we continue to go over the next couple of hours.
So again, this tornado warning, this goes until 3:45, and again, just a little bit of far eastern and southeastern Jefferson County still impacted by this as the storm is now beginning to shift more into portions of western and southwestern Gage County. So again, this tornado warning continues until 3:45, and then our other tornado warning that is for, again, south central into eastern and southeastern areas of Gage County right now. You were talking about the hail in the Beatrice area. Obviously, Beatrice, since we've been on, has been looking at this storm just pounding the area basically in Beatrice. Again, not a tornado warning, but you're under a severe thunderstorm warning at this point. And again, you can see this is the radar estimated hail size. And again, to the legend here, we're talking about maybe 1.5 inches to maybe 1.75 inches. You can see Bill is putting some plots here indicating the hail size estimation. So again, we're talking about maybe ping pong ball size hail. Would you say that's what that would be pretty close to right now?
Yep.
So yeah, again, in the Beatrice area, maybe the eastern, southeastern side is where we're seeing some of that large hail in the Beatrice area that we were talking about. So even though you're not under a tornado warning, technically in the Beatrice area, you're of course seeing severe weather and damaging hail at this point. And now that storm system is starting to kind of shift a little further to the east of Beatrice. So again, folks to the east and northeast of Beatrice could be looking at least the potential for ping pong ball size hail. But again, we're still got a couple of tornado warnings we're talking about. Potential rotation again to the north of the Wymore area as that continues to move to the northeast. And then there's the statistics. Gage County technically goes until 4 o'clock. Golf ball size hail possible with this particular storm system. And again, radar indicated at this point. And then of course we have our second tornado warning for portions. Looks like a lot of it is now shifting into portions of southwestern Gage County. Again, just kind of to the northwest of the Odell area as that moves to the east. Also, again, a radar indicated, and this goes technically until 3:45 for, again, perhaps ping pong ball size hail with that particular storm system. Bill, anything to add?
I haven't seen anything new come across as of right now. I would probably just add that downstream, folks in Johnson, Pawnee, Nemaha, Richardson County, you guys, and in Odo County as well. Odo County was added to the tornado watch a little bit late, but downstream folks need to be paying attention to these storms as we head over the next few hours. As they'll continue to push northeast into those areas. So folks from Pawnee City to Tecumseh to Syracuse, Nebraska City down to Falls City, could be a busy afternoon over the next couple hours.
All right, so just to kind of recap here, at this particular point, we don't have any observed tornadoes on the ground at this point, but still 2 tornado warnings. And again, they're moving through portions of Gage County right now. Severe thunderstorm warning for the Beatrice area up towards, again, northern areas of Gage County. It looks like they might have taken southern Lincoln out. Is that a new warning, or they just shaved that off?
It looks like they might have just shaved that off.
Yeah.
Let's see. Severe thunderstorm warning for south central Lancaster County is canceled. So yeah, you're right. So now it's just a severe thunderstorm warning that would cover really portions of eastern Jefferson, Gage, into portions of western Johnson and northwestern Pawnee County right now. And that would be primarily for some large hail.
Right, and yeah, you can see that Gage County is really just almost the entire county is getting hit hard. Certainly the potential for tornadoes, perhaps in 2 spots. And then also we're looking at, in some areas, the ping pong ball size hail to golf ball size hail moving through the county as we speak. So again, a lot going on in Gage County. We have no warning in Lancaster County. Again, there are a few storms kind of popping up now to the south, maybe southwest of the Lincoln area. These are not severe. severe at this time. Again, we're not under any kind of tornado watch or any kind of severe thunderstorm watch at this time, but we'll keep an eye on that. Again, the greater threat for tornadoes will be in that tornado watch that is basically to our south and to our east. And I'll give Bill, thank you, Bill. This is again where we have that tornado watch, and you can see Jefferson County, Gage County, southeast Nebraska, Otoe County, Falls City area, northern Kansas, and this goes until 8 o'clock this evening. That being said, just because Lincoln's not in it doesn't mean we won't have at least a chance for a few severe thunderstorms, but at this point it looks like the main threat would be large hail, damaging winds, but can't rule out that isolated tornado. Again, kind of showing what's happening in Lincoln again, some storms over Seward County, Saline County, and again, a few of those storms kind of drifting into portions of western and southwestern Lancaster County. But certainly right now, Gage County getting hit hard with a couple of tornado warnings. Currently radar indicated at this point, but that one especially in portions of central and southeastern Gage County, a history of producing tornadoes. As of right now, it's radar indicated, and certainly large hail falling across much, potentially across much of Gage County. We've had reports in Beatrice of that, and then also looking at heavy rainfall. We do have some flash flood warnings, some areas in Washington County for Kansas, but again, we do have some of that now. Again, in portions of Nebraska, but this is again the radar estimated basically between an inch or two just from those storms moving through, a very fast inch or two from again southern areas of Jefferson County, and again moving towards the Beatrice area, and the rain continues to fall, so certainly some localized flash flooding could be a possibility at this point. So there it is, there's Gage County again, there's our tornado warning for southwestern areas of Gage County and extreme eastern and southeastern areas of Jefferson County, again the Diller area, and again moving into the northeast. And then we have another tornado warning from Wymore into portions of east central and southeastern areas of Gage County. So and then of course the northern part of Gage County, central northern areas, is we have that severe thunderstorm warning going on. So the Gage County tornado warning, Blue Springs, Liberty, Wymore, that goes until 4 o'clock. That's the one right here. And then the one that's impacting perhaps the Odell area, if we can get that information, Bill, that goes until 3:45. So another 15 minutes or so as the storm system moves through. So again, the back edge of that storm still technically kind of in far eastern areas of Jefferson County. So the Diller area down towards the Kansas border, but that will start to again continue to shift into portions of Gage County at this time with the potential again for a possible tornado.
And I'll just add real quick, Brad, just a couple storm reports to pass along. 2 miles north-northwest of Pickerel in Gage County, a golf ball-sized hail, it's 1 3/4 inches. And then 2 miles north of Blue Springs in Gage County, a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust with those ongoing thunderstorms.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, we've been saying for the last 15 minutes, Gage County getting hit pretty hard right now with large hail and wind gusts, and even earlier was a confirmed tornado on the ground near Odell, or just to the north of Odell from the Wymore Fire Department. So again, we still have a lot going on in Gage County. Everyone, especially in the tornado warning areas, should be in their shelter place right now until the danger has passed. And again, northern areas, looking at there's Pickerel there that had the large hail. You said golf ball size hail?
That was, yeah, golf ball 1 3/4 inches.
Yeah, so again, this continues to impact portions of Gage County at this time. Unless you have anything else to add, Bill, I think we'll go back to programming at this time.
Yeah.
Nothing in the Lincoln area is severe. We're not under any kind of watch at this point, but we do have a few thunderstorms. And of course, if anything were to intensify or to develop, we'll go on the air immediately to let you know what's happening with these storms. Also, again, stay in shelter here. We don't have any confirmed tornadoes on the ground at this point, but still under those tornado warnings till 3:45 and then till 4 o'clock, and the severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Gage County into Johnson County again. So keep an eye on that for large hail. So we're going to return you to programming right now, but we'll be back on as soon as we get any new information or any new tornado warnings. Stay with us.
All right, so we're coming back into the 1011 Now Alert Center now after listening to Chief Meteorologist Brad Anderson cover some tornado warnings, some observed tornadoes in and around Odell, if not just to the west of there. We've been kind of talking with the news side of things here at 10:11 with Carmelo. He's
Yes.
going to be set to go out during our 5 and 6 o'clock shows to give us an eye toward the sky
Weather
and on the
shield.
road in the weather shield.
Yeah, we'll stay in and around the Lincoln area. Hopefully nothing terrible is happening in Lincoln. I think we could be dealing with some thunderstorms. It certainly would be impossible to see anything tornadic with these storms right now. So much rain and hail out ahead of it. Literally almost all of Gage County dealing with some sort of thunderstorm right now at this point. Almost the entire county dealing with some sort of warning, either whether that's severe thunderstorm or tornadic or flash flooding concerns. But just what started off as separated storms is now kind of combining into one really
one
massive
massive
storm over
storm.
Gage County as that slowly moves off to the northeast. And if we zoom just a little bit further up to the north,
Yeah, I
we're
wanted to look
starting
at
get
Lincoln.
starting to see some storms approach Lincoln. Nothing severe at this time. Wouldn't surprise me if we did see a severe warning. I think you just toggled the lightning.
Yep,
Oh my
wanted
goodness.
to.
How much lightning is down there?
There's a lot. Oh,
Wow.
we could probably count how much lightning
draw
is
the box
just
over,
within.
right?
Yeah, that's a rough estimate. 963 strikes.
Wow. Okay.
That is a lot in a
That's
short amount.
almost solely over one county for the most
Yes.
part. But a lot going
But
on
we're
right
starting
now.
to get some lightning on these thunderstorms that are building just to our west and southwest here from Lincoln. So something we're certainly watching. As these storms are expected to intensify rather quickly. Again, as Carmelo mentioned, we're on the colder side of a front.
Yes.
So our tornado potential is rather low here in Lincoln, but we're still looking at a hail threat and a damaging wind threat with time later this afternoon and into the evening hours. We do have a flash flood warning for portions of Jefferson
I was talking
and
about that.
Gage counties. I know they touched on it, but to get you some of that information, that'll go until 8 o'clock here tonight. They issued that just before 3 o'clock, and Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain moved into this area. Up to 2 inches had fallen, but expect another inch to 2.
No, that's the rainfall rate.
Oh, that was the rainfall rate. Yep. Additional rainfall amounts of 2 to 4 will be possible
So
in the
it's all
warned
set,
area.
then 4
So,
to 6. Possibly.
yes, flash flood ongoing are expected to begin shortly. So these storms have had a history of very heavy rainfall. They're moving over the same locations where heavy rain has already fallen in previous days, and that's why we're getting a flash flood warning. That does include the town of Beatrice, as they're seeing a lot of rain, a lot of lightning, some hail as well, as Chief Meteorologist Brad Anderson mentioned. I did want to get back to the tornado warnings because we haven't seen anything
Yes.
observed for a while, but we can give you the latest information kind of on some of those tornado warnings as we're checking in. Southern Gage County. We've got one over Philly, over Wymore, over Liberty, Hill, up to golf ball size possible. There's radar indicated rotation right now with that tornado warning. And then there is this other tornado warning for Odell and Gage County for up to ping pong size. These storms are moving northeast about 45 miles per hour. 25 miles per hour. They've slowed down a little bit. But 2 separate areas of rotation. So we'll bring up velocity here, Carmelo, and look at that. New radar scan, too.
That sounds good.
Looks like the western warning, the circulation to me doesn't look all that great.
So the southwestern warning, they're saying just as a minute ago, located near the Odell area, moving northeast 25 miles per hour. So that's where the strongest rotation
Yeah,
would
if there's
be.
anything kind of like
That-
in there,
Yep. And then with the other warning,
we're probably
which
looking
is
in
in-
here. Kind of some
that was
broad
updated about
rotation, but
4 minutes ago, they're saying 3 miles southwest of Virginia, or 11 miles southeast of Beatrice, and this moving northeast at 30. Oh, a second area of rotation, 4 miles east of Wymore, moving northeast 25 miles per hour. So there's 2 separate areas of rotation in this easternmost tornado
yeah,
warning.
this and then what else? Where else do they say?
So the first area is going to be 3 miles southwest of Virginia, or 11 miles southeast of Beatrice.
Oh, you can kind of see it right there where that warning's probably pointing.
Yes.
Probably up here,
Yep, exactly.
and then
And then the
back
second one
here.
is 4 miles east of Wymore. The first area is moving northeast at 30. The second one moving northeast at 25. So almost riding each other, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
You know,
barely.
areas getting hit back to back, unfortunately.
Give you kind of a wider view of where these storms may be heading
Probably very tough to see.
between
too, a
Philly
lot
and
of rain.
Tecumseh. Yeah, I think these storms are probably pulling in a lot of rain too. into even some of these radar signatures. But we're watching 3 areas of rotation with 2 tornado warning polygons.
The most visible would be the one east of Wymore, and the one northwest of Liberty, because that is on the southeastern edge of the thunderstorm.
Yes.
If we go back to storm tracker radar.
Like if you're watching, let me point to it.
Yes, if you were
If you're watching like
if you were down,
in
if you were
the
in Liberty, you
rain
would probably
clear
see it
air,
from there.
yeah, because there's no
Not that
rain
you
down
wanna be
here, but
outside.
you're looking into the storm this way.
Correct.
This one would likely be rain wrapped up here, harder to see. But we can go back to radar.
Yeah, just a massive storm over Gage County. I can't reiterate that enough. It's about to probably start pouring here in Lincoln shortly as well. Nothing severe, but certainly some showers and thunderstorms on their way.
Yeah, certainly a big cluster of storms that continues to move a lot of rain, a lot of lightning toward
Oh,
areas like
tornado warning.
Adams and Syracuse. We've got a downstream warning now that includes areas like Steiner, Tecumseh, just north of Pawnee City. That is a new tornado warning that'll go until 4:45.
2 areas rotation on this one as well. Wow.
So at 3:37, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Virginia or 13 miles east of Beatrice, moving north and east at 35 miles per hour. A second area of rotation capable of producing a tornado is located 5 miles east of Wymore, also moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. And also a secondary threat of hail that could be up to golf ball size.
Let's see. Near the Lewiston area, right around 3:45 p.m. That's going to be on the western edge. It's going to be
Kind of what we already had circled.
yes.
This is just a downstream.
It's going to be just east of Virginia. Yeah, right around that area. So the westernmost edge of this morning, around 3:45, which is in about 6 minutes or so. I imagine Chief Meteorologist Brad Anderson will be cutting back in here shortly with this new warning.
The
but we'll stay
other
on as long.
rotation, though, is really hard to pick out. Let me try to get a different view of it. Yeah, I mean, it's not clear. Kind of between Rockford and Lewiston, right over Virginia. That's kind of where we're looking at some decent rotation. And then, like you said, east of Wymore, but it's kind of muddied in there. Maybe somewhere in there.
Yeah, very tough to tell.
So if you got friends or family now in this new tornado warning, Tecumseh, Elk Creek, Table Rock, Burchard, you want to make sure you have a plan to get to your safe spot. It looks like Chief Meteorologist Brad Anderson is cutting in. We'll take him live and listen in.
Large thunderstorm complex begins to move out of Gage County. It is starting to move towards southern Johnson County, northern Pawnee County. There is a new tornado warning until 4:45. This includes, the storm is moving to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. Again, radar indicated tornado at this point, and the potential for, again, golf ball size hail moving again to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. But this storm that is beginning to move into portions of Johnson County and Pawnee County does have a history of producing tornadoes. Again, this is the same storm system that observers have noted a tornado on the ground west of the Wymore area, north of the Odell area. So again, right now it's radar indicated, but there's still that rotation there as it moves into portions of Johnson County as well as Pawnee County. And then, of course, the potential for golf ball size hail as this entire system begins to move to the east of Beatrice and starts to move into portions, again, maybe towards the Tecumseh area. Lewiston is going to be impacted very shortly, if not already looking at the potential for this storm. And again, Burchard, Lewiston, Table Rock, Tecumseh, all looking at this particular storm system impacting with, again, golf ball size hail. It does go until 4:45. So again, at this point, it is a radar indicated tornado. Again, as this particular storm system, as you can see, it's just kind of on the border there of eastern Gage County. And again, this is moving. And again, you can see it is now in the Lewiston area, that circulation. So it has started to move into, again, portions of Pawnee County. Still radar indicated, but as I mentioned, this has a history of producing tornadoes earlier this afternoon. And so again, it certainly could drop another tornado. So folks in the Lewiston area need to take shelter. They need to be in their safe spot, and basically for portions of Johnson County as well as for northern areas of Pawnee County, you need to also be in your tornado shelter as these tornadoes continue, a potential tornado continues to move into these counties. Now again, this goes until 4:45, golf ball size hail. Still that tornado warning back into portions of Gage County, but again, as that storm system continues to move off to the east, we'll continue to see the more serious storms move into portions of Johnson County as well as the Pawnee County area. So again, still looking at the storms in Gage County producing the large hail with reports of golf ball size hail in many locations in the Beatrice area, and now these storms are sliding into eastern areas, rather western areas of Johnson County as well as Pawnee County. Bill, do you have anything to add, any information?
Just a new warning for one of our Kansas counties. This is for portions of southern Washington till 4:15. That storm is moving to the northeast at 40 miles an hour with ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And it does look like maybe they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning, basically with where this tornado warning is. Let's see if I can punch up the information here. You can see it's highlighted on your screen there.
Yes, it looks like it's going into portions of Johnson County as well as southern areas of Otoe County. So Gage, Johnson, Otoe County, Pawnee County. This goes until 4:45, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible again in this area. Also, golf ball size hail is a possibility again as it moves into portions of Johnson County as well as eventually perhaps into portions of southwestern and southern areas of Otoe County. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning at this time, but again, we have the tornado warning. So if I look at this right, Bill, we have 2 or 3 tornado warnings remaining. We've got the new tornado.
We have 3 tornado warnings, 2 of them across southern Gage County, and then 1 for portions of Johnson and Pawnee County. And the warning for southwestern Gage goes until 3:45, so for another minute, that's going to fall off. The warning for southeastern Gage goes until 4, and then as we mentioned, the warning for Johnson and Pawnee County goes until 4:45.
4:45. All right. Again, radar indicated tornadoes at this point as they move to the east again at about 35 miles per hour. So again, folks need to take shelter in portions of Johnson County as well as Pawnee County as these storms, now these intense storms that have been moving across Gage County, continue to move now eastward at about 35 miles per hour northeastward into portions of Johnson County as well as Pawnee County. Again, in the Lincoln area, we've got a little bit of a storm maybe moving through portions of the western and northwestern side. Not severe. Again, we're not looking at any kind of watch at this point. No severe thunderstorm watch or tornado watch. None of these storms have had warnings. There is, again, the possibility we could see a few thunderstorms. It's not necessarily a higher tornado threat for the Lincoln area, but certainly some of the storms, if they do develop or they do become severe, could produce large hail. So we're keeping an eye on Lincoln, but so far it's been quiet for Lincoln and Seward at this point. We haven't had any warnings. We don't have any watches at this time other than a flood watch. But again, no severe thunderstorm watch or no tornado watch at this time. The tornado watch again impacting Nebraska City towards Beatrice and Fairbury, and of course much of northern and northeastern areas of Kansas, excuse me there. So again, if Bill, you have nothing else, I think we'll send it over to programming, but you can continue to watch on our 1011 stream in the 1011 Now Alert Center with meteorologist Jessica Blum. So we'll go back to programming right now.
So we're coming back into the 1011 Now Alert Center. Appreciate Chief Meteorologist Brad Anderson for tossing it back over to us as we look at radar. Carmelo, we've got, again, planned for you to go out in the 1011 Weather Shield to cover Lincoln kind of as some of the rain's coming through. But our severe weather threat, I would imagine, continues to drop off as some of these showers and non-severe thunderstorms move through, which is good. We could deal with some more rain without the threat of any severe weather as the worst of these storms continue to track east and northeast through far southeastern Nebraska.
We know how hard it is to get thunderstorms this time of year, some good soaking rains and not severe weather at the same time. So we'll take what's happening.
Very
through
grateful.
Lincoln. But this area right now, what's happening in southeastern Nebraska, this was always the prime area of concern today. So things are basically playing out on track as what we thought days ago what could happen today. You know, we thought there would be an upgrade to a moderate risk. That ended up happening. We thought this could be one of the worst days of the 4. That ended up happening as well.
I think it was very impressive because we knew one round would influence the next, but still models did pretty well looking, even a couple days out in succession of multiple severe weather events in Nebraska.
Not to get too into the weeds, but what helped with that is we didn't have a lot lasting too long in the morning. These things
Exactly.
that wrapped up the
Exactly.
overnight, so the air would destabilize in the atmosphere.
We had
in the afternoon.
chance to recharge.
And recharge, and we have 2 tornado warnings right now, so we'll probably talk a little bit closer of those. New severe thunderstorm warning Brad was just mentioning about 5 minutes ago for golf ball-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds in Gage, Johnson, Nemaha, Odo, and Pawnee County. But 2 tornado warnings. Those are the most, yes, that large severe thunderstorm
As you
warning.
mentioned that, I did also want to give everyone a programming note. We're getting close to the 4 o'clock newscast. Not really sure what that's going to look like. It'll probably depend on what new warnings, new information comes out, so you can be sure that we will bring up Chief Meteorologist Brad Anderson and Meteorologist Bill Rentschler and whatever they may be talking about the weather, even if it's just Meteorologist Bill Rentschler and his talk of the forecast. We'll bring that up here for those who are streaming with us on social media. For those of you that may be watching on Roku, we're actually going to probably drop this coverage and let the 4 o'clock show kind of take over as we get closer to that time frame, so you may be tuning into a little bit more news. And if you want to tune a little bit more into kind of the continued severe weather coverage, we'll be live on Facebook, on TikTok, on YouTube, and really a lot of our social media platforms as we continue to cover this severe weather event with time.
So some new information from the Weather Service. They're watching a messy storm merger unfold as the Gage County storm moves into Johnson and Pawnee counties. The primary area of rotation currently appears to be in northwestern Pawnee County within the ongoing tornado warning. Farther west near Hollenberg and Odell, a rotation has weakened on radar, so we are allowing that warning to expire for the time being. So that one is that set to expire at 4, the westernmost warning?
Yes.
So the easternmost warning is the one with the most significant rotation at this time. Again, northwestern Pawnee County.
This one
That's
that we
where
have
we're seeing.
pointed out right now. So let's zoom in on that one. Look at rotation as you're talking about that, since that's what they're kind of worried about here in the near future.
Absolutely.
Turn it over to the wind velocity. You can certainly see the tight circulation in there, so they're probably looking at imminent tornado formation, if not a very strong storm with circulation, very tight in and around Lewiston and just to the north and west of Steiner.
Yes, I would imagine as well.
It looks like a new flash flood warning was also just issued, a new blue polygon for much of this area. That information, it looks like there's now multiple warnings. Let's see here. Maybe hard to actually isolate the flood.
It's just interesting because we continue to see separate areas of rotation within this larger storm. It looks like one could be near Crab Orchard. That's going to be for parts of
This toward
southwestern
Burchard?
Pawnee County, and then the one near Lewiston
I'm not
southwestern Johnson County, excuse me, and then northwestern Pawnee County near Lewiston.
It looks like they're about to cut in, so... Oh, maybe they're... Nope, just kidding. They're just testing things for the 4 o'clock show,
Make
maybe.
sure everything's good.
I forget that production window is everything that we're seeing, not what's on TV. It's what we can see from the back end, too. But, yeah, some of these wind velocities are becoming a little more messy with time, certainly, so it's hard to pick out some of the individual rotation. But if you're in any of these areas under a tornado warning for Tecumseh, Lewiston, Steiner, Table Rock, Burchard, we're looking at... Well, aren't we going to want the 4 o'clock show? We're just going to stay live on our streaming platforms, though, so this is just going to be continued coverage. So some of the wind velocities are becoming messier, so if you're in any of those areas I mentioned, I'd take shelter now because this storm has had a history of producing tornadoes. We could see one at any minute, kind of under these kind of circumstances. So be sure that if you're in Burchard or you have friends and family in these areas near Lewiston, near Steiner, near Tecumseh, you'll want to make sure that they're heading to the lowest spot in your house.
Absolutely.
Anywhere that you may be at. If you've got time, probably not too much time if you're in Tecumseh to take shelter from now, as these are moving north and east with time.
So some further updates from the Weather Service chat. They're reporting golf ball-sized hail from emergency managers in Stanton County. That's in northeastern Nebraska. And then the Weather Service responded and said primary hazard for storms further north will be hail. So we are seeing severe thunderstorm warnings in other parts of the state.
That's good to know.
Johnson and Pawnee Emergency Management reporting rotation half a mile west of the Burchard area. I hope I'm saying that right, Burchard area.
Yeah, that would be, yep. I mean, because I think we're still seeing a couple areas of rotation even within that warning. Like what you're saying is probably over here.
Mhm.
Oh, and then we just got a new radar scan. That other rotation maybe jumped up here
Right.
from what I'm seeing.
And then let's see. There's a new tornado watch that's now in Missouri and Iowa, so the start's expected to continue to the east, and not as much of a concern for us, at least with that new watch to talk about. And then another severe thunderstorm warning in Colfax coming in Stanton County for golf ball size.
Ooh, that's
hail.
further away up north.
Yeah.
Let's go back to radar and get off wind velocity, and we'll show you the latest information on that new severe thunderstorm warning. Because as you just mentioned, more of a kind of hail and wind threat up that way.
Mhm.
Rather than any tornado threat. You can see that cell certainly is intensifying with time as it moves north and east. So areas like Clarkson, Wisner, mainly a hail threat. Winds are less than 50 miles per hour on this severe thunderstorm warning. But western coming, north central Colfax, eastern Stanton counties under this severe thunderstorm warning until 4:30. Up to golf ball size hail has been observed. Emergency management at 3:49 golf ball size hail was reported 4 miles northwest of Clarkson.
I apologize. I might have been reading some information when you were just saying some stuff a few minutes ago. Did you mention the specifics of that flash flood warning?
I did not get to bring it up because the tornado warning we were too zoomed in. So we've got this one over Gage and Jefferson. Let me get to this one. Johnson, Gage, Pawnee will be under a flash flood warning until 8:45. Looks like thunderstorms producing heavy rain have produced between 2 and 3 inches of total rain so far, but an additional 1 to 2 inches are possible. So we're looking at 3 to 5 inches of rain in total across portions of Gage, Johnson, Pawnee counties, and that storm is right overhead right now.
Okay.
We do have an update on power outages, it sounds like, from 1011's Danielle Shank. We're down to just 2 power outages from LES, but Norris Public Power up to 17 outages impacting 52 customers. So not a huge number right now, but something we're going to keep an eye on if these storms may produce some more widespread power outages as we go through time this evening. Largely, though, flash flood threat for this big cluster of storms moving north and east. Cook, Nebraska City, Syracuse, you're downstream from this thunderstorm as it moves north and east. So count on continued severe thunderstorm warnings, potential for tornado warnings on the southern edge of this cluster, kind of toward maybe Schubert and Auburn, maybe Auburn more specifically. But right now, the severe thunderstorm warning is for up to golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Again, we are about 5 minutes away from the 4 o'clock show, so we will be sure to take meteorologist Bill Rentschler and whatever he has for his 4 o'clock show, kind of giving you the latest rundown on severe thunderstorms in the area.
Will you zoom out just a little bit?
Yep.
What we're starting to notice now, too, is some showers and thunderstorms, and then zoom in into northeastern Kansas, just underneath that tornado warning. We're starting to see more development just off to the south and southeast ahead of this main line. So I think those in Richardson County. And
Oh, you mean
those little
the little cells.
Yeah, doesn't do it justice. From what I'm seeing, like on
Well, I
my
can
radar.
change radars. Oh, I see what you're saying now.
So
Yep.
we'll have to watch
So
out.
maybe
Those could
these-
become tornadic out ahead
These
of this
could
main line.
move.
Certainly a better chance as opposed to storms forming behind the line.
Yes.
Yeah, so those in Richardson County, Falls City, if those storms continue on their current track, they would pass northeast into your area as well. So plenty to talk about.
Especially as you're talking about this, probably this lead cell has the longest to kind of maybe be by itself for a while and turn tornadic. These cells may be merging with what's already warned for tornadoes and could help kind of produce maybe more low-level rotation.
Some new information from the Weather Service. They're saying storm evolution for our southeast Nebraska storm may be pushing towards a damaging wind threat, hugging the Johnson-Pawnee County line. Just received a Republic report of a measured 81-mile-per-hour wind gusts north of Burchard. There still remains a tornado threat in this area, but maybe a transition.
83? 81.
But that is significant.
That's a significant,
wind
yes,
gust.
for sure. I'm going to make sure this is set up to take Bill when we get there.
Yeah, we're just a few minutes away from the 4 p.m. show, and I know for sure that the 4 will be leading with weather. And
So again, so
Obviously
you're
have nonstop coverage.
So you're aware of what's going to be happening here over the next hour or so. From 4 to 4:30, we'll be kind of dropping in Bill's forecast, and whenever he's not on, Carmel and I will be here. Carmel's going to stay with me until about 4:30, if not a little bit earlier, if he's got to get out of here, because he's going to be preparing the 10-11 weather shield to head out and provide that severe weather coverage for what we're seeing really in Lincoln. Likely that thunderstorms, the strongest ones, are going to stay south and east of Lincoln altogether, but he'll give you a live perspective of what's happening in and around town. By the time a lot of people may be heading home, if they didn't already get to leave school and work early, because I know I did hear some people here in town were able to leave their jobs early so they could get home and kind of stay safe through this evening.
One more update from emergency managers in Johnson and Pawnee County. They're saying, and again, this could be specific to the people living there to understand some of the roads, but 721 and 620 Avenue in Johnson County, major rotation and lowering per spotters.
Okay.
So tough to tell exactly where that might be, but maybe we'll go back to velocity.
I was going to say, I was just about to, as you're talking about it. Yeah, it looks like a little notch there, just west of Elk Creek.
Okay.
North of Steiner. Kind of what I'm seeing looks like this area.
And then a new severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be for parts of Butler, Dodge, and Saunders County, and that will be for quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour
So
winds.
just beyond Lincoln, just north of Ceresco, we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning for up to inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That'll be for Butler, Dodge, Saunders County, as Carmelo mentioned, with that storm moving north and east at 50 miles per hour. So some of these storms on the colder side are certainly moving a little bit faster. And again, away from the greatest environment for tornado potential. We'll go back to radar here for a little bit. I know we're probably minutes away from the 4 o'clock show starting, so we'll be sure to bring that in and listen in to meteorologist Bill Rentschler for the latest on these storms as we're tracking them. We're just working to provide for you some continued coverage throughout the day so that you can tune in on the go wherever you're at. You can pull us up on Facebook, on YouTube, on TikTok. We've dropped from our Roku streaming just because I think we did. I don't know why I'm seeing it in that TV, but we dropped from our Roku channel, I believe, because we're going to let the 4 o'clock play out on there, and then we'll come back on our primary stream by the end of the 4 o'clock toward 4:30. But if you're on social media, that's your best place to see continued severe weather coverage and where we'll just continue to talk about the weather and what's going on. So being prepared to kind of see them start the 4 o'clock, which looks like is right now.
Good afternoon and welcome to First at 4. I'm Taryn Vanderford. We begin today with our weather. Right now, a particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch, is in effect for southeast Nebraska until 8 o'clock tonight. We are talking about storms capable of baseball to even softball-sized hail and strong, possibly intense tornadoes. There is also a flood watch through tomorrow morning with heavy rain likely in southeast Nebraska. It is raining right now here at 10:11, so let's get straight to the Severe Weather Center. Bill, what do viewers need to know right now?
Well, like you mentioned, Taryn, PDS tornado watch in place across southeastern Nebraska through 8 p.m. tonight. This does not include the Lincoln and Lancaster County area, but Gage County into portions of southeastern Nebraska, northeastern Kansas are included in that until 8 o'clock tonight. If you can look at the current conditions out there right now in the capital city, nothing threatening the Lincoln area at this time, but we did just have a new tornado warning that was issued. This is for portions of Nemaha County. I'm going to zoom the radar out here. This is the latest tornado warning that's been issued, according to the Weather Service. At 3:59, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 4 miles west of Elk Creek or 5 miles south of Tecumseh, moving east at 45 miles an hour. A tornado and $half-sized hail possible with that storm. We also still have an ongoing tornado warning across portions of Johnson and Pawnee County until 4:45 p.m. We're looking at the potential for golf ball-sized hail with that storm, but radar indicated right now nothing that has been confirmed on the ground. This storm system is finally pushing out of Gage County. Gage County has really been getting hammered over the course of the last hour or so, and things are pretty messy, so there's some circulation, there's some rotation within this storm, but right now just 2 indicated tornado warnings across southeastern Nebraska, but we're going to continue to potentially deal with this over the next several hours. Taryn?
Okay, Bill, thank you. One of the places seeing the most damage from yesterday's severe weather is St. Labore in Howard County, where the emergency manager says
All right, so coming back to the 1011 now alert center to show you again these storms that are now kind of bubbling up over more of eastern Nebraska, Carmelo. We've got warnings to the north of Lincoln, just east of Columbus and Norfolk for up to inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds for the most part. They're moving a little quicker, too, from last look at around 50 miles per hour. We still have a couple tornado warnings in far southeastern Nebraska, including now east of Gage and Beatrice. Kind of the worst of the rain, the hail, the tornado potential now moving on from Beatrice, so good news for those folks, even though they still have some showers and thunderstorms. So a couple tornado warnings. We just had a new severe thunderstorm warning issued. That is now up to 70-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar size hail. You did say you had a report of an 81-mile-per-hour wind gust. Where was that at?
That was going to be, let me go back here, in the Burchard area, just north of Burchard. So, and they said this would be transitioning maybe more to a damaging wind threat, but you still see a tornado warning in the middle of that as well. Let's get the latest information on that tornado warning. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located.
Which one are you looking at?
The easternmost one.
Okay.
That tornado warning, yes. This is going to be for Nemaha County until 5 p.m. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 4 miles west of Elk Creek or 5 miles south of Tecumseh, moving east at 45 miles per hour. It would be near the Auburn area by 4:20 p.m. So you see Auburn right on the map. Not seeing any rain at this moment. Things certainly approaching your area. And then Brownville, that would be closer to 4:35 p.m.
Okay, that's the easternmost, so that's probably going to replace what is this tornado warning over Johnson and Pawnee counties until
Correct.
4:45. Again, going to keep an eye on the 4 o'clock show just as meteorologist Bill Rentschler goes into his full forecast here later on in the 4 o'clock show. We'll take him for the full extent of his forecast before we come back here to the 1011 now alert center. But for this tornado warning, the latest information on this, it does include Tecumseh, Lewiston, just north of Pawnee City. We're looking at within the last 15 minutes or so, a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 4 miles east of Lewiston or 11 miles southwest of Tecumseh, moving east at 50 miles per hour. A second area of rotation capable of producing a tornado with a spotter reporting a funnel cloud was located 5 miles west of Burchard, also moving toward the east. So that would be kind of what's all moving into Auburn, just north of Schubert toward the Missouri River here in the near future. But yeah, an amazing storm complex at that point, kind of bowing
Very
out
impressive.
a little bit more and kind of producing more of a wind threat with time, which is, I don't want to say a good thing because we don't want to see significant strong winds that are 70
just
or
a
80
very,
miles per hour. But
No, very strong storm. Some other things you may have missed on our weather chat. Just before the 4 p.m. started, they were reporting rotation southwest of Tecumseh. Nickel-size hail 2 miles south of Sterling. That's from Johnson Pawnee Emergency Management. Emergency management in the Stanton area reporting some heavy rain. Don't want to focus too much unless it's a real severe thing. And then a new severe thunderstorm warning in Butler and Seward County. Some quarter-sized hail, some 60-mile-per-hour winds. And the latest in terms of tornadic information, downstream tornado warning has been issued for the primary rotation south of Tecumseh now. Still looking at a damaging wind signature in this area as well, with gusts in the 70 to perhaps 80-mile-per-hour range.
yeah, certainly. I think what I have circled is the main area of rotation, maybe in a little further south and east from Tecumseh at this point. But it is moving north and east, if not more easterly with time. So Johnson, you are now in the tornado warning. Again, a lot of WE alerts probably just went off on your phone telling you to take shelter immediately. Please listen to those today as we've had strong tornadoes on the ground and at times maybe some rain interfering with the view of those tornadoes. So at times it can be really hard for spotters to know what's truly on the ground. Just maybe our best indication right now is the radar and looking at what circulation is coming together over portions of far southeastern Nebraska. Do want to give a wider view too because we've had some recent thunderstorms through Lincoln. Nothing severe. Again, everything severe even from Lincoln's standpoint has been off to our north and then now to our south and east.
A new severe thunderstorm warning, just want to mention, into Thurston and Wayne counties. Golf ball-sized hail and less than 50-mile-per-hour winds. So the main concerns up to the north are some hail up to golf ball sized.
I will say portions of Seward County closer to Lincoln, though, under a severe thunderstorm warning for up to inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is just north of Seward, that main cell, kind of passing just to the east of Ulysses and on toward David City and the Platte River. As you mentioned, yeah, a smaller severe thunderstorm warning between Wayne and Pender. That'll be going for up to golf ball size hail with that warning until 4:30. I would imagine Bill's probably going to take a good run through a lot of these warnings here in
no
his
doubt.
main forecast. Kind of talk about a lot of the heavy rain that's fallen through portions of far southeastern Nebraska because there are current flash flood warnings in place. Overall, for much of southeast Nebraska, with thunderstorms anticipated tonight, we're in a flood watch through 7 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Absolutely.
For areas of flash flooding.
So it's really two separate areas of thunderstorms. You have thunderstorms north and northwest of the capital city. Those are severe in nature. Those are containing some potential golf ball-sized hail with those. And then we have severe thunderstorms, more dramatic and more significant event happening in southeastern Nebraska with multiple tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings with winds as high as 80 miles per hour we have seen reported. There are also additional severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings in northeastern Kansas. We'll have to watch as those progress out of the state and then move into southeastern Nebraska. So areas that have already dealt with heavy rain, damaging winds, large hail, and it looks like another tornado warning right now in northeastern Kansas. Those warnings eventually progressing into southeastern Nebraska. What's really unfortunate is some of those areas are already under flash flood warnings, so just a lot going on.
Carmelo, sorry to cut you off. Meteorologist Bill Rentschler is now on, so we're going to tune into his latest forecast.
State where we have a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch that has been issued by the Storm Prediction Center. This is a type of watch where we're just kind of ratcheting it up a notch. It's issued maybe a handful of times a year across the country and not very often here in our neck of the woods. So that watch covers areas like Jefferson County, Gage County, over towards Otoe, Johnson, Pawnee, Nemaha, and Richardson counties through 8 p.m. this evening. Also includes some of our northeastern Kansas counties. We have additional tornado watches that have been issued for portions of southwestern Iowa and northwestern Missouri. Those run through 10 p.m. tonight. So trying to run you through some of the warnings that we have out there right now. The two tornado warnings that we do have are both right now radar indicated. Nothing confirmed to be on the ground. This first one is for portions of Johnson and Pawnee County, including areas like Steiner, Table Rock, Elk Creek, and Tecumseh. This is kind of right along, I believe this is Highway 66 here. And what we're really seeing with some of the latest radar scans is some really strong winds beginning to bow out on the front edge, leading edge of this thunderstorm. And we also have a tornado warning that's been issued downstream of this storm. This is for Nemaha County, including Auburn, Brownville, Johnson, and Peru. This goes until 5 p.m. Also for the potential for some half-dollar sized hail, an inch and a quarter. So folks in Auburn and along the Highway 136 corridor here definitely want to pay attention to this storm as it continues to race to the east and to the northeast at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. Elsewhere, we also have a tornado warning for portions of Washington County till 4:45. Quarter-sized hail also possible with that storm. It is also a radar-indicated tornado warning. Severe thunderstorm warnings are in place for portions of Johnson, Nemaha, Otoe, and Richardson counties. This is going to include areas like Auburn, Nebraska City, Syracuse, Tecumseh till 4:45. Half-dollar sized hail and 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts are going to be possible as this complex of thunderstorms continues to race to the east. Also still have a severe thunderstorm warning for Gage, Johnson, Otoe, and Pawnee County until 4:45. Golf ball sized hail possible with this storm and also 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And we've now seen a few severe thunderstorm warnings pop up to the north of us here in Lincoln across portions of northeastern county. This is one for Butler and Seward County until 4:45. Quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible. This is one for portions of Butler, Dodge, and Saunders County, also till 4:45 for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That main storm right now moving through the Prague area and just basically along Highway 79 to the north. So folks in North Bend will want to keep an eye on that storm. Also a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for portions of Thurston and Wayne County until 4:30. This is a storm that's moving at about 60 miles an hour, and it could be potentially producing some golf ball-sized hail. So a lot going on there. Also, we have flash flood warnings in place for portions of Gage, Johnson, and Pawnee County till 8:45, and another flash flood warning across portions of Gage and Jefferson County until 8 p.m. this evening. Some heavy rains not only tonight, but over the last several nights across those areas. So if we take a closer look, statewide view, you can see central and western Nebraska. It's pretty quiet. All the activity is across the eastern sections of the state, and there's still more down across portions of north central into northeastern Kansas. This is all going to continue to lift northward into the area. Don't be fooled by the cloudy and cool and even kind of foggy and drizzly conditions that we're seeing right now in Lincoln and across the surrounding area. We could still see some strong storms as we head through the rest of this evening. You check out Skycast. This is the 5 o'clock hour. I think doing pretty good, keeping the most intense storms across portions of northeastern Kansas into southeastern Nebraska, with some isolated strong to potentially severe thunderstorms as far north as northeastern sections of the state. We move forward in time over the next couple hours. That main threat for maybe some intense thunderstorms will stay across the southeastern portions of the state. By 7 to 8 o'clock, a lot of that activity is going to begin to push east out of the area. We could still see some lingering thunderstorm activity maybe as late as 9 or 10 o'clock tonight, though, across portions of southeastern Nebraska. Here in Lincoln, we think our best chance for thunderstorms, though, will come through about the 8 o'clock hour. 40 to 50% chance for some of those thunderstorms before those rain chances and thunderstorm chances then begin to taper off for us. Temperature-wise, look at low temperatures tonight. It's going to be cold, especially in the western half of the state. Upper 20s to lower to middle 30s out there. Not quite as cold here in Lincoln or eastern Nebraska, but it's May 18th, and we have frost advisories and freeze warnings across the Sand Hills and across the western third of the state. And then check out these high temperatures again for the day tomorrow, Taryn. It certainly does not scream that Memorial Day is just around the corner. We're looking at highs in the upper 50s to lower to middle 60s across the state. But the best news, the cherry on top, is there's no severe weather expected into the day or Tuesday and really through the remainder of this week.
Yeah, good to hear. A rare situation today.
Yeah, not a fun situation. The last of our 4 severe weather alert days over the last couple days.
Okay, Bill, thank you.
Really appreciate meteorologist Bill Rentschler and his coverage of those storms and what is expected to progress throughout the rest of this evening. Again, as you saw him mention, the overall line of thunderstorms that we're starting to see kind of take shape is going to continue east and eventually make it to those of you who are asking about Omaha within the next few hours. Eventually, a lot of these strong storms will push on further east into Iowa, Missouri, Kansas later tonight. Maybe we're just seeing some lingering thunderstorms that aren't producing as much of a severe weather threat by 8, 9, 10 o'clock. So there's a wide window still to see some thunderstorms, but the strongest storms were what we were expecting to be these ones initially forming out of northeastern Kansas into far southeastern Nebraska, with what you can see is several tornado warnings across portions of Johnson, Pawnee, Richardson, back into northeastern Kansas, just east of Concordia. We also have some severe thunderstorm warnings north of I-80, kind of east of Columbus and east of Norfolk at the moment. We'll kind of go through some of the latest information I have on this. I know meteorologist Carmelo Latuca has done a great job kind of helping me out here as we've been streaming throughout much of this afternoon, kind of initially as storms were forming, and now it's kind of more full-blown, a severe weather event across eastern Nebraska and northeastern Kansas. And he's going to get ready to set out in our 1011 weather shield. He'll be riding passenger to give kind of perspective from a meteorologist in town, kind of what we're seeing, even though, again, a lot of the strongest storms are moving on from Lincoln and are going to remain to our south and east. Doesn't mean we couldn't still see a severe warning in and around Lincoln or Lancaster County, but the threat of tornadoes is really moving on. Again, for far southeastern Nebraska, still watching for that. But those even north of I-80, they're kind of in the colder pool of the air behind this front that is keeping a lot of the warm, moist air and unstable air down through far southeast Nebraska. As I talk about warm, unstable air, I'll show you the convective available potential energy that is sitting currently south and east of Lincoln, east of Beatrice altogether, for areas like Auburn, Pawnee City, Fall City as well. That's kind of the best available potential energy we have for some of these strong storms to kind of tap into and produce a very large hail threat and a tornado threat continued here into this evening. So thankfully, Lincoln and Omaha are not included in that area, but we still can't rule out some stronger storms potentially with some hail and some wind here as we go throughout this evening. So going back to a lot of these warnings that you can see kind of littering a lot of the map, we'll start with some of these northeastern warnings that are just north of Lancaster and even the town of Ceresco. We'll start up here toward Pender. That severe thunderstorm warning for Thurston and Wayne counties is for up to golf ball size hail and less than 50 mile per hour winds, so not really a wind threat with that. That's the warning I'm pointing to at this point. Then we have this severe thunderstorm warning north of West Point in Nebraska. That severe thunderstorm warning here going to go until 4:30 for up to golf ball size hail that was observed from emergency management. So we have seen bigger hailstones with this complex of thunderstorms between Wisner, Bancroft, and West Point to the north. Bringing it back closer to Lincoln and Lancaster County, we've got a couple severe thunderstorm warnings to our north and northwest. Let's look at the latest information on those. Butler, Dodge, Saunders County in a severe thunderstorm for up to inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This storm, 13 miles west of Wahoo, moving north and east at 50 miles per hour. The one east of there, that includes David City, Butler, Seward counties, will go until 4:45 for up to inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Both of these warnings are radar indicated, so we haven't observed any hail up to that size, but it's certainly a capability, as these storms will be in and around Bruno by 4:20, at least this severe thunderstorm warning in and around Butler and Seward counties. So that's what we're looking at there, and then we get a little more complicated as we move into southeastern Nebraska. Carmelo, I don't think I need your services anymore. You can get ready if you want to. I've just kind of already moved the cameras and stuff, so you're good. I appreciate you coming back, though, and checking in. Him and, again, 1011's Danielle Shank doing a great job kind of backing up our streaming coverage so far this afternoon. It's been a very impressively large storm complex south and east of Lincoln, pushing through Beatrice, producing a lot of heavy rain in a short amount of time. Currently, that storm complex is right over areas like Cook, Tecumseh, Pawnee City, and we're still watching for some areas of rotation with a couple tornado warnings still in effect. So let's bring up the tornado warning information right now. You've got this radar indicator rotation over Johnson and Pawnee counties. This is a tornado warning that will go until 4:45 here this evening, and potentially some hail with that up to $half size. And then we'll look at the easternmost tornado warning for areas like Auburn, Nemaha counties toward the Missouri River. That tornado warning will go until 5. And I keep an eye on the National Weather Service group chat. It looks like we haven't seen any updates. The National Weather Service going back to 4:10 here this afternoon. The National Weather Service said strongest rotation may produce a tornado at any moment or may already be tracking very close to Auburn and is on its current trajectory. We still have Nemaha County emergency managers out at 731 Road and 630 Avenue with significant rotation but no lowering. So let's go back to velocity and kind of look at the circulation in these areas. So you can see what's driving this westernmost tornado warning is maybe over here just east of Steiner. And then we also have this area of rotation up toward Johnson, kind of moving north and east with time. North and east at about 45 miles per hour for this rotation. But then the one that is just south of Johnson looks like it could be moving east, kind of more due east at 45 miles per hour. Kind of step through maybe the progression of that. You can see it was pretty tight there and around Tecumseh, just northwest of Elk Creek, and maybe has broadened a little bit with time. To me, looking at this with the latest radar scan, maybe just before 4:20 this afternoon. So that would be some good news. I haven't seen these tornado warnings go observed in a matter of time, too. And as you've been listening with our on-air coverage, too, certainly haven't seen any observed tags with these tornado warnings. And if they do go observed, we'll get a completely new colored warning box. It'll actually start to turn pink, and that gives us the indication that something is on the ground. But that doesn't mean the circulations are not something to be mindful of and be wary of and to take cover when you're in these warnings. Because, again, the National Weather Service has the capability now to produce a WEA alert, like an Amber Alert, on your phone when you are within the tornado warning to let you know that you should take shelter because you are in the path of strong circulation that they're noticing with some of these thunderstorms out there today. So that's the latest on the tornado warnings. I will go back maybe and just kind of talk about this severe thunderstorm warning for a large area of Johnson, Nemaha, Odo, Richardson counties. This is potentially producing up to 70-mile-per-hour winds as well as half-dollar size hail, and a lot of people are under that severe thunderstorm warning until 4:45 here tonight. Over 18,000 people this is kind of impacting with these stronger storms. And that's kind of the downstream issuance in the latest severe thunderstorm warning, as this severe thunderstorm warning is likely to be kind of old as these storms are kind of moving out. But a large area under a severe thunderstorm warning for up to 70-mile-per-hour winds. We'll go back to radar. Show you kind of a broader picture, because we're not losing sight of kind of covering Lincoln. And I know a lot of you may be curious about Omaha as well. But storms are now kind of clearing out from Lincoln. And so we still have this major storm complex pushing north and east. It's headed for southwestern Iowa, portions of northwestern Missouri. Did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning kind of back here southeast of Hastings between Nelson and toward Ruskin in Nebraska. This severe thunderstorm warning for up to inch hail. Not so much the wind. The winds are less than 50 miles per hour. But this for Fillmore, Nuckolls, Thayer County, this severe thunderstorm warning will go until 5 o'clock here tonight. And then we still have a few severe thunderstorm warnings north of I-80, north of Lincoln and Lancaster altogether, really. And the way these storms are moving right now, if I put this into motion, may lead me to believe that what storms are out there right now are kind of splitting Omaha, which would be good news for them. Just some rain, but that doesn't mean we're overall done for tonight, because we are anticipating some more thunderstorm development, as you're kind of seeing back here to the south and west. And we'll have to watch for this moving in later on this evening. So just because one round has moved through, unlike last night, that kind of meant our severe threat was ending. We're going to have to stay on guard here, as the particularly dangerous tornado watch, as I bring that up, is in effect until 8 o'clock. So we still have 3.5 hours left on that for areas like Gage, Jefferson, Johnson, Pawnee, Nemaha, Odo counties in far southeastern Nebraska. And they have extended it, you can see, into southern Iowa and northwestern portions of Missouri, just to kind of give you a good indication of the overall track of these strongest storms, kind of this way into this area. So likely going to be south of Omaha. We were kind of expecting that throughout the day today, as kind of the warm front had kind of stalled out in and around here. And those south of this warm front had the best chance for strong tornadoes and very, very large hail. And then us, that we're starting to see some of these warnings north of this front, hail, some wind, but not nearly as strong in terms of the overall threat of those tornadoes. Or excuse me, in the overall scope of looking at these thunderstorms across northeast Nebraska, they were expected to be weaker. Caitlin is asking me on Facebook, as I start to kind of look back at some of our social media chats, that you can certainly ask me questions on. Caitlin's asking, do we think Lincoln will have more rain? There's certainly a chance of more rain as we went into this evening. That's kind of why I took the time to show you meteorologist Bill Rentschler's full forecast here. We're maybe not out of the window of seeing thunderstorms that may not be severe, but still in the area of southeast Nebraska until after 9 or 10 o'clock tonight. So if anybody at home is kind of wondering what those blue polygons are in and around Beatrice and areas to the east of that, those are flash flood warnings. 1 to 3 inches of rain have already fallen in some of those areas. They may be looking at another additional 1 to 2 inches. We do have overall a flood watch that continues until tomorrow morning for areas of southeastern Nebraska. if my computer can catch up with me, and we'll load in that information because we've been sitting on radar for quite some time. But here's a look at the flood watch. The blue is what you see as flash flood warnings overlaid on top to kind of show you portions of Gage, Johnson, Jefferson counties are under a flash flood warning for a lot of rain that's fallen in a short amount of time. But even Lincoln and much of southeast Nebraska and around I-80 into the south under the overall flood watch through Tuesday morning until about 7 a.m. for additional rain expected that could produce some isolated instances of flash flooding like we're already seeing to the south. We'll come back to programming as I think they're about ready to wrap up the 4 o'clock show.
Southeastern Nebraska has a severe thunderstorm warning on it. That goes for another few minutes here. If you look at the satellite radar picture view, a number of strong to severe thunderstorms ongoing across the eastern sections of the state. This will continue as we head through the remainder of this evening. Severe threat should be done with as we head towards 8 o'clock tonight. Extended forecast, Taryn. No severe weather chances, no weather alert days, and temperatures in the 60s through Friday.
We'll look forward to that. Thanks for everything you guys are doing.
Yeah.
All right, have a good night. See you tomorrow.
Take care.
So appreciate meteorologist Bill Rentschler in saying that. It's important to point out that we are done with the threat of severe weather after today. We're going to be much cooler. There are no more 10-11 weather alert days in the forecast for the next 7 days. Hopefully we're not looking at the threat of severe weather for a while yet longer after today, but we are in May. May and June tend to be our most active months of the severe weather season overall, so something we'll certainly keep on top of for you guys as we are covering, of course, a lot of southeast Nebraska and Nebraska in general. But there are still some very strong storm complexes across southeastern Nebraska. There are other thunderstorms you can see that are developing with time and intensifying through northeastern Nebraska. I know we have another severe thunderstorm warning kind of between what is North Bend and Tacoma and Bancroft up here. This is a newer one issued that'll last until 5:30 for up to inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So some more marginally severe thunderstorms up to the north and east. And if you're chiming in or wondering about any of these areas north of I-80, really not worried about a tornado threat up that way, unlike yesterday for much of eastern Nebraska. The tornado threat is going to continue for these storms in far southeast Nebraska that are actually going to continue to push east into northwestern Missouri and southwestern Iowa with time. We still have some tornado-warned storms, though, in northeastern Nebraska, too, that if they were continuing to the north and east, maybe with time we'll still have to kind of pay attention to these storms as well. So that's kind of some of my 2 cents in looking at the radar right now. That is quite busy. There are several severe thunderstorm warnings to talk about really across the state, including this storm complex that you can really see if I take off the warnings. That may be helpful for just a little bit. Overall, this storm complex kind of shifting more from what could be embedded tornadoes to more of a damaging wind threat. We've seen up to 80-mile-per-hour winds reported with this complex, but right now it's warm for up to 70-mile-per-hour winds, kind of similar to what we saw yesterday with some stronger storms, but can't rule out some embedded tornadoes in there, and that's why we still do have some severe, some tornado warnings that may be allowed to expire with time. It looks like right now there's a new tornado warning over Pawnee City. This is radar indicated rotation. As of 5 minutes ago, the severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Summerfield, or 14 miles southwest of Pawnee City. It's moving north and east at 25 miles per hour. So this thunderstorm not only is capable of producing maybe a tornado, but also up to half-dollar size hail. This is expected to be in and around Summerfield now, and it could be in and around Pawnee City by 4:50 within the next 20 minutes. So we can look at rotation again because we haven't looked at that for a while. That looks like it's kind of back here, like you said, toward, like I just mentioned, Summerfield. And this is moving north and east. So if you're in this area and your phone just went off, there is some circulation we see tightening up in and around Summerfield. See what the National Weather Service is saying. Summerfield is in Kansas. It looks like we're also watching this new cell moving up from Marshall County in Kansas into southern Pawnee County. We're seeing increasing rotation on radar currently south of Summerfield. This was about 5 minutes ago. In a decent tornado environment, likely some decent hail in the cell as well. There's a ham radio operator that said 1 mile east of western Pawnee County line, no significant formation visible, but something they're certainly watching. As we go further north into this tornado warning, again, some circulation broadly just east of Glen Rock and Auburn toward Peru in Nebraska. So watching that circulation here very closely as we have another half hour on that tornado warning. This storm, too, is moving north and east. Is moving east at 45 miles per hour. Expected to be in and around Peru by 4:35, so within the next 3 minutes or so. So be sure if you're in Peru to have a way to get to shelter here quickly, as this thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado would be potentially moving into your area rather soon, and this is kind of your heads up now to take shelter. So still watching a couple areas of rotation across far southeastern Nebraska with a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings for hail up to $50 size, if not a little bit larger. Still keeping an eye on Lincoln because we're starting to see some severe thunderstorm warnings to our south and west. That would be the next thunderstorms that we'll be kind of watching for as they maybe get a little closer to Lancaster County. So right now, you've got a cell going up toward Davenport and one in around Cortland and Belleville in Kansas, but these are moving north and east. So the one over Davenport, warned for up to inch hail, wind not totally a severe threat with this storm, but this is moving north and east at 35 miles per hour, expected to be over Shickley by 4:40. As for this southern storm that we'll be watching move into southeastern Nebraska, that's for up to $50 size hail and 60 mile per hour winds, moving north and east at 45 miles per hour. So we have a while yet before we're done and the severe threat is over. Again, the title that you see at the bottom of your screen for the particularly dangerous situation tornado watch, that is for portions of far southeastern Nebraska until 8 p.m. So another 3.5 hours from now. I'll bring up that watch information because we haven't seen that for quite some time. I may also go into some more information that we have here with looking out over our Skyview camera. Going to kind of shift a camera view here. So we'll go cam 1. There we go. So we'll get off of the tornado watch because we'll be bringing in radar, the tornado watch information. Oh, that's not up to date, though. Well, let's bring up Skyview because we haven't looked at that a whole lot today. Just kind of our view here from Lincoln. At some darkening skies out there, some thunderstorms in the distance. Certainly kind of a foggy, drizzly look, but that doesn't mean we should let our guard down as some more thunderstorms certainly could have the time to strengthen before they move into Lancaster County here with time. Look at the National Weather Service real quick. Johnson and Pawnee County emergency managers are reporting rotation north of Du Bois. Here as of a few minutes ago. So let's go back to radar now. So you can kind of see in and around Pawnee City and where Du Bois is. Kind of getting information from this area, probably looking into this storm so they've got the best view of what's going on out there. I'm going to switch radars real quick. You can see certainly a lot of heavy rain and maybe some hail just passing northwest of Pawnee City toward Table Rock eventually. So be mindful of that, but let's look at the rotation that they're noticing. Looks like Pawnee City's not quite out of the woods yet with this rotation. That looks like it's coming together just west of what I think is Highway 65. Yeah, I'll circle kind of the area that I'm more concerned about here in the near future. Right in there. Yeah, Highway 65. The National Weather Service here just posted that as of 4:38, significant storm tracking into Pawnee City. Seek shelter now if you're in the area. So friends and family in Pawnee City, they need to be on high alert and in their storm shelter in the lowest part of the house. Hopefully that's a basement. If it's not, it's putting as many interior walls as you can between you and the outside. It's staying away from the doors and windows. Southern Pawnee County storm is rapidly intensifying rotation, so Pawnee City, you would be in the path of this as this tornado warning continues until 5:30. We've got another hour on it, so be sure to head into your safe space because this would be moving north and east into Pawnee City here shortly. I'll kind of gather how fast this is moving. It's moving north and east at 25 miles per hour, so if I were to put a cone kind of on the rotation of this, and it's moving 25 miles per hour. I mean, we're in Pawnee City here within the next 12 minutes or so, maybe 11 minutes or so, by 4:50, Table Rock by 5:04. Certainly noticing some rapidly intensifying circulation and rotation on this storm, and we've got storm spotters in the area to give us information. They're kind of looking into this storm from Du Bois, looking back west, if not northwest, along Highway 65 there toward Pawnee City. So what the National Weather Service said is for those of you that may be a little bit more nerdy about radar and what we're looking at, there's a lot of vertical side lobe contamination on the southern Pawnee County storm, which means it's actually faulty velocity data. But there's also real velocity data about 5 miles southwest of Pawnee City, indicating a potential ongoing tornado. So this, again, is just southwest of Pawnee City. Pawnee City, you would be in the path of what could be a strong and violent tornado trying to form, if not kind of rapidly intensifying with some circulation noticing with a lowering cloud here. With this, tornado warning is going to continue until 5:30. Again, there could be some hail up to $half size as well. I know our 5 o'clock show is also going to kind of hit off here in another 20 minutes. So those of you that may be joining in again on Roku, we are going to change things over to our 5 o'clock show and watch that for quite some time here with what weather information they're giving before we'll come back here and provide more weather coverage, continued weather coverage on all our social media platforms. But if you want to watch more of the newscast side of things, be sure to download our Roku app, kind of like a streaming channel like you have Netflix or Hulu. You can search up 1011 News on or 1011 Now on your Roku app, and be sure to download our app and watch our news coverage through the 5 and 6 o'clock shows. I'll bring the weather pertinent information into our streaming here so that you can have more weather information. But we're going to continue to watch this as we've got some very, very strong rotation southwest of Pawnee City. So this is the rotation they're seeing, this kind of signature. Again, it hasn't crossed Highway 65 just yet, but it's heading north and west and would be headed toward Pawnee City, eventually Highway 50. And beyond Pawnee City, Table Rock, I would also be in your safe spot. This is your heads up so that you can get to your safe spot and hopefully get everything that you need in order to get to the lowest part of your home before this thunderstorm, capable of producing a tornado if it hasn't already had something on the ground, is moving in. Humboldt, I think you could be just safe from this storm, but this is moving kind of northeasterly with time. Some of these storms have kind of been swept east, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see maybe a little storm deviation from the northeast direction. So Humboldt, I'd still be prepared to take shelter if a new tornado warning is issued. You know, this one is going on for a while longer until 5:30. But again, we are going to get a new tornado warning that will change color when it's officially observed, and we get that update from the National Weather Service. If storm spotters are able to successfully see a tornado on the ground and kind of notify the National Weather Service, who then can tell us about it. But a struggle we've had today with the amount of precipitation in some of these storms is that some of these tornadoes could have been rain-wrapped, and it's very hard to get spotters to see what's truly on the ground with a tornado in that situation. So we're kind of relying heavily on radar here as we head into this afternoon, this evening, but we do have spotters in the area of Du Bois, kind of looking north and west into this storm, so hopefully kind of away from some of the precipitation to get a clearer view of what's going on with any lowering, any rotation, and maybe a wall cloud. You don't have any other information from the National Weather Service, but it looks like an emergency manager from Johnson and Pawnee County. Oh, we just got confirmation of a touchdown a half mile east of Highway 99 and Highway 8 in Pawnee County, just north of Summerfield. There's multiple vortices. So this is a complex, strong tornado if they're talking about multiple vortices and a confirmed touchdown. Just a short while ago, this was north of Summerfield in Kansas. So if we go back some radar scans, it was probably on the ground somewhere closer to 4:30, if not just north and east of Summerfield. And then some of the rotations still trying to stay together as this is moving toward Pawnee City. So this storm that we're talking about right now has had a history of producing tornadoes, or at least one tornado that we can confirm here in the near future that was a half mile east of Highway 99 and Highway 8 in Pawnee County, just north of Summerfield. And again, they did notice multiple vortices with that confirmed touchdown. Let's see if I can get, there we go. That's a new radar scan toward Pawnee City. That is some very tight circulation, if not some broad circulation, that could be producing a tornado at any minute toward Pawnee City. So again, I cannot stress enough with daylight today and the favorable tornado environment that we have across far southeastern Nebraska. If you have friends or family in the Pawnee City area, I would make sure to be on the phone with them and that they are taking shelter here now. They need to be in their basement now. There's some tightening circulation that's about to move into Pawnee City. Just here, kind of in and around Highway 65, about to move toward the city of Pawnee City. The National Weather Service is about to issue a tornado emergency for southern Pawnee City. So everyone at home, please take this seriously. You just saw on your screen that this warning did just turn a pink shade. So we are now under a tornado emergency for Pawnee City as the storm continues to move to the north and east at 25 miles per hour. With this tornado emergency, I want to give you the latest information. A tornado warning remains in effect until 5:30 for southeastern Pawnee County. At 4:44, a confirmed large and destructive tornado was located over Pawnee City, moving north and east at 40 miles per hour. The tornado emergency is for Pawnee City. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Be sure to take cover now. If you are within the path of this confirmed tornado by emergency management, you are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed if there are any in the area. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, vehicles is likely in this situation, with complete destruction possible. This tornadic thunderstorm will remain mainly over rural areas of southeastern Pawnee County, other than moving directly overhead and impacting Pawnee City as we look at the rotation kind of in and around town right now. Probably especially if it hasn't moved already through Pawnee City, now moving to the north and east. Again, cannot stress enough, we have a tornado emergency for Pawnee City that was just issued here a few minutes ago. A tornado warning remains in effect until 5:30 for southeastern Pawnee County. As of 4:44, a confirmed large and destructive tornado was located over Pawnee City, moving north and east at 40 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation, so if you haven't taken shelter, hopefully you already have. We are praying for the people of Pawnee City and that everyone's going to make it out okay and they are in their safe spot. Currently, emergency management had confirmed this tornado. Again, it was in and around Pawnee City, just north of Summerfield. Moving on, the intensity research the National Weather Service is talking about with this radar signature and a confirmed report could be an EF2 plus tornado. Is that the Norris Public Power District? Okay. We have a cut-in from Chief Meteorologist Brand Anderson that we're going to listen to now.
To get this out, as there is a potential large destructive tornado over Pawnee City moving to the northeast at 40 miles per hour. This is a tornado emergency for Pawnee City, a dangerous tornado. It is on the ground at this time, and you can see there's Pawnee City. And again, this tornado is basically right over the Pawnee City at this time. It's a confirmed tornado on the ground, and it goes until 5:30. This tornado warning remains until 5:30, but this is in a tornado emergency, which means that a large destructive tornado is being observed at this particular time. It is moving to the northeast at 40 miles per hour. So folks, you are in a life-threatening situation. So again, you need to be in your tornado shelter now, your safe place. Again, basement. Again, get yourself covered up down to the basement under something sturdy furniture. If you do not have a basement, you need to be inside the interior part of your house, away from windows, away from outside walls. And again, you want to cover yourself up the best you can with either coats or pillows or blankets or anything like that. But again, you want to be in the interior part of the structure. You don't want to be where any windows are. So again, this is a tornado emergency for the city of Pawnee City. And again, we are looking at that storm system moving to the northeast at about 40 miles per hour. So you don't see these too often, but again, this is from the National Weather Service, that tornado emergency. And again, this is where we have the rotation with that confirmed tornado in the Pawnee City area right now. And again, this has been visible for that large destructive tornado. So again, extremely dangerous tornado at this time for the city of Pawnee City. So everyone should be in their safe place. Also additional, just came in, there's a severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Lancaster County now in southeastern Nebraska, southeastern Seward County, as well as Saline County. This goes until 5:30. It is moving to the east at about 55 miles per hour. So this particular storm is moving pretty fast right now. It's in the Milligan area at this time. The main threat, 60-mile-per-hour winds, half-dollar-sized hail associated with this, so it's going to move quickly. Again, Milligan right now is going to move out of that area and then quickly moving through portions of Saline County, and then eventually it could move into portions of western and southwestern areas of the Lincoln, or should say Lancaster County, and possibly the western side of Lincoln. But right now, Lincoln is not included in this severe thunderstorm warning. At this point, Lincoln is not under any kind of severe thunderstorm watch or tornado watch, but that doesn't mean we can't still see a few severe thunderstorms. Our tornado threat in the Lincoln area is lower, or fairly low at this point. But we could still see some large hail. But our more serious concern about what's going on right now is the tornado emergency, once again, in the Pawnee City. And again, this is a large tornado that has been observed, and a destructive tornado possible that's moving to the northeast at 40 miles per hour. So again, everyone in this area, in the Pawnee City area, needs to be in a safe place right now. This is what we basically is tornado debris, and we're going to zoom into this and see if we can see some radar. Doppler radar is sensitive where it can actually pick up some. I don't see a lot right now. Do you see anything, Bill?
On our radar right here, Brad, I don't, but I do see, looking at a different radar product, there might be a little bit of a dropout, maybe just on the southeast side of Pawnee City, right near Highway 50. It does look like there maybe could be at least a little bit of a dropout, kind of where that hook echo is right now on the radar. And it does look like, Brad, we did have just a new tornado warning that was issued. This is going to be a continuation of basically that storm. You can see it. It's for western Richardson County until 5:45. At 4:51, a confirmed tornado is located 4 miles east of Pawnee City, moving east at 40 miles an hour. A second possible tornado was located 4 miles east-southeast of Du Bois, also moving east at 40 miles per hour. So potentially two tornadoes right now on the ground with this storm, one of them being reported 4 miles east of Pawnee City, a second possible tornado located 4 miles east-southeast of Du Bois, moving at 40 miles an hour. It says this tornado will be near Humboldt around 4:55, so in about 2 minutes, Dawson around 5:05, Verdon and Stella around 5:15, and Schubert around 5:20.
So the new warning is now just to the east of Du Bois and Pawnee City, right? Is this the new warning here for the Humboldt area?
Yes,
and Dawson?
yes, that is correct.
So yes, this is the new warning for this storm that eventually is going to move into portions of, again, Richardson County. So again, this is the storm, though, we're most concerned about in the Pawnee City area at this time. Again, it's a tornado emergency, which means there is a tornado potentially moving through Pawnee City as we speak. So that's what we're concerned about at this point. And of course, everyone needs to be in their shelter at this time. Tornado safe spot. And again, here's another note: tornado warning for western Richardson County.
That's the one I just read to you, Brad.
Okay, that's for this one here. And again, this storm is moving to the east at 40 miles per hour. Also, tornado warning. This storm is moving to the east, and again, half-dollar size hail. Humboldt, Dawson, Schubert, around 5:20, this storm is going to impact the area. So that's what two areas we're concerned. Again, the one that's in the Pawnee City area now beginning to maybe shift a little further to the east. Part of that warning has been shaved off, but now, again, still dangerous storm system now moving into portions of eastern areas of Pawnee County.
And Brad, I'm going to, because they just trimmed up that warning, so I just want to read the new warning text. It said at 4:54, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 5 miles north of Du Bois, or 7 miles east of Pawnee City, moving east at 50 miles per hour. Emergency management confirmed tornado. So there is a large tornado on the ground being reported by emergency managers. This would now be in basically southeastern Pawnee County, and it's approaching the Richardson County line there. Again, this is going to be, looks like mainly just passing to the north of Du Bois.
Yeah, Du Bois, and again, eventually moving into that area, like you said, western areas of Richardson County. And again, that tornado warning goes until 5:30 for, again, Richardson County. So again, here we have the system. It's moving at 40 miles per hour to the northeast. Here's the tornado. And again, this is where we have the intense circulation. This is where the tornado is. And again, it's on the ground, and it is continuing to move to the east-northeast at 40 miles per hour. So folks in the Humboldt area certainly need to take shelter as well. Western areas of Richardson County, everyone that can hear me needs to take shelter at this time as this storm, this confirmed tornado, moves in from Pawnee County and eventually into Richardson County. So again, there's the storm. That's what it's moving, and it will be moving again to the northeast. If maybe we can put the radar into motion and show the folks exactly how the storm is moving. And again, you can see it moving through the Pawnee City area, that it now is in eastern and southeastern areas of Pawnee County and about ready to move into portions of western areas of Richardson County. So again, everyone needs to take shelter here into their tornado safe spot, excuse me. And again, this is a confirmed tornado when we did have that tornado emergency for Pawnee City, again, as that storm system moved through. Any more information?
Nothing that I can see right now, other than just that issuing downstream for Richardson County. That's the latest on this storm. But again, the radar signature continues to look like a pretty strong storm and potentially that tornado that is currently on the ground.
Yeah, and there is that circulation. It's getting closer again to the Pawnee County line as well as the Richardson County line. So it is about ready to move into portions of western Richardson County. So again, the Humboldt area, anybody around the Humboldt area needs to take shelter now, needs to be in their shelter spot. Again, basement obviously is the best place to be. Find some sturdy furniture to get under. If you do not have a basement, you want to be into the interior part of the structure, away from windows, perhaps a hallway, a bathroom, or a closet, or understairs. But again, as long as it's away from the outside walls, as well as any kind of windows, and you want to be in the center part of the structure. So again, zooming out there a little bit, there's the storm again in portions of eastern and southeastern Pawnee County, and beginning to slide now into western sections of Richardson County. And again, Humboldt certainly is in the path of this particular storm system as it continues to slide to the east-northeast at about 40 miles per hour. So that's what we have right now, the tornado emergency, the tornado on the ground, again, about ready to move into portions of western areas of Richardson County. Any other new information coming out from the National Weather Service about this storm?
Not at the moment, no. We did just have a new severe thunderstorm warning issued that for Burt and Thurston County, though, in northeastern Nebraska, quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds.
All right, let's go back to the storm, the severe thunderstorm warning that is going to impact perhaps the Lincoln area, or at least southwest of Lincoln. This is that severe thunderstorm warning, and again, it goes until 5:30. It started to move now into western or northwestern areas of Saline County, just to the south of Friend, but it's also moving quickly to the northeast right now, and it's moving pretty fast, and we find that here, moving now at about 55 miles per hour, so it is moving pretty fast. Now, the main threat right now is 60-mile-per-hour winds with half-dollar size hail. So again, as it moves towards Friend, maybe it could impact the Crete area. Right now, this does not include the city of Lincoln, but certainly later on, it could move towards the Denton area at this time. So we'll go back to that tornado warning again for southeastern sections of the state, again for Pawnee County, and eventually into sections of Richardson County. This is the storm system we're keeping an eye on. And again, this is certainly a confirmed tornado on the ground in the Pawnee City area, and now it continues to move into portions of western Richardson County, where we could be looking at that tornado moving in there, as well as the large damaging hail. I think we're going to take a break now, or we're going to head to our 5 o'clock newscast, and we'll update you on more of that severe information, unless you have anything else to add right now, Bill?
Nope.
All right, so we'll head back to regular programming, our 5 o'clock newscast.
Well, welcome back into the 1011 Now Alert Center, everybody. We're going to talk a little bit about what we have for information on power outages across southeast Nebraska. Right now, Norris Public Power District, that actually provides power to a lot of the area that you can see highlighted here, each county, including Lincoln. They're reporting about almost 30,000 people without power. This latest update coming just before 5 o'clock. So that is some of the information we have for some people out without power, especially with some of these strong storms, I would imagine, moving through Wymore, Beatrice, much of Gage County with the heavy rain, too. A lot of my coworkers here at 1011 have also been feeding me information on how Lincoln advises you all here in Lincoln to report storm damage. So the city of Lincoln reminds residents here how to report downed trees, limbs, power lines, and other damage if anything were to move in here later tonight as we're tracking that storm south and west of Lancaster County. Following the damaging storm, city crews first removed debris from arterial streets before clearing residential streets. But you've got more information up on our website. We've got a story that is currently called Lincoln Officials Advise Residents on How to Report Storm Damage. So that's something we're certainly looking for here. But right now they are kind of resetting to go into our 5 o'clock show. We are certainly monitoring an area of strong rotation as we go back to the radar. Let me bring you back to kind of what I have for the radar product here and zoom out. So some really good rotation in and around Humboldt right now with an observed tornado tag. No longer an emergency for Pawnee City. They've been trimmed from that latest tornado warning, but a confirmed large and destructive tornado was located over Pawnee City, moving north and east at 40 miles per hour, kind of now making its way toward Humboldt. This tornado warning for western Richardson County will go until 5:45. A confirmed tornado is located 4 miles east of Pawnee City, moving east at 40 miles per hour. And a second possible tornado was located 4 miles southeast of Du Bois, also moving east at 40 miles per hour. So we have a couple areas of rotation now again within the same warning box. As I kind of zoom in here, we've got what's up toward Humboldt and then maybe what's back toward Du Bois. Right here, and then kind of back up here. You got to look at different radar products because we're kind of in between radars, and that's why I can zoom a little bit this way and get probably the National Weather Service Omaha, and what is some very tight circulation up toward Humboldt. But these are pink right now. The difference in a pink versus a red tornado warning is that we have the observed tag on these tornado warnings in the fact that there has been a large tornado on the ground and around Pawnee City. They were under a tornado emergency as well a short time ago, and now we're going to get the latest from Chief Meteorologist Brad Anderson as they reset, and we've got the 5 o'clock show, and we'll get the latest information from them. We also have Carmelo Latuca, who's live in the Weather Shield.
Nebraska Parkway. We're heading into southeast Lincoln. We are, sorry, we're just making sure our mic's good. We are in southeast Lincoln on Nebraska Parkway. We just passed the intersection of Old Cheney. Nothing too terrible right now happening here in the capital city. We've had gray skies throughout the day, certainly had a few showers and thunderstorms that moved through earlier this afternoon. Nothing severe. We haven't seen any severe thunderstorms here in Lincoln. There is a severe thunderstorm warning in western Lancaster County, so we will be on in the Weather Shield throughout our 5 and 6 p.m. newscast, so we'll watch out if there's any thunderstorms happening a little bit later on. Again, we are on Nebraska Parkway heading southeast. Just gray skies around the area at this time. Not a whole lot weather going on, but certainly the possibility for some more showers and thunderstorms as we go a little bit later into the evening hours. Madison, Nathan?
Yeah, Carmelo, that might be a good reminder to anyone that's leaving work, maybe sooner rather than later as those storms start to impact some more of southeastern Nebraska. So we appreciate that report, and we'll hear from you here in our 6 o'clock newscast as well.
All right, the National Weather Service was out in Hebrin today. That's in Thayer County, southwest of Lincoln, surveying damage from a brief tornado that touched down last night. Our Darsha Dodge drove out there today.
So bringing this back to the radar that we're looking at here at the 1011 Now Alert Center. Again, we do still have an area of rotation in and around Humboldt. There may be a secondary area of rotation just south of Verdon. But hence why the tornado warning area is pretty big across portions of Richardson County. Now, again, with this storm still moving north and east. So it's going to be where we have these storm complexes capable of producing tornadoes in far southeast Nebraska for a little time longer before then we're maybe looking at severe thunderstorms still producing some hail, some gusty winds, but less of a tornado threat as we go forward into this evening, which is good news. This tornado warning, though, is still tagged for hail that could be up to golf ball size. It looks like, especially in Atchison County, northwestern Missouri, it could be up to $half size in and around Humboldt and Verdon. We just lost, it looks like, some of that data. It's starting to come back. I'm going to go back to the radar so you get a look at what these storms look like and kind of loop the motion, which I think can be pretty important so you can kind of see what's moving. Again, some thunderstorms are building, though, back now west of this complex, so we weren't done with the overall severe weather threat after these main storms move through. I will say, again, the tornado potential is dropping off with time. But we do have a severe thunderstorm warning that goes into western portions of Lancaster County for areas like Crete and Milford for up to golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. In fact, trained weather spotters say this storm has a history of producing golf ball size hail in Milligan. And now these storms have moved on to the east and northeast. So Crete, I know they've seen some action over the weekend, set to maybe see a little bit more as storms move to the northeast at 65 miles per hour. That is a strong storm motion. If you're in any of these areas within the severe thunderstorm watch or warning, as I pointed out, it's going to be really hard to kind of overrun or try to outrun storm motion that's at 65 miles an hour. So storms behind the main complex pushing through Richardson County are kind of going to remain pretty messy on the radar. We do also now have a confirmed tornado toward Blue Rapids in northern Kansas toward Maryville. That tornado, a confirmed tornado, is located 7 miles southwest of Waterville, moving north and east at 40 miles per hour. Weather spotters confirmed this tornado at 5:04, a tornado southwest of Waterville. Expected to be impacting Marysville, Blue Rapids, Frankfort, Waterville, Barnes, Vermilion, and Ocato in Kansas. Here's that warning will continue. So we do have a couple observed tornado warnings now across far southeast Nebraska and northeastern Kansas. So Pawnee City, even though you've maybe left your safe spot, I would be prepared to go back into shelter as you have a tornado-warned storm just to the southwest of you, and these storms are potentially on a trajectory to come right back through town within the next hour or so. So still looking at a very busy map with several severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings. The red ones are radar indicated rotation tornado warnings. The pink ones are the observed tornadoes that we've gotten confirmation from weather spotters that a tornado has recently been on the ground and is impacting a lot of these areas. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings just west of Lincoln. Again, these are on a path to kind of move through Lancaster County. So even though it's quiet right now, things are about to get loud again with some downpours, some hail potentially, some gusty winds up to 60 miles an hour. So we'll stay on guard here. I know the tornado watch for the particularly dangerous situation is set to go until 8 o'clock tonight. So we still do have another few hours on this. It looks like I may have missed Chief Meteorologist Brad Anderson's first forecast, so we'll try to get his full forecast coming up here in a few minutes, and we'll listen in on that. But here's the latest information as for the tornado watch. You can see Odo County, Johnson, Nemaha, Pawnee, Richardson, Gage, and Jefferson counties all included in that tornado watch until 8 o'clock tonight. And this tornado watch was expanded further east into southern Iowa and northwestern Missouri. So those areas next will need to be on high alert for all the storms that you've been watching so far with coverage from me and a lot of our 1011 Severe Weather Center team meteorologists heading toward your way eventually. But again, as we are kind of housed here in Lincoln, our primary focus is Nebraska and some of those northern Kansas counties just across the border toward Concordia. So we're keeping a mindful eye on that here in the coming hours. And then as things wind down, we'll let you know when the overall severe weather threat kind of drops off later tonight. But there's a while yet until that happens. And again, for those of you watching, maybe in particular for Lincoln, there are some cells out to the west that we're going to be watching, especially Dorchester right now, maybe seeing some hail. In fact, I could probably bring up the hail tracker right now to see what the estimated hail size is. Is it not going to give me maybe what's currently over Dorchester? That's okay. We'll go back to radar. Again, it could be up to golf ball size hail. I think we had golf ball sized hail observed in around Milligan in Nebraska. But this severe thunderstorm warning has now moved on from Milligan. So Crete, Milford, portions of Lancaster, Saline, Seward counties. We've had observed hail up to golf ball size. That is what this warning is tagged for. Up to 1 3/4 inches and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This severe thunderstorm warning, as of a few minutes ago, was located over Dorchester or 18 miles south of Seward, moving north and east at 65 miles an hour. Expected to be in and around Pleasantdale and Emerald by 5:20. A little bit south from there, there's another severe thunderstorm warning for areas like Wilbur and Fairbury. That's for pretty marginally severe weather, up to inch hail, up to 60-mile-per-hour winds. In this storm moving north and east at 50 miles per hour. So you can tell that some more storms are going to converge on Lancaster County here in the near future. But no tornado threat really with these storms. We've remained on the cool side of a front today, really the warm sector with all the available energy. If I pull up our cape, shows that energy is moving on from Lincoln and even almost Nebraska here. We just have where we currently have active tornado warnings on the ground, active tornado warnings that have observed tags on them, kind of riding into some of that more favorable environment in around Schubert to Verdon as well. In fact, I really want to go back to velocity because we haven't done that in quite some time. That's okay. Thank you, though. The latest information I have as of 5:06, rotation is passing very close to Salem, Nebraska at the moment, tracking north and east towards an expected to pass just north of Fall City. Far eastern Nebraska into western Iowa. We've got a new mesoscale discussion. It looks like the probability of a watch is now 20%, so I'm going to bring that up hopefully just before Chief Meteorologist Brad Anderson comes on with more information. Let's see if Lincoln is a part of that. Yeah, we are. So this mesoscale discussion up towards Sioux City, I would imagine, that we're a part of. The current discussion is that a couple instances of severe hail may occur with some stronger storms, but the severe threat is expected to remain isolated, so the probability of a watch is only at 20%. So that is some good news. So we may not even go under a watch at all today here in Lincoln and Lancaster County. 1011's Danielle Shank just let me know that we do have ratings in for yesterday and some of the tornadoes that passed through. We may have some time to get to that later, but I do want to get you the information for a lot of these storms that are passing through southeast Nebraska here in the near future. We'll kind of stay with current information before maybe we're able to look back later on this evening as things wind down, so stay tuned for that. I know we're in commercial right now for our 5 o'clock show, but we'll likely come back here to Chief Meteorologist Brad Anderson in a few moments. So I'll be prepared to kind of toss things over to him, and we'll listen into his full forecast here at 5 o'clock. Again, we have meteorologist Carmelo Latuca. He's currently riding in the 1011 Weather Shield as a passenger, just to kind of provide perspective on what we're seeing across Lincoln. But here's Chief Meteorologist Brad Anderson.
Welcome back. We're going to talk now about a new tornado warning for portions of northeastern Richardson County until 6 p.m. There's at 5:11 a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located 3 miles southeast of Verdun or about 4 miles northwest of Falls City, moving to the northeast at 35 miles per hour, described as a very dangerous situation. So again, taking cover now in portions of northeastern Richardson County at this time, as weather spotters have confirmed a tornado about 2 miles to the northeast of Salem. And again, the storm is moving to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. And we still have the tornado warning for portions of western, again, Richardson County. And again, that continues as we head towards the next hour. So a couple of other new tornado warnings wanted to mention for northwestern, or rather southeastern Washington County and portions of Kansas. That is a new one on the board. This is a tornado, radar indicated tornado at this particular moment. But again, we have other additional tornado warnings in portions of Kansas, kind of out of our 10-11 coverage area. Wanted to update you on the severe thunderstorm warning that continues for portions of Saline County and moving towards the Lincoln area at this point. And again, that goes until 5:30 for golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, again moving into northeastern area of Saline County and beginning to about ready to move into western areas of Lancaster County at this time. We have more storms in portions of Jefferson County, a severe thunderstorm warning there as well. Again, moving to the northeast, that could start to impact portions of southern areas of Saline County and perhaps the northern areas, northwestern areas of Gage County. These are severe thunderstorm warnings at this time. As we kind of zoom out, we've also had flash flood warnings because of anywhere from 2 to 3 inches of rainfall and additional rainfall expected. This does include Jefferson County, parts of Gage County, as well as portions of Johnson County. So a lot going on, but of course we've got the most dangerous situation right now in Richardson County, with possibility of perhaps 2 tornadoes on the ground in Richardson County. There's certainly been confirmed tornadoes on the ground in Richardson County. Now officially the tornado watch goes until 8 p.m. for portions of southeast Nebraska. This does not include Lincoln. Lincoln is not under any kind of watch other than a flood watch until tomorrow. But as of right now, no severe thunderstorm watch or tornado watch. But that doesn't mean we still can't see a few severe thunderstorms like we've been looking at this afternoon. Right now, Lincoln, just kind of a cloudy, dreary day with cool temperatures, 57 at the studio, also at the airport. That north wind at 17, gusting to 24 miles per hour, humidity at 93%. Very cold. This is cold for May, 40s in northern and western Nebraska. That clash of the cold temperatures as well as the warm and humid air out ahead of the cold front. That is what's giving us our thunderstorms, our severe thunderstorms, as well as the wind shear, the tornadic thunderstorms. So again, that's why we have that situation as we head into this evening. Now again, the wind is generally out of the north for much of the state at about 15 to 25 miles per hour. But again, we're looking at that storm system moving through southeast Nebraska. There are the severe thunderstorms, the tornadic thunderstorms now in portions of Richardson County, and again other scattered severe thunderstorms, Saline County down towards Jefferson County, over towards again portions of Lancaster County. All this activity is moving to the northeast. This is radar. This does not show any of the advisories or the warnings, but again, just to show you where all the cells are. And again, you can see portions of Richardson County, especially as we head into northern and northeastern areas of Richardson County. Again, we're looking at the potential tornado. A lot of the heavier storms now beginning to move into portions of Iowa and Missouri, but to our southwest, as far as Lincoln is concerned, we do have storms, not necessarily tornadic thunderstorms, but hail producers. Again, maybe some golf ball size hail. And again, it looks like we do have another warning coming up, or an update to the tornado warning. This is for a dangerous situation, again, for Richardson County, a confirmed and large, extremely dangerous tornado located 7 miles northeast of Falls City. This is moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. Take cover now. Weather spotters confirmed a multi-vortex tornado north of Falls City at 5:15 p.m. This is a life-threatening situation. So once again, Richardson County, you need to take shelter right now in your tornado shelter. Again, the lowest level of your dwelling, your structure, basement, interior room on the first floor. Mobile homes, you need to find shelter elsewhere. This is going to cause considerable damage perhaps to anything that it comes across. So again, this is a tornado, a confirmed tornado, again, just to the north of the Falls City area, a multi-vortex basically moving into that area. So again, we'll go back. Again, you can see that storm system. Again, we don't have the warnings on it or anything like that, but we do have, again, the storm moving through portions of northeastern areas of Richardson County. And again, this is where this tornado is located at this time. But as I mentioned, we could be looking at some additional storms in Lincoln. These are severe thunderstorms that could produce some large hail as well as damaging winds. And then we still have tornadic thunderstorms in portions of northern Kansas at this time. All of this due to a cold front later this evening and into the overnight hours. This front eventually pushes through and all the severe weather will be out of here. Right now, again, that tornado watch goes until 8 o'clock. We assume that things will quiet down after that, but we're going to be looking at cool conditions. We'll see a few clouds as we head into Tuesday, but temperatures are going to be well below average, and we're going to stay well below average for the next several days. As far as any kind of additional precipitation, the heaviest, I think, over southeast Nebraska, but we certainly could see, certainly locally, some heavier amounts, but we could be talking about half an inch of rain possible coming down pretty fast. Check out these low temperatures for tonight. We're talking about 30. Some areas could dip below freezing, 42 in Grand Island, down to 44 in Lincoln. In fact, we do have a frost advisory for the Ainsworth area down towards North Platte till 9 a.m. Central Time, and a freeze warning for far western portion of the state where temperatures could dip below the freezing mark. And then high temperatures on Tuesday, only in the 60s at this point. 64 in Kearney, 64 in Lexington, 63 in Lincoln, and then 60s on Wednesday. So again, well below average. As far as the 7-day forecast, we'll see more showers for Thursday and Friday. Again, temperatures only in the 60s. As we head towards Memorial Day weekend, it does get a little bit better. Slight chance for rain, warmer with temperatures in the lower to middle 80s. And again, I got an update here that I'm going to read off before we send it to break. Again, this is a tornado warning now for Pawnee County in southeastern Nebraska, also southeastern Gage County until 6 p.m. This storm is moving to the northeast at about 40 miles per hour. Radar indicated at this point this is a tornado as well as quarter-size hail in this particular area right here. So again, moving out of extreme southeastern areas of Gage County and now beginning to move into portions of western Pawnee County. Radar indicated at this point, but as you know, we've been looking at several of these storms, even initially started off as radar indicated, but then they drop a tornado. So a serious situation. Again, keeping an eye on Pawnee County. There could be potentially additional tornadoes as we move into that very favorable air mass, very favorable atmospheric conditions for the possibility of more tornadoes. So again, in Pawnee County, this is the latest tornado warning. It goes until 6 p.m. and this storm is moving to the northeast at 40 miles per hour. We'll be right back.
When you replace.
All right, we just heard from Chief Meteorologist Brad Anderson. Appreciate him covering the latest, and we had a new tornado warning, including over Pawnee City. As I mentioned before, Pawnee City not out of the woods yet. We had a confirmed tornado on the ground, and now we have radar-indicated rotation with a new storm moving out of northeastern Kansas into southeastern Nebraska, heading toward Pawnee City, toward Burchard, toward Steiner, and Table Rock. We'll actually pull up the velocity to show you kind of the circulation on this storm as it's been moving. So it looks like it's right there south of Liberty, probably around the Kansas line so far. So watching that rotation. And as Chief Meteorologist Brad Anderson said, these storms have had a history of being radar indicated for a short while before they're certainly capable of producing a tornado on the ground, sometimes before the National Weather Service can even update the warning to be observed. So this is the area we'll be kind of watching for as this moves to the north and east with time. Let me see how fast this is moving to the north and east. It looks like at 40 miles per hour. See if I can fit the cone. I might not be able to. No, we're going to have to zoom out a little bit. So as we look at that rotation, kind of right in there, and then it's going to be going north and east at 40 miles per hour. I can put a little timetable on this. So it'd be in and around Burchard by 5:37 or so, Steiner by 5:48, Tecumseh by 6:02, Johnson by 6:15, Auburn, your rough timing for this storm would be about 6:24. We also are working to see if we can show you a video submitted to us from Wyatt Neiman east of Du Bois of a tornado that was sent in and had touched ground. Well, a tornado certainly is the thing touching the ground, but a phone cloud that came down and became a tornado as it touched the ground. But haven't seen permission of whether I can show that video or not. Maybe the one that's not particularly on Snapchat, just in case this may be somebody else's video. But again, this is from Wyatt Neiman. It's kind of hard to make out. I'll pull this up on my computer. He zooms in, certainly can't see the rope-like nature of that tornado, and you can see the ground circulation just above the tree line there. So a tornado on the ground can confirmed kind of from a pretty far distance, but you can make it out. You can kind of see the funnel kind of condensing a little bit more on the ground and then kind of lifting with time. This was not the large and violent tornado we had on the ground for what was a tornado emergency for the city of Pawnee. But there are some more storms capable of producing a tornado in the area of Liberty, Burchard, Pawnee City, Steiner here through the 6 o'clock hour. Also keeping an eye on if Chief Meteorologist Brad Anderson does any more cut-ins. We'll be sure to listen in to what he has to say. I know, again, in the 6 o'clock newscast, we're going to try and fit in what meteorologist Carmelo Latuca is seeing from around Lincoln in the 1011 Weather Shield. And, of course, kind of in between all that coverage, you'll have me driving things through our 1011 Now Alert Center about where storms are at and how they're tracking so that we can provide for you continuous coverage on what has been a very active day here on Monday, even after an very active weekend. The good news is if you're tired of hearing all of this, tired of us providing continuous coverage for several hours, we've got to get this information to the people that need it. We had a tornado emergency over Hebrin yesterday, having another tornado emergency over Pawnee City in back-to-back days. Rare events. I can't speak enough to the rarity of the event that's ongoing today and what was yesterday. But we're working to give this information to viewers, and then we'll take a break tomorrow and hopefully for much of this week. We'll get a lot cooler as the front pushes through, and you saw Chief Meteorologist Brad Anderson kind of take us through the forecast going into the future into Tuesday. And talking about the future, with what's going on in far southeastern Nebraska, we still do have that particularly dangerous situation tornado watch in effect until 8 o'clock. So another 2.5 hours or so. Then we'll be winding down for the tornado threat as this kind of pushes into more of northwestern Missouri and southern Iowa. I also wanted to just flash up for you the flood watch across southeast Nebraska that will continue. It looks like Chief Meteorologist Brad Anderson, though, is on air again, so we'll listen in.
This evening, then we do have another tornado warning in portions of Kansas, and this is an observed tornado. Again, remember when we have this magenta polygon color here, that means there's a confirmed tornado on the ground, and it looks like it could be potentially in the Blue Rapids area right now. This officially goes until 6:30, but again, this is where we have pretty good circulation going on right now, and again, spotters did confirm a tornado on the ground. Again, that's why we have this observed situation here in the Blue Rapids area as far as Kansas. Again, for Marshall County, this is Marshall County, Kansas, and again, just to the south of Marysville. So let's, Bill, let's go one more time to the Richardson County tornado, and we'll check the velocity on that. And again, it does look like it is beginning to kind of shift a little bit closer to the Missouri River Valley. But again, folks still need to keep an eye on that in far northeastern Richardson County, as that still technically will go until 6 o'clock. And again, it's observed tornado, 1.8 multi-vortex tornado, and again, it's quickly moving off to the northeast. So those are the tornado warnings that we have at this point. And if we want to go back to the Lincoln area where we have Lancaster County, we can talk a little bit about the potential severe thunderstorm. It looks like maybe, we'll hold on just a second, but there is a storm system. What's that, Bill?
There, it's the severe thunderstorm warning has expired. That was for portions of west central Lancaster County. So these
Okay.
storms, as they move through the western part of the county no longer under any warnings right now.
All right, so this is no longer a warned storm. The severe thunderstorm warning expired, but still the storm system, as you can see, moving on the western side of Lincoln, and it's moving to the northeast. May still have some small hail and some gusty winds as it moves to the northeast, and again, probably going to move through the northwestern side and the north side of town. But again, there are more storms to our southwest. Again, nothing severe at this point, but all this activity is moving to the northeast, and although we don't anticipate any kind of tornadoes or anything at this point, they're primarily going to be, if they do become severe, hail-producing storms, but we'll keep an eye on that. Again, Lincoln is not under any kind of tornado watch or severe thunderstorm watch at this point, but again, we do have the tornado warning for portions of Kansas, a confirmed tornado on the ground, the tornado warning for portions of Pawnee County now. Radar indicated at this point, again, that is also moving off to the east-northeast at about 50 miles per hour. Again, Liberty, Pawnee City, Table Rock could be impacted by this storm, also looking at an inch-size hail. And then finally, we'll take one more look at the Richardson County one, as we've been keeping an eye on that. And it looks like most of that is now beginning to move into portions of Missouri at this point, but still technically a tornado warning, tornado potentially on the ground. So at least at this point, unless you have any more information, Bill, I think we'll send it back to regular programming, and we'll keep you updated if any new additional developments take place. Bill, do you have anything to say?
No, I was just giving you a thumbs up. I think we're okay.
Oh, all right. I maybe saw the top of your thumb there. But we're also, you can continue following the severe weather. Meteorologist Jessica Blum is in the 1011 Now Alert Center tracking these storms, and you can do that now. You can go watch the streaming. So we'll be back on if anything else develops.
Appreciate Chief Meteorologist Brad Anderson for tossing it back over to me in the 1011 Now Alert Center. We are still tracking these storms as they move through southeastern Nebraska. I want to say the threat for tornadoes is not yet over. We still have a particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch, until 8 o'clock. And you can see another confirmed tornado that is on the ground. You can see in northeastern Kansas, and that would have a trajectory for far southeastern Nebraska for areas that have likely already been under tornado watches. Marysville, Blue Rapids in northern Kansas, you're under that confirmed tornado warning for a time yet here this evening. In fact, that warning will go until about 6 o'clock here tonight. This storm is moving north and east at 35 miles per hour. But emergency management did confirm this tornado as of 5:28. They reported the tornado east of Blue Rapids. You can actually kind of see the hooking shape to that cell kind of down here east of Blue Rapids. Kind of some circulation, I would imagine, in there. In fact, we can confirm that going to velocity here to show you here this afternoon, and now pushing into this evening. Yeah, some very, very tight circulation. So likely a tornado on the ground at this point. If you know friends or family just across the border in Kansas, I'd make sure that they're in their safe spot. This is moving between Blue Rapids and Rock in Marshall County in Kansas. This tornado warning will be in effect until 6 o'clock tonight again. This is kind of on track for Beetle and eventually maybe Summerfield, again, areas that have probably already seen a tornado warning today, but you want to stay on guard. It's been certainly a day to have multiple tornadoes on the ground at the same time. We have radar indicated rotation back here in Nebraska, just north of Summerfield again, kind of passing through similar areas of Burchard, Pawnee City, Steiner. That tornado warning will go until 6 o'clock tonight as well for portions of Gage and Pawnee County. We also have this confirmed tornado and up to 2-inch hail that's just moved on from the Missouri River, just north of Craig and Corning in Iowa, just south of Fairfax. So certainly something that we are watching for here as that kind of crosses Missouri. We'll be watching for some of these storms kind of forming back to the south and west. Back here in Lincoln, we just had a storm kind of push through that was no longer severe warned, so that's good news for us. We'll kind of bring this back to radar and show you, again, there aren't a whole lot of severe warnings anymore south and west of Lincoln, so those storms are kind of losing some of their steam. But we do have some heavier rain kind of on the west side of town toward Pleasantdale, kind of moving into the Lincoln Airport area, along I-80 toward Waverly eventually, if not just north of Waverly. So West Lincoln, that I-80 or I-180 stretch Could see some heavy rain and some lightning and some smaller hail that's not driving a severe thunderstorm warning at this point. But anything less than an inch, certainly probably not out of the question here for western portions of Lancaster County. And then we've got a lot of scattered cells back to the south and west from there toward Friend. I know Friend and Milligan, we've had reports from them of up to golf ball size hail moving through. And that was the cell that's actually pushing into Lancaster County now. So thankfully that's weakened some, but still watching a lot of tornadic activity to our south and east and around Pawnee City. Again, Marysville in Kansas, out toward Mound City in northwestern Missouri. So while we're going to keep things here in the 1011 Now Alert Center here between shows, we are planning to take from the 6 o'clock newscast whatever weather elements are in there. So I know meteorologist Carmela Latuca plans to be live in the 1011 Weather Shield. And then we'll have Chief Meteorologist Brad Anderson's first forecast and any cut-ins he does, and his full forecast throughout the 6 o'clock show. Granted, there aren't any severe thunderstorm warnings through Lincoln or any confirmed tornadoes on the ground in southeastern Nebraska. So I know I haven't checked in a long time for any of you maybe joining on social media. We're live currently on Facebook, on TikTok, on YouTube. If you want to kind of chime in with any questions, we haven't answered any of those in a while. Andy's chiming in saying he's not too tired of the storms. I know it means good rain for the area, so hopefully a lot of you are enjoying that. Unfortunately for some, it may have been a lot of rain, maybe too fast for some of the ground to soak in, because we do have some flash flood warnings down toward Beatrice, Gage County, Washington County there you see in Kansas, but this flash flood warning, if I can pull it up, for Gage and Jefferson counties until 8 o'clock tonight. Adams, kind of similar areas that were under a flash flood warning where we had report of stranded vehicles. I think it was either Friday or Saturday. Some of the days are starting to blend a little bit together because we have had weather alert days for the last 4 days. So this is going to wind down after today, after the system finally moves on from our area. And then we'll see kind of the cooler air rush in. And as you heard meteorologist Bill Rentschler mention, I don't even think I have that in my show, there are actual frost and freeze alerts for portions of central and western Nebraska. I believe it's for tonight. I wonder if I can pull in some of that information. We haven't really talked about that throughout the day today, just because obviously the matter at hand has been the severe weather coverage across southeastern Nebraska. But we can provide some context there as well. Lisa's asking anything for Omaha and Council Bluffs. Probably not for any tornadic storms, but as you can see, a lot of cells are on their way from Lincoln toward Omaha here this evening, and can't rule out some gusty winds and maybe some hail at times with those storms as they pulse up. But the best tornadic environment is across far southeast Nebraska, and it's evolving with time into northwestern Missouri and southwestern Iowa. As I'm having Bill's show load up so I can kind of drop in the frost and freeze for overnight tonight. We'll look at some of that too, maybe later on. Thank you for Caitlin for answering a question, I think, from Noah, asking what do the purple boxes mean. I haven't explained that in a while, but the pinkish purple color is the difference in a confirmed tornado being observed, and then the red boxes are tornado warnings that are radar indicated, meaning that we have circulation that we can see based on radar coming together, but we don't have any spotter information that a tornado is confirmed on the ground. So I'm going to bring in this. We'll bring in those Day 1 lows. Okay. So just for a brief break in the storm coverage, those of you interested, central western Nebraska under a frost, if not a freeze, for tonight and I believe into tomorrow. The freeze warning is from 1 a.m. Central Time, until 9 a.m. Tuesday. The frost advisory is in effect from 1 a.m. tonight until 9 a.m. Tuesday. So some cold temperatures out that way. In fact, if I give you the forecast lows tonight, down around 30, below freezing for some out in the Panhandle. We'll have a cooler night tonight here in Lincoln, and not expected to warm all that much up throughout Tuesday with highs in the 60s. I haven't checked the National Weather Service chat in a while. We're starting to see some increasing rotation on radar in the tornado-warned cell moving into Page County in Iowa. Rotation right now is directly southeast of College Springs. So again, that storm kind of moving on from Nebraska. Michael, a Stanton County emergency manager, reporting golf ball size hail and dime size hail in Pilger that's moving out of the area within the last 10 minutes or so. So can't lose sight on the fact that we have had some severe storms up in northeast Nebraska too, but you can see those are especially moving kind of out of the favorable environment as they race to the north. But currently we do have 3 polygons that are that pink shade. So if I go through some of the latest information on these tornado warnings, there's one in Kansas that's moving north and east toward far southeastern Nebraska. This is a tornado warning that remains in effect until 6 o'clock here tonight. Back toward 5:35, a confirmed tornado was on the ground 6 miles northeast of Blue Rapids, moving north and east at 30 miles per hour. Emergency management confirmed that tornado. So areas impact include Frankfort, Beetle, Vermilion, and Okido. Then we move further east. Now the tornado confirmed warnings are in northwestern Iowa. Out toward Maryville until 6:30, and out here toward Atchison and Holt counties until 6 for some considerable damage, maybe hail up to 2 inches in diameter. Sorry, I've been looking at this for a while. It looks like Danielle is giving me a picture of some hail in Humboldt that was almost pushing 3 inches. So let me show you that real quick. It does look lumpy. It looks spiky in nature. We certainly can see hail like that when it's been lofted up through the atmosphere several times. Kind of thrown, tossed about. Certainly some large hail. That's kind of rivaling what we saw yesterday as the biggest hail reported in Nebraska. That was pushing 3.5 inches. So between, large apple and softball size hail, really. Appreciate that. It's Humboldt hail from Jason Gunther sending us that photo in. Coming back to radar. Really, in the near future, we're probably worried about the, again, confirmed tornado warning down in northeastern Kansas, but there is an active tornado warning towards Steiner, kind of just south and west of Steiner if I bring back velocity data. There is some rotation in there. In and around Burchard and Pawnee City, kind of between Highway 8, kind of right in there. Probably looking at Highway 8 and Highway 4, kind of between those two, west-east facing highways just south of Steiner. We did get a new severe thunderstorm warning, too, to maybe replace some of that information for up to $0.5 size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That is actually set to expire, though, in the next minute, so that may be less of a threat. But for Auburn, we're still looking at a severe thunderstorm warning. Oh, those were both just allowed to expire, so that's good news. Okay, so we're still watching a couple tornado warnings in far southeast Nebraska. There was a new severe thunderstorm warning just west of Lincoln towards Seward. So I apologize if things kind of seem all over the place at times today. You can imagine looking at this map for several hours. There are a lot of polygons in a lot of places, and we're focused on what's close to Lincoln and then across southeast Nebraska for tornadic activity, but anything closer to Lincoln, not expected to have any threat of tornadoes. We're on the cold side of a front. You may have been feeling that all day today. It's kind of been drizzly and gray and cooler through this afternoon. We do have this severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Saline, Seward County until 6:30 for up to inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This was actually observed. So it looks like trained weather spotters at 5:39 reported quarter-size hail just north of Friend. So there's been a lot of hail in and around Friend, if not just south of town, now just north of town. The strongest portion of the storm, or the hail core, kind of passing in between Beaver Crossing and Milford toward I-80, and likely going to slide just east of Goner on a path for Seward and Garland in far northwestern Lancaster County. So it has been the west side of Lincoln really seeing some of the severe warnings, not really downtown Lincoln. Kind of remained out of it today, but you can see kind of how messy it is kind of out there. Again, if I bring back the available energy in the atmosphere that's kind of driving more of the tornado threat, you can see that's largely south and east of these storms. And so they're riding a lot of that right now. And so I want to stress that's good information for Omaha and Lincoln residents. We're not looking at a tornado threat this evening. We're looking at what could be some spotty storms pulsing up and producing hail, an inch to maybe 2 inches. I think overall our giant hail threat is kind of dropping off as well. And kind of the atmosphere is actually getting more and more worked as more rounds of showers and thunderstorms move through. So that is also some good news. Paco's asking if Lincoln is supposed to clear up. I mean, we still have storms to our south and west, so it's not going to clear up anytime soon until we can push probably toward 8, 9, 10 o'clock tonight. I haven't checked TikTok really in a while. A lot of comments coming in. Highlands just has some rain and thunder. That's good to know, Brittany. Thank you. It's starting to rain in Fall City now. Anything for the north side of Lincoln? Yeah, potentially. Pretty far northern Lincoln, maybe northwestern Lincoln if you're not close to them. We're looking at cells kind of just passing to the west. Really more on a path for Malcolm and Valparaiso. We've got a new warning up here toward Valparaiso and Wahoo. This warning is for up to inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds as well. Is Auburn getting hit again? Amanda's asking that. They're about to. There is a decent thunderstorm to your south and west, and that's kind of where we've been looking for each location, kind of what's going to happen in the near future. So if you're asking about Auburn, then we look this way to see what's coming because these storms are moving north and east with time. So right now there is a tornado warning to the south and west, so there's a storm still capable of producing a tornado, even though this warning is set to expire, I think, by 6 o'clock. So hopefully in the next 10 minutes, we're not going to get any further tornado warnings issued downstream, but something we'll have to watch for if you're in the Auburn area. Thank you, Amanda, for asking that question. I know our numbers are maybe dwindling a little bit on our social media just because they're kind of looking in, chiming in, seeing if we're covering Lincoln, and really a lot of the severe weather has remained south and east of Lincoln, or now just kind of going around us to the west and northwest. So we'll take the rain that we can get if we can dodge a lot of the severe weather threat, because today was definitely on the higher end. We had a moderate risk in the state of Nebraska for the first time since 2022. A PDS tornado watch, a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch, is actually only issued across the country a few times a year. And it's even less likely that that's going to impact areas of Nebraska, and it has today. Amanda now asking about the Omaha and Millard area. Interesting that you're asking about Millard. I used to live in Millard when I was growing up, but could see some rain, could be dodging some storms that could be threatening some smaller hail and some gusty winds. But again, the tornado threat is greatest to the south of Omaha and Millard throughout the rest of tonight. So not worried about anything in relation to that, but still certainly could see some lightning with some of these thunderstorms on track for Omaha here in the near future. I'll pull up lightning actually to show you kind of what's going on. And then maybe we can bring up sky view here in Lincoln to kind of show you what we're seeing from here in town. Yeah, some of the lightning intensity has dropped. Still a little lightning out towards Seward, toward Odo County. There's not really a whole lot of lightning on this cell between Ceresco and Ashland. A lot of lightning toward that confirmed tornado warning in northeastern Kansas here toward Marysville. We'll drop the Cape, though, I think, and so the time is 5:51, and I just want to reset as we saw another confirmed tornado warning be issued for portions of northern Kansas. The plan as we go into the 6 o'clock hour is I'm going to drop this coverage. You may see local news live for a little bit of time, but that's just so that we can get our full newscast on our primary stream, and then I'll come back after that. But if you're tuning in on our social media platforms, on Facebook, on TikTok, on our YouTube, we're going to continually push this severe weather coverage. So we'll kind of drop in for Brad Anderson's first forecast, for Carmelo's look in the 10-11 severe in the 10-11 weather shield at what's going on in and around Lincoln, and then we'll drop back in for Brad's full forecast throughout the 6 o'clock show. And when those things aren't going on, it's worth it to still continue watching radar for much of southeastern Nebraska, as there's still a lot of potential for tornadoes to be on the ground through far southeastern Nebraska, especially in the near future, probably for Pawnee County, Richardson County, Nemaha counties, up toward Auburn, Fall City, Pawnee City. But you saw momentarily, or a short while ago, that we just had a tornado warning issued for northern portions of Kansas, Marshall and Nemaha counties. This will go until 6:45. A confirmed tornado was 6 miles southwest of I think I've been saying that wrong all night. Beatty, Kansas, moving north and east at 30 miles per hour. The damaging tornado weather spotters confirmed, and they continue to report a tornado with this storm. So this storm has had a tornado on the ground a little bit longer that's now outlasting one warning and now pushing into a new area. Again, expected to be in and around Frankfort, Axtell, Beatty, Summerfield, Vermilion, and Baileyville. Kind of in and around Kansas. Beatty, thank you, Taylor. Appreciate it. Beatty, Kansas. Alexandria is asking about any new updates on Pawnee City tornado since 30 minutes ago. Not really. It doesn't seem like we have any indication that may be reissued. I'm going to go back to the National Weather Service. So if you see me drop coverage from our Roku and our streaming channels, don't worry. We're about to go in our 6 o'clock show, and you'll get more information throughout that show. But we're going to stay live and maybe transition to our social media lives if you're wanting to stay with this weather coverage. And I'll just give you that heads up now. National Weather Service is saying storms coming out of northeast Marshall County in Kansas have been persistent tornado producers. Pawnee and Richardson may be in the target line for these eventually. So right now, that isn't any new information on this tornado warning for Pawnee City. We're just kind of focused on what's coming out of Kansas. So this one's likely to be let go within the next 5 minutes. I think the overall threat for a tornado to be on the ground has kind of dropped off. I can kind of confirm that going back to velocity. There's still some good rotation, which could mean we may be looking at a good hail producer, if not what still could be capable of producing a tornado in the near future. So still certainly keeping an eye on this rotation between Pawnee City and Table Rock. So it's kind of moving just north of Pawnee City. Felicia's asking about Fall City, and if Fall City's going to be okay, I would still be on high alert because there's storms kind of surrounding you right now that are expected to kind of collapse in on the area as we go forward in time here tonight. So Fall City has been pretty quiet other than some showers, some thunderstorms that have been on the weaker side, nothing warned. But as you can see, there are thunderstorms west and southwest from you, and largely probably going to watch this cluster and how it moves north and east with time. And it has had a history of producing tornadoes on the ground for a while. Zooming out to give you some perspective back here toward Lincoln. Still a couple severe thunderstorm warnings to our west toward Friend and Seward. That severe thunderstorm warning until 6:30 for up to inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. One that Wahoo's included in for similar hazards. That will also be in effect until 6:30. So Lincoln missing out on the worst of these cells just to the west. We're going to see some more rain move in, maybe some lightning and some thunder. Beatrice is about to get hit with more rain as well, even though there's no warning on that storm. Look for some good, healthy, heavy downpours in an area that's already been warned for quite a while this afternoon for flash flooding. So as the sun goes down, what a lot of people don't realize is flooded roadways get harder and harder to see as we have less and less light. So you want to be sure to be very careful as you're traveling in and around Gage County, surrounding areas of Beatrice, Pickrell, Adams, Tecumseh, Wymore, Harbine, Odell, and Steel City. You're all within this flash flood warning that'll go here for another couple hours, kind of in and around the evening commute and even longer than that. So we'll likely take the 6 o'clock show here off the top once I see them go live. And then we will come back to me once they're done with some of the weather coverage from Meteorologist Carmelo Latuca and Chief Meteorologist Brad Anderson. Just kind of situating. I've been sitting here for a while. Again, we have been live on our social media platforms for over 4 hours. Really can't stress enough how appreciative we are of you viewers at home, sticking with us to get this information and trusting us with this severe weather information. Those that did ask about the Pawnee City tornado warning, it looks like another one was issued further downstream to include Humboldt in Nemaha, Pawnee, and Richardson counties until 7 o'clock. We'll get more information from that from Chief Meteorologist Brad Anderson, but it looks like that area of rotation continues. It's currently situated over Table Rock, so there's certainly a storm out there capable of producing a tornado as it moves east at 35 miles per hour. So if you are in Table Rock, I would take shelter now. Humboldt, this will be coming close, if not passing just to the north of you, but the area of rotation that I want to point out to you guys at home is right in here. If this thunderstorm hasn't produced a tornado, it's certainly capable of one. The National Weather Service said they were issuing this downstream tornado warning as it's moving into Richardson County. Persistent rotation remains in a good tornado environment, meaning that even if we aren't seeing a tornado right now, the environment favors what could be tornado development rather quickly. So I think the 6 o'clock show is about to start here. We're going to join in and listen in.
A weather alert weekend is how you're also starting the work week. Severe weather working its way across the state, now reaching southeast Nebraska. Good evening. I'm Nathan Brennan.
And I'm Madison Pitch. We are tracking that severe weather with team coverage tonight. Sam Cobb is at the 1011. Lancaster County. Meteorologist Carmela Latuca is in the Weather Shield monitoring road conditions for your drive home.
And Chief Meteorologist Brad Anderson live in studio with the latest information from the Severe Weather Center. Brad, I know you've been tracking a lot here in southeastern part of the state. What's the newest information? I saw that.
All right, well, we do have a new tornado warning for portions of southeast Nebraska for Pawnee County and Richardson County. Just coming across here, this is for northern Richardson County, northeastern Pawnee County until 7 p.m. Its storm is located about 2 miles north of Pawnee City, moving to the east at 35 miles per hour. Now, as at this point, it is radar indicated tornado. And again, this will be near Table Rock at about 6 o'clock. Right now, basically Humboldt at around 6:05. So as of right now, it is radar indicated. But of course, we've been seeing several of these storms produce tornadoes. So folks in Richardson County, northern Richardson County, northeastern Pawnee County do need to take shelter at this time. Also, quarter-size hail is a possibility. Also, maybe a little more of a concern as we head down into portions of northern Kansas for northwestern Nemaha County, Kansas, eastern Marshall County till 6:45. There's a confirmed tornado 6 miles southwest of Beatty, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. And again, weather spotters continue to confirm a tornado in this area, continue to report a tornado with this particular storm, and that is moving to the northeast at 30 miles per hour. Back in the Lincoln area, there are no severe thunderstorm warnings for Lancaster County at this time or the Lincoln area, but we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Saline and Seward County until 6:30 for quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then also for southeastern Butler County and northwestern Saunders County, that goes until 6:30 for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. In addition to that, we do have some flash flood warnings until 8 o'clock for Gage and Jefferson County, and also portions of Johnson County and Pawnee County, where some areas have seen 2-3 inches of rain, and additional rain is moving back into the area. So again, taking a look at the the tornado watch until 8 p.m. Still a tornado watch until 8 p.m. Lincoln is not included. We do not have any kind of watch at this time for the Lincoln area, but as we've seen, there have been some occasional severe thunderstorms in the non-watch area in portions of eastern section of the state. We may continue to see that for this evening. Maybe again some large hail, possibly with some strong winds from some of those storms. But again, Lincoln or Lancaster County not under any kind of watch. Meteorologist Carmela Latuca is here in the capital city, keeping an eye on your commute home. He's in the 1011 Weather Shield, and he is in the Lincoln area. Carmelo, tell us what you're seeing right now.
Absolutely, Brad. So we are seeing some light rain right now. Earlier in our 5 o'clock newscast, we were in southeast Lincoln on Nebraska Parkway and Old Cheney. Right now, we are in North Lincoln on 48th Street at the intersection of 48th Street and Superior. We're about to turn left here, start heading west, try to get some more light to moderate, maybe even some heavy rain here as well. Not a whole lot of activity going on here in the capital city. Again, as you said, severe thunderstorm warnings off to our north and off to our west. We've dealt with some heavy rain on our drive in between the 5 and 6 o'clock newscast, some heavy rain, and when we were on Cornhusker Highway. We've seen some wet roads on 84th and Havelock. As we were looking at some fields off to the right, we did see some minor field flooding, some minor street flooding as well. So that's the latest here in the capital city. Some minor flooding on some streets, nothing terrible at this time, but things are looking pretty good. But still, it could be a wet commute home. There's still some rain, maybe even some moderate to heavy rain at times. Nathan?
Yeah, Carmelo, thank you for taking a look at some of those conditions out on the roads. And from out on the roads to the 1011 backyard, Sam Cobb has a look at conditions here on 40th and Vine, but also a closer look at some of the damage that's been left behind across the state. Hey, Sam.
It's just lightly sprinkling out here right now, but it's not that case across the state. Tonight's weather coming in nearly immediately on the heels of these weekend storms that many here in Nebraska are still cleaning up from. I spent much of the morning and afternoon out in Fairbury yesterday, and there it seemed that nearly every resident in town was outside cleaning up the miles of damage and debris.
So be sure to tune into our Roku or CTV kind of streaming channels if you want to hear more about the storm coverage that we have on the news side of things. But really on our social media platforms right now, we are focusing on continued severe weather coverage, including some new information that I have for this tornado warning impacting portions of Richardson County. I'm going to circle the area of circulation that we're watching just kind of north of Table Rock. Some of you have also been asking what are the teal polygons polygons on the map. That's flash flood warnings and currently in effect. But word from the National Weather Service is that currently we're carefully watching the storm in Otoe County west of Nebraska City. Temperatures are a bit cooler there, but it's very close to the effective front and may have some potential to organize a tornado threat. But then the Pawnee-Richardson storm is looking quite strong right now in terms of rotation. No recent reports, but we wouldn't be surprised if it is producing. Right now, the current effective front extends from Council Bluffs to just west of Plattsmouth to near Marysville, Kansas. Anywhere east of this front has a non-zero tornado potential, but that potential appears greater the farther south you go. So that's the latest on word from the National Weather Service. You may have seen the radar kind of update here from that to that. Still watching that circulation kind of riding the northern edge of that polygon, kind of pushing north and east with time. What we have just before 6 o'clock was that this thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 2 miles north of Pawnee City, moving east at 35 miles per hour. This tornado warning will continue until 7 o'clock tonight and be in and around Table Rock now and even Humboldt here within the next couple of minutes. So this storm is certainly capable of producing a tornado, even though we haven't had any confirmed reports of one being on the ground. The National Weather Service would not be surprised if we heard a report soon based on the history of that storm. We also do have a confirmed tornado warning down here to the south in around Beatty, Kansas, between Beatty and Axtell, across the state line south of Summerfield. This tornado has been observed, and this thunderstorm has had a history of producing tornadoes able to stay on the ground a little bit longer. So this was updated just before 6 o'clock. A confirmed tornado was located near Beatty, moving north and east at 30 miles per hour. Weather spotters confirmed the tornado with damage east of Winifred in Kansas. They repeat in their tornado warning that a tornado is on the ground. Take cover. Move to a basement or interior room or the lowest floor of a sturdy building and avoid windows. The reason I'm sitting on this warning a little bit longer is because this path would be on a trajectory for far southeastern Nebraska, including Pawnee City again, including Du Bois. If you're outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. So again, a tornado warning that will continue until 6:45. So we were able to hear from Chief Meteorologist Brad Anderson. He tossed things over to Meteorologist Carmelo Latuca. We're going to come back to Chief Meteorologist Brad Anderson when he gets into his full forecast later in the 6 o'clock show. We'll kind of expand the view again and come back to radar and give you kind of some perspective on what's going on in Lincoln, because, of course, that is where our station is housed. We want to not lose sight on some of the thunderstorms we have here close to the capital city. Right now, Milford, Malcolm, Seward, Valparaiso, kind of in and around severe thunderstorm warnings for what was inch and 60-mile-per-hour winds, still is here for another 20 minutes or so for Seward County, and then up toward Wahoo and Saunders and Butler County, still inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So the rain may be about to pick up, especially again for western portions of Lincoln. Pickerel, Beatrice starting to see, again, some heavy rain come down in areas that have already seen a lot of rain today, if not over the weekend. And again, the teal polygons, those are flash flood warnings in effect through this evening. They did just drop the observe tag on this tornado warning here in northern Kansas, so that might be some good news there. But that doesn't mean that this storm has dropped its tornado potential. We'll still be watching that. With their latest information here as of a couple minutes ago, this thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Axtell, moving north and east at 45 miles per hour. Not only is a tornado capable with this storm, but maybe some ping pong ball size hail as well. So keep in mind that this thunderstorm will be in and around Frankfort, Beatty, Summerfield, Vermilion, and Baileyville through about 6:45 here tonight. Other severe warnings are really pushing into northwestern Missouri and southwestern Iowa, but we do still have this warning that was issued for some circulation throughout Richardson County. So looking into that, it's radar indicated for now, but Nemaha, Pawnee, Richardson counties, you remain in a thunderstorm warning until 7 o'clock. Wanted to get back to some circulation here on the velocity to see what kind of signature we're looking at here with time. Again, riding the northern edge of that polygon. I know they've, throughout the warning, said that this has an easterly motion, but between the last few radar scans, it actually looks like it's moving a little bit more northeasterly to me and maybe out of the polygon. So even though you're not in the polygon right now, I'd be on high alert if you were in Auburn or Brownville in Nebraska for the potential for a tornado to be in your area, or a thunderstorm certainly capable of producing a tornado here in the near future, because there's still a favorable environment across far southeastern Nebraska. Once things wind down tonight, if I've got time before I let you guys go, we'll probably try to cover a little bit of what we've heard for official rankings from the National Weather Service as they've been out surveying damage in southeastern Nebraska. And we have some tornado rankings with storms in around St. Library or Labori. I keep saying it wrong. I apologize. Some on Facebook still asking if Stanton and Columbus getting anything. We can kind of zoom out before they come back to Chief Meteorologist Brad Anderson here and look up that way. Looks like things are quieting down in Columbus for now in Stanton. A lot of the thunderstorm activity is kind of passing down to the south. Again, Lincoln going to see some of the rain pick up. And then a lot of the worst of these storms that are warned at the moment are passing to the west through Seward and Wahoo. Yeah, Chef?
Just checking in.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Yeah, okay.
Mm. So we're getting ready to kind of shift things to maybe bring in meteorologist Bill Rentschler, but also I know we're going to be watching Chief Meteorologist Brad Anderson's forecast here on the 6 o'clock show. So Bill and I may come back out to that after he is on at 6 o'clock and then maybe talk a little bit more, because we did have some of those rankings for yesterday's tornadoes, but we're not quite done with the event here tonight either. A lot going on, and you've had a long day back there helping out, Chief.
I had some meat and cheese, so...
Oh, did you?
I have to say I had some meat and cheese, so I'm feeling a little replenished, refed a little bit. She ate all her M&Ms last night, so she'd probably no.
Who are you speaking
I'm
for?
just assuming. I'm just assuming you ate all your M&Ms.
Carmelo's what? Water here available? Oh, poor guy. No, he doesn't have water. I have energy drinks.
Is that your White Monster from yesterday too, or is that a new one?
This was from yesterday because I didn't crack it open until.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
I knew today would be a long day too. Doesn't even pass the mic back to me. I see how it is. We're in commercial break right now, giving everyone kind of a play-by-play back here. Isn't that amazing that I can keep talking while I throw that in there? All right, your mic's hot now, Bill.
All right.
But we don't have a camera on you.
It's probably
How
for
we
the
do.
best.
Need a little break from the radar for everyone at home that's been chiming in. We've lost some of the viewers, but maybe they'll come back seeing your pretty face on here.
Well, it's. I mean, there's just a lot going on. Thankfully,
So many
and while parts of Pawnee, Richardson counties have probably seen multiple tornadoes at this point. Here in Lincoln, we've been lucky. We really haven't seen anything. It's kind of there's been a spotty shower or something, isolated thunderstorm that's rolled on through. And at the beginning of the day, That's kind of what I probably thought was going to happen. I'm gonna
Amazing job on the risk.
but like they nailed it. I mean,
Yeah.
with where that moderate risk was. So kudos to the forecasters at the Storm Prediction Center. But you woke up this morning in Lincoln. It just didn't feel like a severe weather day. Which here's Chief Meteorologist Brad Anderson. Let's listen to what he has to say.
Nemaha, Pawnee, and Richardson County. This goes until 7 p.m. Right now it is radar indicated as it moves to the east-northeast at about 35 miles per hour. Also, the tornado warning for portions of northern Kansas, Marshall County, Nemaha County, Kansas. The tornado that was on the ground may have lifted. It's no longer a confirmed tornado on the ground, radar indicated at this point. But again, this storm has a history of producing a tornado. So again, that could change, but this is also moving to the northeast. That goes until 6:45. We continue to have the warning for portions of eastern Seward County, also Saunders County. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning there that's going to be affecting portions of Gage County, Johnson County, southeastern Otoe County, and northeastern Gage County. That goes until 7 p.m. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with half-dollar size hail. Also, that severe thunderstorm warning for northern Jefferson County, also southeastern Saline County. Again, that goes until 7 p.m. also for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail at this point. So those are what's going on right now. Nothing really threatening Lincoln at this time. No warnings for Lancaster County at this time. Also want to let you know that we still have those flash flood warnings for portions of Jefferson County as well as Gage County, Johnson County, as well as Pawnee County. Several inches of rain has fallen here, and you can see we occasionally still get heavy rain moving through that same area. We'll zoom out and kind of show you what's happening with the tornado watch. Nothing's really changed. It's still for portions of northern and northeast Kansas and southeast Nebraska until 8 p.m. Lincoln not included, Seward not included, but we've still had a few thunderstorms popping up that have become severe, mainly hail and high winds. But again, that great tornado threat is still over portions of southeast Nebraska at least through 8 o'clock. In Lincoln, just cloudy skies. We've seen some passing showers and thunderstorms through the Lincoln metro area. Otherwise, it's cool. Certainly colder than what we've seen over the last several days. 56 at the studio, also at the airport. And that north-northwest wind gusting to around 30 miles per hour and the humidity at 93%. Cold in northern and western Nebraska, just 42 degrees in Thedford, 45 in Broken Bow with 48 in Grand Island, and 52 degrees in Columbus. Most of the state looking at a gusty north wind now at 15 to 25 miles per hour with temperatures in the 40s. Again, that's making it feel colder. Wind is a little more variable in southeastern section of the state as that cold front moves through. Here in Lincoln, again, northwesterly at 10, gusting to 30 miles per hour in Lincoln, 30 in Grand Island, 29 in Kearney, and 22 in O'Neill. So here's the cluster of thunderstorms. Again, the severe thunderstorms, the tornado warning for portions of in Pawnee County and Richardson County, and then also again looking at those strong storms in northeastern areas of Kansas. Every once in a while, some of these storms produce larger hail, quarter-size to half-dollar size hail, again moving. Most of it has been just kind of the west, northwest of Lincoln. But again, even here in Lincoln, we could still see some thunderstorms this evening that potentially could produce some large hail. Again, keeping an eye on some of these storms. Again, this is again in Jefferson County. It is moving to the northeast, could impact southern areas of Saline County. Right now, nothing for Lancaster County, but certainly moving towards the northeast. And of course, the big storms in portions of Kansas. And it looks like, I think Bill just handed me update here. It looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning, 645. This is located near Humble. This is for southeastern Thayer County for, again, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. So, again, that is for southeastern Thayer County. So, basically what's happening is the strong cold front is moving through, and as we head towards 7 and 8 o'clock, and again, this continues to push those storms. Looks like another update here, severe thunderstorm, a new severe thunderstorm warning, again, for northwestern Fremont County, north central Otoe County in southeast Nebraska, and then southeastern Cass County in southeast Nebraska. That is a severe thunderstorm warning, and that goes until 7 p.m. Also the main threat, 60-mile-per-hour winds, half-dollar size hail, moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. So again, as that storm system moves through, okay, Bill's going to show us these storms, or did I go backwards? Did you do anything, Bill? Okay, Bill didn't do anything, so that was my fault. So there's the cold front. Again, it's going to continue to move off to the east, and we'll see the cooler air move in, and really just talking about some chilly temperatures at night, and the cool air is going to continue for the next several days. High pressure builds in. We'll see some scattered clouds as we head into Tuesday, but again, temperatures on the cool side. As far as precipitation over the next 24 hours, most of it's going to be extreme southeast Nebraska. We do have that flood watch until tomorrow morning for portions of southeast Nebraska with more heavy rain potentially. So lows tonight just 44 in Lincoln, 42 in Grand Island, chilly in the west, 35 in Valentine. In fact, we do have a frost advisory for places like Ainsworth and Valentine until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning Central Time. Western Nebraska Panhandle, a freeze warning for tonight. High temperatures on Tuesday, again much cooler, especially for southeast Nebraska, looking at temperatures in the 60s, well below average, with 63 in Lincoln, 64 in Grand Island, and then highs on Wednesday generally in the 60s, 64 in Lincoln, 62 in Kearney. Cool weather is going to continue. Looks like a lot of clouds Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Scattered showers Thursday, scattered showers Friday, again only in the 60s. Heading towards Memorial Day weekend, lower 70s Saturday, lower 80s Sunday, mid 80s for Memorial Day. Some isolated thunderstorms. At this time, it does not look like we're going to see much in the way of severe weather, so at least for the next few days after this evening, we'll be looking at some quieter weather, although it will be cool. Nathan, Madison?
You're working hard. Thank you for that severe weather coverage, Brad.
So there was your full forecast from Chief Meteorologist Brad Anderson, going through some of the latest warnings as we're getting new information, even just southwest of Lincoln too. We did have some viewer-submitted tornado videos submitted as well into our newsroom, so I want to bring you some of that. Try to bring this up here. One is near Pawnee City. This one was taken from Dalton Mackin. So let me bring up my computer to show you this. This is a tornado on the ground. You can certainly see the windmills there in the distance too. You can see the debris cloud as it's on the ground. Pretty short video. It's only 2 seconds, but we appreciate Dalton for sending that one in. The other one that I have that was southeast of Du Bois, you can also see kind of a similar vantage point across the fields with the windmills there. Kind of give you a perspective on size of this cone-shaped tornado that was on the ground. This video a little bit longer, about maybe 30 seconds or so. But we have had multiple tornadoes on the ground across southeast Nebraska today. So the National Weather Service, again, doing a really good job in the risk for tornadoes and all these warnings today to keep us all safe. So bringing it back to radar, you can still see it's a pretty active picture across southeast Nebraska. And I am still going to keep a close eye on these storms that are southwest of Lincoln. Right now, some of these storms are getting a little stronger between Fairbury and Western on a path for Wilbur and DeWitt, with hail potentially up to now ping pong size, 1.5 inches and 60-mile-per-hour winds. In fact, actually, that hail has been observed. It looks like trained weather spotters at 612, half-dollar size hail was reported 6 miles west of Fairbury. So now, besides half-dollar size hail, maybe is getting as big as ping pong size now, pushing a little bit further into the 6 o'clock hour. I know in our newsroom it looks like Beatrice streets are dealing with some flooding, so we're working to get some more video to bring you in our later newscast tonight at 10. You can expect some more complete coverage of everything that's kind of happened across Nebraska really yesterday and throughout today by the 10 o'clock newscast, because we'll be largely a lot quieter by then with the severe threat moving on for all of Nebraska. But a lot of you have been asking about Omaha. Omaha's kind of seeing some rain right now. The stronger storms are out west, kind of impacting Wahoo, Raymond, areas of far northwestern Lancaster. Even though there wasn't a new warning issued, this one's about to expire here in the next 7 minutes. Crete is just kind of outside of that severe thunderstorm warning we were just talking about, up to ping pong size hail possible. This one that Beatrice is kind of on the edge of, that storm's already moved on from you and is moving toward Adams for up to half-dollar size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So this area has seen a lot of rain, many rounds of thunderstorms throughout the day today, and it's just not over just yet. unfortunately. We do have a tornado warning for the city of Auburn in far southeastern Nebraska. This is radar indicated rotation that as of a minute ago, this thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 4 miles southwest of Auburn, moving north and east at 40 miles per hour. So let's get back to some rotation, or really velocity, to look at some rotation. A weak signal to me, but still in a favorable environment, and that's why the National Weather Service is still issuing tornado warnings in far southeast Nebraska. There is some circulation in there that hasn't even moved into Auburn just yet, so this is kind of your heads up to take shelter if you're in and around Auburn. Again, this is far southeastern Nebraska for Nemaha County. Still keeping an eye on what has been a larger tornado-warned polygon in Marshall and Nemaha counties in far northern Kansas, because those storms are still moving north and east too. And you can see some severe weather kind of moving on through southern Iowa and northwestern Missouri. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning just to the south of Plattsmouth. If we go back to that. This severe thunderstorm warning for Union. Murray's probably just going to skirt out of this to the south, but up to $50 size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds with this storm moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So heading into Iowa here shortly, but going to impact areas close to the Missouri River. Again, Lincoln kind of surrounded by the severe weather for right now, and all these warnings for anything up to $50 ping pong, maybe golf ball size hail at times, and some 60-mile-per-hour winds. The wind really hasn't been the threat today. It's been hail and tornadic potential really south and east of Lincoln altogether. But through far southeast Nebraska, that tornado warning for Auburn is going to continue here for this evening until about 7 o'clock. They will probably toss it to Chief Meteorologist Brad Anderson for a little while longer at the end of the 6 o'clock show, so we may listen in on that again real quick before we come back to what is still a mess of thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings across southeast Nebraska. It's still very active out there. The time is just before 6:30. These thunderstorms are coming together. I know some of you asked not too long ago about Hickman and southern Lancaster County. There are some strong storms moving north and east. They've had a history of producing at least $50 size hail. This warning right now for ping pong size hail. $50 size hail was reported 1 mile northwest of Fairbury about 10 minutes ago. So looking at some heavy downpours and potentially some hail in and around this area, moving north and east, and would be on track for southern Lancaster County and southern Lincoln potentially as well.
Eastern section of the state. Quieter weather for the rest of the week with some chances for showers, but temperatures will be well below average. Right now as we head into Memorial Day weekend, warmer temperatures will be on the way.
Plenty more of this weather coverage on our 1011 weather app on Roku. See you there.
Okay, trying to get Chief Meteorologist Brad Anderson as he was closing out the 6 o'clock show. So from now on, I'll watch for when we start to go into break after the show, and then we'll try to get this back up on our primary stream so that we can keep this going a while longer. Because, again, the particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch, that was issued for far southeast Nebraska will run until 8 o'clock tonight. So we still have another hour and a half on it. And we have yet to see any areas in Nebraska cleared from it. So still on guard for areas like Nebraska City, Auburn, Schubert, Pawnee City, still Wymore, as storms are kind of coming out of northern Kansas and into southeastern Nebraska. And what I mean by that is I can show you radar, and there's been a storm down just past the border. That's eventually going to move in and clip kind of Pawnee, Richardson counties, and move on from Axtell and Seneca and Kansas and toward Dawson and Nebraska. So still a stream of some heavy rain, if not a severe weather threat with a lot of these storms. As you look closer to the Kansas and Missouri borders, again, the teal polygons, I haven't said this in a while, those are flash flood warnings for much Gage, Johnson, Pawnee counties through this evening till they push it back now to 8:45. Some of these storms have seen between 2 and 4 inches of rain, maybe up to another inch possible through tonight. So just gave some more information on the PDS Tornado Watch because it continues for another hour and a half. Still really busy out there. We have one tornado warning right over Auburn.
Radar indicated.
It was radar indicated. I didn't notice great rotation with that upon latest look. It's kind of broadening.
Broad.
Yeah. But a lot of these storms have had a history of, I was going to say, yep. So even though there isn't a warning in this area, Schubert, I'd be on high alert. A lot of these storms have quickly kind of produced things. Brad's going back on air, it looks like, so let's tune into him.
Northern Gage County. This goes until 7:15. The storm is moving to the northeast now at about 50 miles per hour. It is moving pretty fast, but ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds are potentially with this particular storm system. So again, moving out of portions of northern Gage County impacted by the southeastern Lancaster County, looking at DeWitt, Pickrell around 6:35 for DeWitt, Pickrell around 6:40. So ping pong ball size hail along with 60-mile-per-hour winds. Again, stay tuned to 1011 for the latest severe weather developments, but you can also go to the 1011 Now Alert Center where meteorologist Jessica Blum continues to monitor these storms.
All right, appreciate Chief Meteorologist Brad Anderson tossing things back over to me in the 1011 Now the 1011 Now Alert Center. We have been watching some areas of rotation between Stella and Schubert. It's just kind of actually outside of the tornado warning in around Auburn for right now, so maybe that's coming together a little bit better. So I would be mindful of some tornadic potential still on the Nebraska side of things and around the Missouri River. There's a look at all the polygons without the radar working, so a lot going on still. But within the coming hours, it is going to move on from southeastern Nebraska. I want to see the National Weather Service, see what they've been talking about. Jefferson and Saline counties confirming $half size hail in Fairbury within the last couple minutes. They confirmed that. Sorry, my nose is starting to run a little bit. Just north of Beatrice, it looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning that Hickman is just outside of. Panama, Firth, you're included in the severe thunderstorm warning until 7:15. So this is for portions of Gage and Lancaster County for up to ping pong size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This storm is moving north and east at 50 miles per hour, expected to be in and around DeWitt by 6:35, by Pickrell by 6:40. Other locations impacted and in the path of this storm include Cortland, Firth, Adams, and Panama. Sterling under a severe thunderstorm warning as well, just to the east. This severe thunderstorm warning until 7 o'clock here tonight for up to $half size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. For Johnson and Odo counties, we're starting to see some more severe thunderstorm warnings be littered across counties just south of Lincoln. So that indicated rotation I was looking at just south of that tornado warning, it must have been that the National Weather Service was on page with us right at the same time. Because Schubert, you're now within a tornado warning until 7:15. This is radar indicated for now, but Nemaha and Richardson counties, we're looking at a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Stella or 12 miles south of Auburn, moving north and east at 30 miles per hour. Expected to be in and around Schubert within the next 6 minutes. The National Weather Service said new tornado warning issued for rotation in northern Richardson County, tracking northeast, which is what we had just shown you not all that long ago. That's kind of what we're looking at here, kind of in between radars, but you can see the circulation coming a little bit better together. Yeah, so they let the Auburn one go and expired it, and now we've got this better rotation in around Schubert. Right in there, about to cross Highway 67, probably. It's going to be close for Nemaha. So the hail, it looks like not too much of a factor with this, but there is radar indicated rotation. Looks like some rain is about to pick up here for Lincoln too, so we can broaden the view and go back out to that. Keith wants to know how kind of maybe some of that circulation's been tracking. I can show you that here in a second. Again, no portion of Lincoln really under a severe thunderstorm warning, but extreme southern Lancaster County in a severe thunderstorm warning. In around Firth and Adams for up to ping pong size hail. This is kind of how the storms have been moving over the last hour or so. So a lot of heavy rain pushing past Auburn. There's a flash flood warning just across the border into northwestern Missouri. So let's go back to that rotation. I can kind of step you through time and how that circulation has come together. Because it wasn't all that great. You could kind of see it there. Back towards 613, kind of tightening a little bit along Highway 75. And then towards Stella and between Stella and Schubert, and now is right over Schubert, if not moving to the north and east. So radar indicated rotation at the moment. These storms, though, have had a history of producing quick tornadoes. So the National Weather Service is trying to stay out ahead of these storms before they produce a tornado to give you a heads up before anything's on the ground. Starting to hear some thunder here at the 1011 studio as some of these thunderstorms are starting to close in on Lincoln. Again, no warning, no severe thunderstorm warning in the area. We're just kind of currently watching closely this rotation between Stella and Schubert, just kind of to the north of Schubert, kind of heading into Highway 67. This tornado warning, again, is going to go until 7:15 here tonight, so hopefully you're in your shelter. And I think Chief Meteorologist Brad Anderson's about to do another cut-in.
Has been issued for southeastern Nemaha County as well as north central Richardson County. Again, this goes until 7:15. Right now, this is a radar indicated tornado, indicated the rotation, located near Stella. It is moving to the northeast at 30 miles per hour at this point. And again, it looks like it'll be near Schubert at around 6:40 as the storm continues to move off to the northeast. And again, it looks like there is some rotation in this area between Stella and Schubert. Right now, it is just radar indicated, no confirmation or anything like that on the ground. But again, that certainly could change as we have had reports today from touchdowns from these tornadoes. So again, still a tornado watch in this area. It is moving off to the northeast at 30 miles per hour. And again, right now in portions of Nemaha and Richardson County, there is that tornado warning until 7:15. And again, it is moving to the northeast at 30 miles per hour. Stay tuned to 1011. You can always watch us streaming at the 1011 Alert Center with Jessica Blum.
Brad correcting my last name there. That's okay. But yeah, we are watching that tornado warning that he just mentioned. We also have severe thunderstorm warnings back to the west, impacting areas between Lincoln and Beatrice. If you've been seeing the radar kind of looped over the last hour, we've got several severe thunderstorm warnings from Cook all the way back through Plymouth and Fairbury. I think a lot of these warnings are for at least $50 size hail. Let me check on that. Fairbury, your warning is for up to ping pong size hail or 1.5 inches. Beatrice is under a severe thunderstorm warning for up to ping pong size hail. A lot of these storms are moving to the north and east around 40 to 50 miles per hour. Over Plymouth, your storm for up to ping pong size hail as well. That warning that includes Adams and Firth. Mainly looking at a ping pong hail threat, and maybe some of these have been confirmed. It looks like $50 size hail fell 1 mile northwest of Fairbury, but that was about 20 minutes ago. That's that warning that we had the latest observed kind of report. At 6:30, it looks like $50 size hail was reported in Fairbury. Again, this is kind of riding the edge of Lancaster County. Now hearing some thunder, so maybe we switch over to Skyview, kind of give you a view of what's going on here in Lincoln. I'm going to switch back to streaming on all stations too, so we can get some of this back on our primary stream. So the skies are still dark here in Lincoln. It's looked like this for quite some time today, actually. We're starting to see some rain come down. I heard some thunder, so some lightning in the area. So those out and about, just kind of keep in mind that we do have some thunderstorms in the area, but nothing severe warned for the city of Lincoln. So that's some good news, as people are probably trying to still get home or run some last-minute errands after work on a Monday. It's hard to keep track of the days after we've been in severe weather mode here at the 1011 Severe Weather Center really for the last 4 days. But this is the last of it before we move on, and we'll be quieter throughout the rest of this week. So you can certainly see the rain coming down now from our Skyview camera. Some of those drops streaking across this camera view. The street there in the bottom right-hand side of your screen, kind of the streets getting wet as a good downpour comes down. We'll switch this over to radar again, show you kind of what's moving into Lincoln. So here's that rain kind of coming toward downtown Lincoln. The rain's picking up. Kind of throw up some lightning on there too, because I can certainly hear that. I'll give it a second. Back just south of Denton, maybe a little bit better chance at some small hail in there. But the warnings you can see are south of the area. The polygons are not anywhere near Lincoln, but we do have some lightning. Again, some heavy rain about to come down. This is the best of all cases for us here in Lincoln to pick up on some more rain and dodge the severe weather threat and what has been a high-end tornado day for far southeastern Nebraska with confirmed video and emergency manager reports of multiple touchdowns across southeastern Nebraska, but south and east of Lincoln and I-80 altogether, which we were expecting with the overall risk for severe weather and the moderate risk that was in place for areas south and east of Lincoln, toward Beatrice, toward Pawnee City. So as you can see from the bottom of your screen, still under a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch in far southeast Nebraska until 8 o'clock tonight. I'm going to switch radar modes, just kind of show you what's moving through Lincoln. It looks like especially maybe a little bit better of a core to this cell kind of north of Lincoln. Those of you that may be just living in Lincoln past the I-180 stretch there, looking at a little heavier rain and maybe some small hail mixing in, but some good rain over the capital city right now. Some decent rain just to the south of Denton that's about to move into the south portions of Lincoln too. Kind of Old Cheney and Pine Lake Road eventually. The warnings to the south again for up to mainly ping pong size hail and around DeWitt, Pickerel, Beatrice, Harbine. But the stronger storms, you can certainly see that, and the lightning intensity are pushing well to the east and almost out of our hair. We've got some tornado warnings out there. All right now, it looks like for some radar indicated rotation. Hoping this one's going to be allowed to expire. That one goes until 6:45, so that one should be allowed to expire, and I haven't seen a new tornado warning to take its place. But we still have this tornado warning for Nemaha and Richardson counties until, what time was that? Until 7:15, so let's look back on that circulation. Certainly hear it getting pretty loud outside of the station right now. Yeah, still some circulation between Nemaha and Schubert along Highway 67, about to push past the Missouri River. So it is just about out of our hair, and hopefully maybe winding down in the perspective of tornado warnings for us across far southeastern Nebraska. I don't really want to say that for certain just yet, but for sure. Why not? Danielle just let me know that we might have a cute dog moment to take a break in this stream. Why not? With some tree damage, maybe. But yeah, let me push in on Lincoln because this is some good rain coming down. We don't have a name? Oh, that's unfortunate. But dog picture may be incoming soon as we look at the rain kind of picking up here in Lincoln. Not only are we probably going to see this round of rain, but there is a pretty good amount of rain, maybe a little hail in it just behind if this cell kind of continues to maintain itself into Lincoln and stay organized. So that's what I'm looking at as I look at radar right now. Let's see here. Okay, anybody ready for a good boy? A very good boy. I'm ready for a good boy picture on a Monday. So let's kind of go over here. Merge. As things are winding down, maybe look at this good boy. He's checking out his tree damage. Maybe pretty happy that he's got some twigs, maybe some new branches to play with. But they've got some cleanup. This is where, Danielle? Auburn? Yes. Some tree damage that we have seen in the area as Auburn's seen some strong storms. We also look like we have video. Whose picture with the dog? Can we credit? Aaron Goring. We appreciate the dog pictures. He's sniffing out his new twigs and trees down in the area. We also have some storm damage off 26th Street and J. This is from Cheryl Polikar. Let's see if we can take this full screen. Carmela, did we notice any hail coming down outside of the station? I think it's just big drops. I don't think we've seen any hail coming down. But this is, again, from Auburn. You're looking at video. Some sheets of rain coming down as the winds picked up. Thank you, Cheryl, for sending in a lot of this. No hail here at this station. Carmela just confirmed for me. Gotta have eyes on the skies here. Close to home. About a 40-second video showing, some sheets of rain come down. So meteorologist Carmela Latuca is about to join me again. Again, we've got some good rain over Lincoln. I repeat, no severe thunderstorm warnings over Lincoln right now. I'm going to mix up the camera shots here for a quick second and bring us back. There's Carmelo. Hello. I got your mic potted up now.
There we go.
Yeah, talk to us about how the weather shield was.
It's been my first time in the weather shield in quite some time,
How long?
For severe weather coverage?
Yeah.
There was nothing this year for severe weather coverage. Winter weather coverage, I mean, you were in it last
I was in it, yeah.
February, 6-inch,
Yeah,
7-inch
that was something.
snowfall in the capital city. So it's been a while. Obviously, I take it all the time for the school visits, but some light to moderate rain. We had some heavy rain for a brief period between the 5:30 and 6 o'clock newscast. We were on Cornhusker Highway in North Lincoln. No hail. There was I think a concern at one point because there was some golf ball size hail being reported in the Friend area.
Mm-hmm.
We thought that warning might extend further to the northwest. I thought we might be able to get some of that coverage. That kind of warning kind of fell apart. or fell apart. Looks like there could be some hail, though, just northwest of Waverly, north of the capital city at this point. Maybe north of Interstate 80 just a little bit.
Along Highway 77 on your way toward Wahoo. Another round of rain about to come together, though, through Lincoln. We just saw one round kind of move through, another good cell. Ooh, that one's pulsing up with the latest radar scan. On the west side of Lincoln, maybe a little hail in there.
But we're down to, one tornado warning, a few severe thunderstorm warnings in southeastern Nebraska.
Oh, a new tornado warning. Now that you say that, let's go over to Falls City. 2 tornado warnings, it looks like. One for Schubert, one for Falls City. The latest tornado warning for Richardson County will go until 7:30.
Yeah, I have some information from the Weather
Do you?
Service.
Yeah, go for it.
Tornado warning has been issued on the developing rotation moving into Richardson County. Current rotation is just northeast of Bern,
Oh,
Kansas.
it's back here. Yep.
Yeah, so it's not in the state, or if it is, it's about to be. But that
Right
was
back
as of just a
here.
minute ago.
And moving into Richardson County. So again, we're taking all the circulation we see on radar very seriously because any circulation can produce a tornado on the ground rather quickly on a day like today with the favorable environment that we've seen. Not modify a whole lot, but I've occasionally, Carmelo, while you've been gone, kind of popped up Cape to show the available energy.
I haven't seen that. You should pop that up real quick.
Here's that, and it's really over far southeastern Nebraska. We don't have this in Lincoln. Nebraska City still has some.
Right.
In fact, if I probably should take off radar altogether so that you can see that's where it is. Falls City for sure. So these tornado warning storms are kind of riding that right now, or if not, they're all together
time
into
is running down.
southwestern Iowa. So yep, time's running out here in southeast Nebraska. See any probably tornado potential, but as you
still a
can
handful
see-
of severe thunderstorm warnings and flash flood warnings further to the northwest. Oh, there's another severe thunderstorm warning, northeastern Kansas.
I'm not too concerned about that.
No.
With stuff here closer to home.
Of course.
Going back to radar, we still have these tornado warnings south and
So
even
that's-
portions of southern Lancaster County. From what I saw, the warnings were up to ping pong size hail, though.
Is that observed? Because I'm seeing the observed tag on the Gage Johnson County warned storm. Was that wind or hail?
This
that's
one?
Observed? No, go up or to the left. Sorry. Oh, sorry, to the north. My bad.
Oh, portions of Lancaster engage?
Oh, sorry, Lancaster engaged. My bad. Yeah, I saw the observed tag and I was just curious.
Yes, this is ping pong size hail, but $half size hail is reported 1 mile northwest of Fairbury. So that was still an old report.
Okay.
But they've kept that report. Thank you, Danielle. Danielle sent me an update on what has been power outages from the Norris Public Power District. Looks like Wilbur is dealing with some outages. We've got 12 active outages, but 171 total customers affected from these thunderstorms moving through. Again, some good rain coming down here in Lincoln, especially on the west side of town. I mean, we'll take everything we can get without the severe warnings in Lincoln.
So it seems like I may have missed a little bit in terms of some pretty intense activity.
We did.
When I left, there was a tornado
been-
emergency in Pawnee City. So catastrophic. I'm assuming what was going on down there. That tornado emergency, they don't take that tag lightly. And then a multi-vortex tornado just north of Falls City in Richardson County. That you don't see that every day either. So
This has been quite something. And back-to-back
No.
days where we've had a high risk for tornadoes across more of eastern Nebraska, then the PDS tornado watch that came out today, and they did a great job of issuing that because we've seen several tornadoes, if not some violent, on the ground throughout southeast Nebraska.
no, the way the afternoon was looking, I was curious. I was like, a lot of tornado warned storms for rotation, but I'm certainly glad that PDS watch was issued because of what has ended up happening later on into the evening hours. So are all of our counties still in the tornado watch?
I believe so. This
Okay.
is on the U.S. watch,
Okay.
so it should update with time, and I haven't
I mean,
not
it's
seen...
set to expire in an hour and 5 minutes.
Yeah,
or so,
they might
but-
just let it ride out
Yeah.
because I haven't seen anything cleared.
Okay, yeah, that still looks
Yeah.
similar. Okay, just
Let me
making sure.
just confirm real quick that I have the right product on here. I sure do. Oh, no, I don't. Oh, there we go. There were some in Kansas,
Yeah, Concordia, obviously, they're done with their activity.
yeah, that were
so that's changed.
cleared. So I'll save that product so we can get the updates there.
Okay.
I'm still trying to keep an eye on
Of
cut-ins. We still have Chief Meteorologist Brad Anderson back there to get us through this event. I think Meteorologist Bill Rentschler's
He's
still in
still
the
here.
building.
I just talked to him.
Kendall's asking, is it safe to come out of my basement in Humboldt, Nebraska? It's a great question. It is. Storms are really moving past you, and the tornado potential is largely to your east. With kind of the eastern edge of these storms, that's where we're watching for hooks and kind of some storm inflow to maybe cause some rotation in the lower levels.
Right.
So it looks like the warning over Schubert they allowed to expire, so now it's just this one tornado warning over Falls City. That goes until 7:30. I think this one, when was this issued? This was issued 5 minutes ago for Brown and Nemaha counties in Kansas. So maybe some more circulation down there with what looks like another hook toward Gilman down that way.
Okay.
So Fall City in the near future, not only are you under a current tornado warning, but there could be a tornadic cell kind of moving into your area after this one. Kind of look at what they're seeing. So there's the one moving across the border into Nebraska, but then maybe just over Gilman a little bit more too. And then maybe, I mean, there's a look at this string of what I see is some indication of some circulation. You can see between Schubert and Corning and even toward Verdon.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's anything out from the Topeka weather office. I'm not seeing a whole lot. I mean, they issued that warning at 6:50. Let's see here. Radar indicator rotation located over Oneida, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. That was at 6:49 though, so 7 minutes ago.
Okay.
And it said it would be near Sabetha, Bern, within this warning until 7:15 p.m.
So what I saw is rotation just across the Kansas border into Kansas. The latest radar scan looks like it broadens out a bit.
Yes, there is a new update. So severe thunderstorm cable producing tornadoes located 4 miles east of Bern, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. And that warning does continue until 7:15.
So
so
40?
4 miles east of Bern, and it's moving northeast at 40.
So Salem maybe by 7:03, Craig in Missouri by 7:32. So maybe moving out of Nebraska within the next 15, 20
Some good
minutes.
news. Weather Service out of Omaha, southeast Richardson County. That's basically alluding to what you had just said a few minutes ago. Seems to be the last part of our forecast area that has enough instability to generate a tornado. So we do love to hear that.
That's some good news there. But there is some concerning circulation right there in southern Richardson County that we'll have to watch. Back here towards home, some of you may be tuning in because it's getting wet out in Lincoln. We've got a thunderstorm coming down. We got some lightning and some thunder every so often, but we do not have a severe thunderstorm warning. Might behoove us, Carmelo, to look at the sky view camera. Sometimes I just pull out big words.
Yeah.
See all the rain coming down. There it is.
Oh, yeah.
Visibility dropping, some big drops.
Are we at a good enough point to maybe pull up the Tempest today, or at least
why not? You mean the
or it could be statewide,
Tempest
or the
stations
Tempest
across
stations in Lincoln. You know, may as well pull up last 24 hours.
It's currently raining, so
it is. But yeah. So the numbers might be inflated a little bit, but just curious.
Not a lot. Quarter of an inch. Maybe closer to a half an inch toward, what is that, northwest? Some 46th Street.
Okay, it's not a whole lot.
If we look across the state the last 24 hours, or really just today since midnight.
Right.
We've got... Oh, thank you, Danielle. Danielle got us a perspective of what we can see outside of the station. I'll show that here in a second. But closer to 2 inches in Beatrice. In fact, I think those purples are pushing toward 3 inches.
No doubt with all those flash flood warnings.
So that is no shock at all. But a lot of eastern Nebraska are recording at least 1/10 to maybe almost 4/10 of an inch in Wayne. A little moisture out in western Nebraska. But let me come back to... can I rotate this? No.
Not a whole lot of new information while you're adjusting that from the Weather Service. So that's some good signs there. They were saying that a lot of the area has lost the explosiveness of the day. Storms kind of just turning over the atmosphere, meaning that,
That's
once
what
it
I
starts to
thought.
rain,
I've been talking about
yeah.
that. More thunderstorms move through it, overworks the atmosphere a little bit more, which is always good news.
Weather Service in Topeka says storms over Nemaha into Brown County. So I'm assuming I would hope they're talking about Nemaha, Nebraska. Maybe. Okay, here.
Oh, probably Kansas.
Oh,
There's
sorry.
Nemaha, Kansas.
There is
too.
Nemaha, Kansas. Okay. But regardless, they're saying storms over Nemaha into Brown County, Kansas remain troublesome due to quick spin-ups that show up on radar briefly. One now a few miles south or west of Sabetha, now moving
That's
northeast. Okay, so that's still Kansas.
Yep.
But we'll watch out for that to move into Nebraska. We've been saying that too.
Yeah. So the teal polygons, for those that are interested, I know I have to kind of say that every so often because some people chime in, they don't know what that is. Those are flash flood warnings because this area is seeing some 2 to 3 inches just
Probably
today.
an uncommon sight because it hasn't rained.
No, I know.
Before this weekend in the
All
month of May.
long.
Could we get maybe some timings on our current warnings that we have?
Yeah,
Eastern
for sure.
Nebraska,
Going around.
just to get an idea.
Let's get closer to Lincoln here real quick. We've got
course.
this severe thunderstorm warning until 7:15 for another 15 minutes for up
Okay.
to ping pong size hail. That has been observed. The latest information was still that $0.5 size hail reported 1 mile northwest of Fairbury. Then we've got this one that includes Beatrice until 7:15 for up to $0.5 size hail. Quarter size hail was reported in Harbine at 6:40 about
Okay.
20 minutes ago. Then we get closer to the tornado warning that's active. We may not have any other severe thunderstorm warnings in Nebraska. So just those two. And then I think this tornado warning down toward Falls City.
Okay.
That's good.
And that
Love to
tornado
see that.
warning is until, is that 7:45?
7:30.
7:30, okay.
Radar indicated rotation in Richardson County. The severe thunderstorm was capable of producing a tornado. Again, 6 miles northeast of Burn or 7 miles northwest of Sabetha. Moving north and east at 30 miles per hour. Expected to be in around Salem by 6:55, so that's passed already. Now moving into Nebraska, and we just got a new radar scan, so let's look at velocity and how that's shaping up toward Falls City. I still think it's broadening a bit, because if I step back in time, Carmelo, watch this.
Okay.
It looked a lot better back then.
Oh, definitely when I was in the Kansas
and now
part
it's
of
kind of broadened.
Yeah, that's a good sign.
So that's good news. Let me
That is some
check
good
in
news, yeah.
on the chat. Taylor's asking, can you give us an update on the tornado status near Schubert? That tornado warning was allowed to expire, so no longer does the National Weather Service see any thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Right now, the better circulation is headed toward Falls City and Salem in Nebraska.
Particularly far. Oh, that might be an update. That polygon.
It
a little
was,
different.
yeah, it was trimmed a little bit, it looks like, but I don't think we have. Well, we do, I guess.
And here comes meteorologist Bill Runschler as he makes his appearance into the Alert Center.
Six. Do you get any chips or drink?
No, I'm
Did you
fine.
want- oh.
I'm fine. No, I'm good. I'm good.
Oh, you brought us back up. Okay.
We're good. We're back.
Yeah, we're back.
Meteorologist Bill Runschler making sure we're fed. It has been a long 3 days for the Severe Weather Center team.
Especially
so.
for you. You worked through the weekend. I mean, I worked on Friday, but I had a little bit of a break on Saturday. You didn't need me, but you worked from noon through 1:30 in the morning.
And then noon
Came
to
back on
11
Sunday.
yesterday.
Yeah.
And then not terrible today, 10, so 7 now. No,
9
but
hours.
it's been good coverage, you know. I know there have been a lot of people that have been watching and complimenting our, our public service. And
Yeah, I
that's
really
exactly what we're
appreciate
trying to
you
do.
staying
Oh,
calm
of
through all
course.
of this and
Yeah,
being on
no,
air.
this is-
Brad's doing a fantastic job for us
he's
today
done a
back
great job today.
in the 10-11 Severe Weather Center. So we do really appreciate you guys at home using us as your trusted severe weather source.
Absolutely.
As we try to be live in as many spots as we can, again, on Facebook, on TikTok, on YouTube. We did just go back live on our primary stream after the 6 o'clock show, so we've been running a little bit longer now on there. But in total, our Facebook stream says we've been running just shy of 5 hours and 30 minutes. So it's been a longer day today until we see the storms truly move out of Nebraska.
Some news coming out of the Topeka office in Kansas, some good news. The line of storms that dives a little bit further down into east central Kansas, that line is moving eastward. So
we won't have to worry about those coming up
I
northeast.
wouldn't imagine the way their arrows are pointing.
And the polygons, too, look like they're
more
oriented
due
a little
east than
bit more
anything.
east.
Yeah, that line
and maybe more of a
storms
wind
will
threat with
be
time.
more of a KC, DMA area problem.
Which
still can see some gusty wind. What?
They've just seen so much severe weather.
Oh my goodness! No, they have seen an incredible amount of severe weather this season. We've been incredibly lucky here in Nebraska, just how quiet it's been. And we didn't see really anything in April. First half of May was quiet. The last few days though, it has been active.
If you've stuck with us long enough to know who meteorologist Melissa Meter is, she's down in Kansas City now, so we've heard from her. Yeah, she'll be keeping an eye on this. We've heard from her a lot this severe weather season. And
Let it be done.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, starting to pour again here in Lincoln, so let's maybe
even
go back
more
to the radar.
so. Yeah, let's go back up
Got a
here.
little loud here.
It's pretty loud right here at 40th and Vine. Let's go different radar product. Yeah, look at that. Heavy rain from here towards south and southeast Lincoln. What are you laughing at?
Chase just gestured to me and he said, "It's raining." He said, "It's raining."
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, it is raining.
The Office funny guy.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Clapping a little bit even.
Yeah, but certainly some deep reds and there we go, latest scan. Maybe even some hail.
Just a little bit, not enough to prompt a warning.
Rain. No, certainly not. And really no new information from the weather service in Omaha out of the last 11 minutes or so.
Yeah, we still have.
Oh, we're down to that. Is that severe thunderstorm warning done in Lincoln?
This one's been shaved.
Oh, it's still okay. Sorry,
7:15 for another 10 minutes, but it's been shaved, so just really Adams.
Okay.
And then this one's been shaved too. Beatrice is still in it, but up to inch hail, no longer 60-mile-per-hour winds. So these storms may be weakening a little bit with time, at least for any wind threat, just maybe pulsing up with some hail potential past the front. And soon, cannot wait to give everyone the good information once these tornado-warned storms are moving on.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, still going to have to be on guard for friends and family in northwestern Missouri and southern Iowa, but our coverage area is in Nebraska, and so we're about done with the coverage, I think, as we head into this evening, and hopefully just welcome some rain.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good timing on this watch. You know, sometimes the watch has to be canceled early. Like yesterday, there were counties out in central Nebraska. That watch was until 11, ended a lot sooner, obviously, for things that were going to happen in eastern Nebraska. But for the 6 or 7 counties that were in southeastern Nebraska today, it's already past 7 o'clock now. We're at the 7:07 hour, and they might let the watch ride out, but certainly don't need to delete that entire watch area before 8 p.m.
No, I was just kind of clicking on these confirmed tornado warnings because it's catching my eye because they're pink. Emergency management confirming a tornado out in southern Iowa, kind of a downstream tornado warning from even this one, just south of Benton in Iowa. So these storms are still going to kind of hold tornadic potential for a while longer as they push east, but out of our hair.
I'm going to take a quick look on my end from the... And it won't be able to show it, but I'll be able to mention it. The storm reports, just how many we've seen today.
Some people, too, may be asking, after this rain moves through, is Lincoln done then? I mean, we still got some cells back there.
There's some stuff in the back end. There certainly could be some more.
We were looking at models, and they were indicating maybe some rain still in the area through maybe 9 or 10 o'clock. So our severe weather threat, I hope, will end, I think, long before that, but...
In terms of just Nebraska, I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tornado reports. 1 2 miles south of Diller, that was earlier this afternoon. 3 miles northwest of Odell. We had the one 6 miles southwest of Pawnee City. That was.
What are you talking about?
I was just going through storm reports on my end, just counting how many tornado reports we had in Nebraska today. It looks like 5. There's a lot more in Kansas, and obviously in some of our northern Kansas areas, but
we can bring
Diller, Odell, Pawnee City, Dawson, and then near Barada in Richardson County.
Is this gonna... maybe not. Let me try to reset this.
A lot more hail reports. than tornado reports. No surprise there, especially northeast Nebraska, south central Nebraska. Wind has not been too great of a concern today. That has not been the primary threat. It really has been the hail and tornado concern.
Here we go.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. I mean, just looking across the area, we'll probably just figure how many tornado reports that we can see on the screen right now.
In total, it should be 15. 14, maybe. Because one's in Illinois.
Let me unclick some of these things. Will it let me do it? Maybe it won't.
While you're doing that, Weather Service out of Omaha says, it looks like the Richardson County storm is taking on a wind signature and surging east. So that is a better sign. Hopefully.
But maybe dealing with some straight line winds.
Yes, obviously don't want to be dealing with any sort of severe weather. But yes, the Richardson County storm taking on a wind signature once again. And is surging east, so it is moving a little bit quicker than it once was. Yeah, that looks really broad. That doesn't look like, I mean, maybe still some rotation. Obviously, the tornado warning is going to continue, but
thankfully, they're not noting a lot of hail either, less than nickel size or so.
Don't always see that.
Penny size, so that's good.
Mm-hmm.
Even though there's still some rotation in that storm, it's not really spitting out stones.
Right.
We still have these 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in and around Lancaster County and Gage for up to inch hail.
Mm-hmm.
But those are about to expire here in 5 minutes, and I haven't seen any other warnings come to light since then. So maybe Chief Meteorologist Brad Anderson's catching his breath, I'm sure, back in the Severe Weather Center, too.
Oh, I'd imagine.
With all this kind of pushing.
Mm-hmm. And evening, of course. Yeah, but I mean, once this main line moves through Lancaster and Gage County, yes, there's some stuff on the back end in terms of rain, but the severe weather activity really should begin to be winding down. So this might be the earliest of the last couple of days where the activity ends.
Just for funsies, should we quad box it? Whoa.
Oh, that's cool.
I always love to do this, but then kind of the titles covering up some stuff. You can see
that's
how wet it is in Skyview. Yep, that's Lincoln. And then you can see radar.
I cannot wait to look later on this week. Maybe we all have a second to breathe. And we'll do probably a last 7 days of precip.
Mm-hmm.
Just the drought monitor, not to get too into the weeds here, but the drought monitor on Thursday, I'm very interested to see because the cutoff is Tuesday morning, so we will be right done with our rain because we're not expecting rain tomorrow, or at least, no, I think by tomorrow morning, I think we're good. And it's just a cloudy and cool day, so that'll be nice to see.
Well, what I wanted to point out, too, is, or what I wanted to take time to delve into is a look at, we can go back and show you all the polygons issued from Friday through today, littered across the state.
We do it day by day and then overlay.
We could do, exactly, that's what I was thinking, day by day, and then like all
we can do that
we saw and how busy the state was, because you can certainly see southeast Nebraska was a bed of some extreme weather over the past few days, and we're talking like it's over, but there's still a tornado warning that looks like it's about to be replaced with the severe thunderstorm warning. So let's look at that across Richardson County. Up to 70-mile-an-hour winds. So not hail, but now wind, kind of the primary threat with this storm that's moving east at 40 miles per hour. This would be a considerable amount of wind to produce some tree damage, maybe to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings.
This is as east and southeast as it gets, though, because it's saying Rulo.
Is it saying Rulo? Oh, wow.
And I mean, by then, you're done, because
that's out of Nebraska.
Yeah, moving east at 40.
Rulo's on the border.
Rulo's 7:15, so a couple minutes here. 70-mile-per-hour winds, nothing to mess around with. Far southeastern Richardson County.
Hopefully mostly rural areas, though.
Yes.
Kind of dealing with the strength of this. I'm really surprised. I guess storms have been pretty progressive through much of this area. I thought a lot of this area had seen a lot of rain, but I haven't seen any flash flood warnings. So maybe it's a lot more actual fields kind of soaking in this rather than, I mean, it would be more urban areas that we're seeing flash flooding, and that's why, Beatrice.
Bill had actually showed me a picture. I don't know who he had said it was from, somebody he knew. But some really intense street flooding in Beatrice.
I know, well, there's some NCN coverage,
Okay.
and we hadn't had permission, I think, to show that, so they were
Yeah.
working to get that. I'm
But
not sure.
there's
A lot of
definitely there is. I know a lot of
Yeah.
these warnings are radar indicated. There is some flooding ongoing.
Certainly.
And it's just round after round after round. This is the third day of some really heavy rain for these areas. Unfortunately, a lot of that's not going to soak into the ground. It's going to run off. But yeah, flooding has been just kind of on the back burner with the concerns today with tornado and hail.
Honestly, Carmelo might let these warnings right out. I mean, a lot of them I think are set to expire by 7:15.
Yeah.
So we'll see this change within about a minute, and then if we've cleared most of the area from severe warnings, I mean, maybe we can wrap it up for the night. I'd be okay
You
with
will hear
that.
no complaints from me. I was wondering the same thing. I was wondering when to ask you.
I was going to take time to try and go through some of the tornado reports from yesterday, but I think that's just going to be a tomorrow thing.
No, with everything happening today now.
Again, the PDS Tornado Watch technically still goes until 8. Hopefully, we'll hear from the National Weather Service as they're about
But they have
to.
said with the exception of far southeastern
Yes.
Richardson, and I think that's about to change very quickly, the tornado potential has gone basically down to 0.
Yes. Yay. Yay.
Yeah, yay.
Yay.
Right. No, it's about. I can't wait for what's about to happen.
Cry.
60s next few days. Cool.
And then we've got to transition. Yeah, he says cool. A transition to this tonight for some. Think of severe weather? The winter weather. Oh. Well, it's freeze warnings and frost
Sound like Bill this
advisories.
morning in the 10:30 Next Big Change stream. He was so excited to talk about this.
This
No,
is
it's
something
a
else.
big
It's
deal.
May.
No, it's a big deal to be
It's
talking about an
wild.
enhanced risk for severe thunderstorms in one part of the state. Out to the
Moderate.
west, and then moderate to the southeast, but those areas to the west were in the enhanced, and then now
Oh,
they're
yeah,
freezing overnight.
yeah,
So
and
I'm sure they got
24
plants
hours.
outside and cover them, bring them in.
I mean, a lot of people probably try to plan around Mother's Day, too.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you got to probably bring those plants inside, but...
All right, 7:15 are those warnings done in Lancaster? Can we go
they
back
are.
to our 2-box coverage?
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize we were still on the quad
Yeah,
box.
that's all right.
I got excited about the
walk,
quad box.
There we go.
And then there we are.
All right. Is that
So in
either I'm
Gage and Lancaster, they're gone.
okay?
They've been cleared. We
Yep.
still have the one over Falls City. I thought that tornado warning was going to go down, but it looks like it may have been trimmed up and still over Falls City. So here's the tornado warning until 7:30. Then we've got this severe
We'll see if
thunderstorm
that
warning
continues until 7:30 entirely.
until 7:45. So it is just about out of our hair.
Yeah, radar indicated both hazards at this point.
I mean, let's flash to velocity, I guess,
Sure.
to kind of look at what they're. Ooh, are you on the south side of Falls City? Where what was that?
Right, it's
or
tough
two.
between two radars.
Well, we also kind of almost have two areas of rotation. I'm trying not to switch radars, but
I don't think they've updated that one.
there's this one
Let me see.
that I'm seeing south of Falls City. That was a poorly drawn circle right there.
Yeah, no update.
And then I don't know. There's some stuff up here, but I don't know. I think the environment's kind of outside of, like, this is probably dropping off too.
Well, what are current temperatures and dew points? I mean, that's gonna tell us a lot.
Gotta go
They've got it
way
now,
down to a
yeah.
different section of my show.
Are you telling me that's not next to it?
It is not a priority usually when I'm going for several hours, but you've got dew points still in Nebraska City up to 60.
Okay. ASOS looks like it's down to Falls City. Hopefully everything's all right there.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, we did just have some. I mean, I could probably check on the ops that just moved through there, but there's your temperatures.
Okay, so 55 in Lincoln, already 48 in Grand Island, 49 in Fullerton, still 70 in Pawnee City, 66 in Auburn. Yeah, there's still some temperatures in the 60s out to our southeast, but we are cooling down and cooling down quickly off to our north and west.
Ooh, Falls City went offline in the 5 o'clock hour.
Okay.
I don't even think there were that many strong storms in the area. I mean, gusts were only around 30 miles an hour.
Right.
So I'm not really sure why that went offline. It wasn't really due to any
Any weather related.
too strong
Yeah.
storm in the area.
Okay. So just to reiterate, we still have that tornado watch until 8 p.m., but I think from what the Weather Service is saying and from what we're seeing on radar and what we're seeing just in general, I think we are pretty much in the clear for tornado coverage. There we are.
Yeah, there's the last. Sorry.
Yeah. No, don't worry about it. Yeah, they might let it ride out for the next 42 minutes. Certainly
Big areas.
Areas of Missouri and Iowa. They
Yeah.
need to be on high alert for the rest of the tonight.
I'm not sure if these are all PDS tornado
No,
watches.
they
Probably
said
not.
the one in northern Missouri. Somebody asked that earlier, and then to southern Iowa would not be. They
And
said the
probably
rates
not
are
for
at-
Kansas City either. I think it was
No,
really just what we
so-
started with Northeast Nebraska. Because now the environment's changing. The sun's starting to go down.
You lose your.
We don't have
day.
the initial isolated cells that we were watching for this afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
But still a tornado watch, so they may be watching for some embedded tornadoes in the line that's starting to come together and push
Absolutely.
east through Kansas.
You know it's a bad day when you don't get a tornado watch and a severe thunderstorm watch, and it's just one tornado watch after another tornado watch after another one. So, yeah, still confirmed tornadoes I could see by the magenta colors in southern Iowa, maybe northern Missouri there, but that's where the severe weather threat is shifting. So
And then across
almost in the
northeastern
clear, almost in the
Kansas.
clear. Yeah, but that's forming a line at this point. That's gonna be
And like
a
we
damaging
said,
threat. Embedded tornado.
this
maybe.
wind, this line is now moving this way
Yeah.
rather than northeast like it had been most of the day. This is now more of an easterly direction.
For sure. Very cool.
So Beatrice about to get a break in the rain. I think they need that.
No doubt about it.
Wilbur seeing a break in the rain. Adams.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like we just barely Fall City. A couple severe warnings that are set to expire here in the next 20 minutes or so. But I'm not seeing anything too concerning. And the National Weather Service has been pretty quiet.
Yeah, no, not a whole lot going on from either. I'm looking at the Topeka office. I'm looking at the Omaha office. Things are looking pretty good.
So that's some good news there. I think
Yeah.
we can probably wrap things up then.
I think it's okay, too.
Maybe I'll show the 7-day just real quick because we
Yeah.
do not have any no weather alert days, if you can believe that. We're going to be quiet. And like you said, cooler into tomorrow.
It's so nice.
Should be a fantastic day tomorrow. I'm excited for some
that's-
cooler weather,
Like a light jacket.
a relief from the humidity. Oh, I didn't realize Wednesday was cool. I didn't see the update to this. We have 4 days of 60s. I wish I had a week off all of a sudden. No, just kidding.
I'm happy that it warms up for Memorial Day because it looks to be quiet. I read the SPC discussion for later in the week, and they're not confident on severe weather chances into next weekend, right?
Good.
So that looks nice.
So it looked like we even dropped some of those pops. I mean, they're going up for some showers Thursday and Friday, but
yeah, it doesn't look like severe weather. I'll reiterate, those are no lightning icons. Those are showers and some cool overnight lows. We're back in the 40s, 42 into Wednesday morning.
I'm okay with that. Again, I think Brad and Bill give me some crap for wanting to open my windows in cold weather like that, but
I had them open last night, and the only reason I didn't
Like
leave
to
them open today
bundle up?
was what could happen today. So
well, Carmelo, appreciate you joining me after your stint in the 10-11 Weather Shield throughout our evening shows. Again, we're going to have more comprehensive coverage, I think, through our 10 o'clock show. We probably won't have a Next Big Change segment tonight at 8 o'clock.
this has been the next big change.
This has been the next big change.
I think it's fair to
And
say.
We just give you a flash forward into the next 7 days from our 7-day forecast. But going to wind down, reset, and then we've got a lot of great coverage from our reporters that have been across southeast Nebraska today.
And I'm
even
sure they're
from-
going to be going to the areas that got damaged today, and that'll be in the news tomorrow, such as
Yes.
Pawnee City, I'd imagine, or maybe even Fall City. It really depends on Pawnee City. With that tornado emergency would probably be my number one go-to. Maybe getting some street flooding out in Beatrice if things continue into tomorrow, but absolutely.
So stay tuned. Chief Meteorologist Brad Anderson will have the latest, kind of wrapping up what's happened today across much of eastern Nebraska and our forecast with several cool days going through the end of this work week. We hope everyone stays safe today and tonight. Again, thinking a lot of that severe weather is going to wind down pretty quickly here in Nebraska. It's moving through Rulo right now, which is on the border. So appreciate everyone for tuning in and trusting us as your severe weather source. We'll continue to do things like this when severe weather moves into our area, but for now, we'll call it a night.
Alrighty.
1011 News is everywhere. Down